recruiters are looking for really simply really three things. Like they're just looking for what are the job titles you've had, how many years of experience you have, which informs your level. So are you a software engineer 1? Are you an associate product manager? Are you a senior product manager, right? And then they're also looking for what are the industries that you've worked in. So that is why you want to reflect on like, what are all the different things that I've done? And then what industries were they in? And then sort them by industry. And then from there, we want to create like a statement that says, hey, like obviously there are a lot of software engineers who are in fintech. What makes me unique? And that is why you create one. So you want to create one for your most impactful experience. So you would rank it. So you would rank like founder of Masterclass Wellness is the best one for health tech. Second best is blah, blah, blah. And then from there, you would want to write a differentiator statement for just, if you have time, you can write the other ones. And then this is the format you could write it in. And this is a really good format because it clarifies to hiring managers and recruiters what was your role, what was your impact, and also showing them that you are a strong, you made strong impact because it's a powerful verb. Language is powerful, right, guys? And then you can check to make sure it's a good DYD statement by following these 4 factors. And so before we move on to it, just like making sure, like checking what these mean. Do you guys have any questions on like what this is and like how you would write it, or do you guys feel good about it now? Like, okay, this actually makes sense now. Give me a thumbs up if so. Oh, Hui has a question.
So Mr. Peterson, so from the industry 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 columns, like is it only limited by our work experience, or it can even be our coursework experience?
Oh, that's a smart question. So I would try to avoid doing coursework experience, because we want to show recruiters that you are engaging in your career outside of the classroom. Okay, that was a really good question.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, guys, so before we move on to the nitty gritty, like, does the worksheet now make sense? Thumbs up. Who understands? Vibe understands. Sushil, Deepika, Liza, what about you? Okay, Liza, okay, cool. And then Rithika is in here, but she's been here a little longer than you guys, so I don't need Rithika to give me a thumbs up if she doesn't want to. So
I'm just listening in and then using this time to work on the part of the work journal that I need to work on. Perfect.
Love it. Abby. Love it. I think where you're at, Rithika, is I want to hold you accountable. I want us to like finalize your LinkedIn resume, right? And then after that we can move on to what cold emails you're sending. And then from there, let's get on a one-on-one call and create your job search strategy that pertains to your unique situation.
Thank you so much, Abby. I'll get on that ASAP and I'll do that. So first, I need to submit the revised resume, LinkedIn, and then
Yep.
And then what was the other one?
And then I'd also love to see what cold emails you're sending people.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a worksheet for that in the folder. But by the way, guys, Harrison is right now he's over there. He's like reworking the entire like resources. So we're going to make an announcement and it's all going to be so much more organized. So anyways, yeah, there is a worksheet in there. You can send that to me as well. And then from there, you could sign up for office hours soon, so we can go over like a custom job search strategy for you.
Sounds good, Abby. I also want to mention I'm working on grad school apps as well. So I'd love to, I mean, I'm working on it, but I'll keep you updated on that too. Yeah.
That's amazing. What grad school are you applying to?
So I looked at specific programs that align. So I want to apply to the Carnegie Mellon one. And that has a deadline coming up, but then I need to take the GRE for that. which I'm looking into right now to see how I can do it within the next few weeks, and then be able to get it in time, because I have the recommendation letters already. I just need to do the GRE. That's the only thing I'm missing.
Okay, gotcha. That sounds like a lot, but I want the best for you. So guys, like, this applies for everybody, but once January opens up, there's going to be a lot more roles and recruiters are going to be reaching out to you. So if you guys like just do everything properly in the journal and come to these classes, you'll be so ready for January and you'll beat all the competition. So that's what I want for all of you guys. Let's try to like get everything done before January hits, so that when January wave comes, you're just like, I'm chilling, I'm good, I got this.
Yeah, sounds good, Abby. I also have another update, but I can message you separately about that.
Sure, sounds good. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Hustle, loyal, and respect. Yes. Okay, guys. So let's break down this differentiator statement on why it's really good. Okay, so clear ownership. This is something that a lot of job seekers don't do. So what is clear ownership? Clear ownership is, what is something that you've done that nobody else can say that they've really done? Like, they can't copy you. They can't copy you, right? So for me, it's being the founder of Magnify Wellness, the mental health nonprofit. Like, that is like, whoa, founded a mental health nonprofit, right? For you, what if you were a software engineer on a small team? For product management, what if you were the one who took it from nothing to something? Thank you, Hui, for that feedback. It could also be, let's just say the system that you were working on as an engineer was broken. It was in a state of brokenness. No one was working on it. And then you came in and fixed it all. So try to convey that in as little words as possible. And then you guys can also get my help on that too. If you're like, hey, Abby, here's like what I'm thinking about, but I just don't know how to put it into words, then I can definitely help you with that. That's why you guys are here. All right, strong verb, that's pretty obvious. So strong verb is just, picking a verb that conveys to recruiters that this is real stuff. And there's actually a list of powerful strong verbs that Harvard gave out from their Career Center for free. Look up Harvard strong action verbs list, and it's a free PDF online. So that's how I came up with the word spearheaded and scaled. Okay, domain expertise. So I've been looking at a lot of people's worksheets and people were not doing this right. So I'm going to rewrite this to be a little more clear. But what this means is you are just calling out the industry that Magnify Wellness is in. So it's super easy. So Magnify Wellness is in the mental health space. To be a little more specific, what I would honestly do to change this is I would say health tech, like, because if my industry I wanted to be in was health tech. So you would just write it out like there below. And then result is, what was the impact? So the impact is that I grew it to 100 plus chapter clubs. Here is the caveat though, guys. Your result has to be relevant to the role that you are applying to, right? So that's why you do things in order in the journal. So you would know what is relevant with here, right? You would know what is relevant, because what's relevant to product management is not what is irrelevant to software engineering. So if you fill this out correctly, then you will know what is relevant, that hiring managers in 2025 care about, or what product manager recruiters care about. So that is how you would kind of like write it, is making sure your result is actually relevant. This result is relevant if I was applying to a startup or a nonprofit, because it's very like entrepreneurial, which I was targeting startups and nonprofits because I'm not interested in working for a big tech company. But that's just me though, right? But if I were to change this to work at a bigger company, I would reword this to say health tech. I would reword this to say company, and I would actually say something else. I would say that I led like 80 plus people to create to basically create version 2 of Magnify Wellness, that increased to 1,000 plus users. Something I would say something like that, because that's more relevant for like bigger companies. So that is how you would tailor it essentially. All right, guys. So before we move on to this part and where exactly do we add this and how, do you guys have any questions on these four aspects? Who has a question?
So Mr. Peterson, so for these four aspects like the clear ownership, so what if the stuff that we did, what's the way for the stuff that we did, we are not the first?
The way you can think about it is what is something unique you did there that nobody else could really copy you and say. So think about it like that. Like, what is something unique that you did? Oh, your sister's here. Tell her I said hi. Anyways, yeah. So think about it. Like, what is something unique that you did for your AI research role that I saw?
The something I did was that I cut the training time down to approximately 50% on large data sets with 50,000 rows without wasting memory. Yeah.
That's really good. Okay. Would you say that 50,000 rows of data is a lot?
Yes.
Industry
It usually
standard?
takes 4 hours, even with NVIDIA's GPU, if we don't use the right methods to train it.
Oh, okay. I don't remember if I saw this or not, but maybe on your differentiator statement, you could like just clearly show that the data set was really large, or maybe it was with like very proprietary secret data that only people who are in the research lab have access to. Like, that would be really good. Okay. Yay, try that out. Does anyone else have any questions about these aspects, or is it like making sense now?
Makes total sense. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Deepika, for the feedback. Liza, Sushil, Vibev, do you guys feel good about it? You guys feel good to write your own? Okay. I can't wait to see them. All right. Okay, so this is something else that I think I already went over with Liza and Vibev, but it's how do you create like a differentiator statement that summarizes all of your experience together so that you can put it on your banner. I would recommend that this one goes on your banner, guys, because you don't want like the same one on your headline on your banner. So that's why I would recommend you do this one for your banner. And you could also use this one when you go to like career fairs, which I hate, by the way, or like just networking events in general. Kind of like a pitch statement, right? So the way you can build it is just figure out like pick the one industry that you have the most measurable impact results in. You can also think of it like, okay, do I enjoy working in this industry, and like what is the #1 hiring outcome? So kind of similar to this, but it kind of is like this is like my favorite one. This is like my favorite one, right? The other approach, that's approach #1. The other approach that is totally acceptable is you could also just, this is where it requires a coach, but let's just say you've done like 3 different really equally impactful things, and you feel like, wow, like all 3 of these things are just banger, they're awesome. Then you can kind of summarize it like Matthias has something like, oh, I shipped 8 plus 0 to 1 products across B2B and B2C, you know, so something like that. But if you're someone who just has like a outstanding differentiator statement for one and you love the industry, then you could just use that one too for your banner. Does this make sense, guys? Or are you like, I'm so confused? Like, or are you guys like, yeah, this is good? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Okay, who gave me a thumbs up? All right, Hui, what's your question?
So Miss Peterson, for this for the what is it part in the DYD statement. So it has to be in the same experience as our target roles, right? So if let's say for my research assistant role that I have been doing over the last fall semester, so if I want to relate, I want to somehow relate my ability to optimize solutions with minimal time and resources. So how should I tailor it? Yeah, to my full stack engineering role.
Yeah, because you want to be full stack, but that was an AI research role, right?
Yeah.
I see. Okay. So what you would do, and I think this would apply for Deepika as well, is what you could do is take your past experience and figure out like how many skills in this past experience are in my target role. Like what are all the similarities, and then call it out in the power/blanket differentiator.
Makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks,
Okay,
Megan.
guys. Yeah, you're welcome, guys. All right, so now here is the beautiful magical part where you're gonna be like, oh, I get it now, why Abby's making me do this. Okay, so it's like, where do you even add this? So, okay, you would just copy and paste this and put it on your LinkedIn banner. There is a template that I gave you guys in the folder, so you guys don't have to like figure it out by yourself, like that would be annoying. And you just paste it on there. And so let me give you guys a visual example. Let me go to, so Keetana, a great student in the Work Accelerator. She's pretty far though. She's just waiting to hear back from companies right now. You would just paste it here, so you can see it right here. To be honest though, I would recommend, she has it twice, so maybe there was some miscommunication. So I would like recommend she picks another one here. So that's okay though. And then where else? So this one, you would copy paste and you would just paste it here. You would paste here after your top 3 skills that recruiters are looking for and after your target role. You would just, you would just paste it here. That's it. Now, where else do you paste it? Let me go to copy of outreach worksheets. So let's just say you have a lot of experience in B2B SaaS. Then you would find a bunch of startups in B2B SaaS, and you would take that differentiator statement from the B2B SaaS, and then you would just paste it here. You would paste it here. So that will make you kind of hard to reject if you have a really good differentiator statement. It would make you hard to reject. So then at that point, you think about it like this. You have a great product. You are the brand, right? But now you have to market your brand. So at that point, if we decide like, yeah, or Deepika's differentiators are so freaking good, now it's just about visibility. That is where I'm going to help you with the job search strategy. Is how do we make sure you are seen and visible and appreciated for your hard work? So I'll help you guys do that. I'll help you guys get a lot of inbounds. I'll help you guys like do outbound as well. Just ensure that your incredible differentiator statements can be even seen, can be adored by the hiring managers. All right, guys. So that is like where you would paste it. The other place you would paste it is, let's just say you had like a lot of differentiator statements. You had like one here, one here, one here in 3 different industries. Then you could just copy and paste them in your LinkedIn about, in the career highlights. You can just paste it under the career highlights, like copy it 1, copy it 2, and then anything else you'd like other people to know about you in here as well. You would just paste it in career highlights. And then where you have like 3 different industries, right? If you've worked in 3 different ones, then you could say somewhere up here, Hitana was somebody that only had one that she wanted to focus on, which was AI SaaS products. So she only has SaaS up here. But if you're someone that's done 3 different awesome things in 3 different industries, then you could say, oh, I've done things across B2B, B2C, and health tech. Like it's something like that. Yeah. Yeah, Kitana could join Honeywell Forge. Yeah, you can reach out to her. Oh yeah, you are already connected to her. Yeah. Cool. So that is where you would paste it, guys, and why it's so important. You do it first. Where is the document? Yeah, why you do it first. All right, so what is your guys' next steps? If you haven't already, submit your worksheet to me today, and we will go over it together and just make sure that it's actually really, really good.
So, Ms. Peterson, regarding the DYD statements, so how are we going to use it in our interviews? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about.
Ooh, good question. Okay, so that's such a good question. Here's what I was thinking is let's just say the interview, let's just give my example since I was already doing it. Let's just say the interview was at a health tech company called, let's just call it Ray Health. I'm making that up. And what I could do is I could just, when the interviewer says, tell me about yourself, I immediately give the differentiator statement in the tell me about yourself. Whoa! So you can see how everything's like piecing together, guys. So you guys could just be like, yeah, I could be like, yeah, sure. I'm happy to tell you about myself. So my name is Abigail, and I'm a product manager that's based in Seattle, Washington. I scaled a mental health nonprofit called Magnify Wellness that I founded to over 100+ chapter clubs in less than 3 months. Previously, I was an AI product manager, the first one at an HR tech startup called Seekout, and then blah, 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 blah. So do you guys like see how it's all coming together? The reason why you want to immediately say your differentiator first in that tell me about yourself is because it'll catch the recruiter's attention or the hiring manager's attention or the person that's interviewing you. Since it's such a strong, powerful opener, most people, they begin their tell me about yourselves like, hi, I'm Abby. I'm a product manager. I currently work at Seekout, and I've shipped products in a cross-functional team using data analyst stuff. And like, it just doesn't sound as exciting. Oh yeah, Vibe. So two things there. Number one is if it's a business or it's a recruiting related situation, like you're following up with a recruiter, you're reaching out to a recruiter, you're reaching out to the hiring manager, blah, 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 right? Not a non-coffee chat, non-peer related situation. Then you could basically just say, hi, I'm Vibev, a data scientist I'm a data scientist. I wouldn't even say your location here. Then you would do your DYD statement, and then you would say, given my background, I believe I'd be a great fit to join Honeywell. But first, I'd like to, then you would get into your like call to action. So that is how you would use it. But then what about the character limit? That's part 2. What I'm trying to say is you could use just ChatGPT to shorten it, like say, hey, I want to have this be less than 300 characters. And then just make sure when ChatGPT gives you the output, it keeps your result. Like AI could cut everything else, but make sure the AI keeps the wow factor and the result, because the other stuff, they can just look it up. Like, oh yeah, that Honeywell, that's just an AI company. You don't have to say Honeywell, an AI company, right? Zushil, can we use these in resume summary? Yes, definitely you can use it in a resume summary. It is a non-negotiable in this job market to have resume bullets, LinkedIn bullets framed in such a way that will differentiate you. It's non-negotiable. So like I've reviewed so many resumes and LinkedIn's, and like one of the big things that I see that's causing people to not get callbacks is the fact that they're just not properly conveying their experience. And the answer to this is using the accomplishment driven formula. And this is the formula right here. The hardest part about this, I think, is I would say is the pink. And the way you kind of come up with the pink, which is the impact to the business users or team, is figure out what are the outcomes that my role is trying to achieve. So I know a lot of you guys in here are data driven, and some of you guys want to use data driven skills to become a product manager. All right. So what you would say for that is, okay, so what are the outcomes that a product manager should do? And the answer to that is you can basically aggregate a bunch of job descriptions for your level, like entry level or associate product managers, and that'll create like a cloud of like outcomes or skills or keywords that you can basically study and incorporate it into this part. So the trend that I've seen for entry level or associate product managers based on my own research has been you need to talk about user metrics that you increased or user metrics that you positively influenced, or money made for the business. Things like that is what are some measurable impacts that recruiters hiring for PM roles care about. And so the same applies for any industry. It just requires like doing that research that I told you to do. So that is how you would make sure you do it to ensure that you'll get 6-figure callbacks. So yeah, just take a look at these notes and let me know if you guys like have any questions. But something that I wrote for you guys, because I wanted to give you guys a clear picture, is here are examples of good, okay, and bad for impacts of for product management. So this is the bad. The reason why this is bad is because it's not clear exactly what the impact is. It's very vague. Oh yeah, Rithika, it's in the WAP chat, but I'll put it in here in this chat as well for all of your convenience. And I'll also upload it to the files. There already is like this document in files. However, I just updated it to be a lot better. So this one is really bad because it's very vague, right? Can you guys see like how this is vague? Like stakeholder analysis, like, what does that mean? User insights, what kind of users? It's very vague. This one is okay. Like increasing user satisfaction is correct. Like that is an outcome that hiring managers care about. However, it's not specific. It's missing specificity. Like how much did you increase user satisfaction for? What kind of users did you increase satisfaction for? Right? And then this one is the best. I mean, this is good. Like the reason why this is really good is because hiring managers care about the user metric of like lots of users, especially if it's for a consumer app, like think Duolingo or your other favorite consumer app. And you can see that you did it really fast. And you can see that the rating is high, like up above 4 stars. So this is a really good bullet for if you were trying to get into like a B2C company. And then how I would rewrite this one to go from okay to good is you would say increasing user satisfaction from X% to Y%. So you can show the transformation. And then you could say the users launch notification. Oh, app. Yeah, there we go. Then you can specify that it was an iOS app or a Android app. So be a little more specific. Then you could say for Gen Z or for millennials, like something like specific like that. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Oh well. So there we go. That's what's gonna make this original one go from okay to good. So let me just go back so you guys can see. Oh man, yeah, I'll fix this later. So yeah, there we go. Yep. All right.
Can I interject a question?
Yes.
Okay. So I know that you mentioned that like the way you do it is first by putting like our achievement, correct? And
Yes.
I feel like as a like product manager here, because I feel like these are like these are different going back to the bullet points. These are like different things, but like how many achievements like can we even have? Because I feel like
Achievements.
because I get it because we're saying achievement because we want to like get their attention like a clickbait type of like this is like
Yeah.
the like I get like you know you're trying to get like the big thing in front so like that gets their attention and then they keep reading. It's like it's very hard like because you know for one achievement usually you have to do multiple things to achieve it like and I guess so do we reformulate the same thing and stuff like that? That's question one. Question two would be like, you know, I feel like I'm product manager, like a self-taught product manager, but like a lot of the things I didn't know how to do, like I didn't know, like for example, a product requirement document, right? Like a PRD, for example, something that you do as a product manager where you write the requirements. I didn't know that. I learned that by reading somebody else's resume or even writing like satisfaction score, which is like kind of known, but like also another term might be like a CSAT, like a customer satisfaction score. I guess my question is like, for when we look at like product managers, I feel like, or a lot of people here are in data trying to transition to a PM. How is there like a place where you all the different terms, a place where you can see all the different terms,
all the different terms.
all the different terms that like for example a PM should know that we should integrate. So because I know we can say satisfaction score, but like I think but like CSAT is like a more industry term specific.
I think that's a great question. Okay, so the way I would think about this is, especially for product managers, which is a lot more like user facing, you want to make sure you use a lot of business terms if you can. So CSAT is a good one. ARR, what's another common one? Q3. Like these are all like things, or LTV. Like these are all like acronyms that would show that you know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And you can basically copy and paste these and put it into AI and ask, what are some other common business terms that I have been doing to improve user satisfaction without like really thinking about it. Ooh, GRR is a really good one that I learned about. So these are all like really good ones. And you can ask ChatGPT, like, what are some other ones that I can just plop in there? And then the second part of the answer to this question is the cheat code to doing this. Like I said earlier, and it's all this, the instructions for this are also in day 3 of the journal. So you can reread it if you just forget. But basically you would use the Google search queries to find job descriptions of your entry level or associate product managers. And then you would copy and paste the job descriptions into AI. And then you can ask it to basically pull out what are the most frequent responsibilities or qualifications that these roles are requiring me. And then you can tailor that to your resume. And if you do that, you don't need to tailor your resume over and over and over, because you know the standard that recruiters are seeking for the PM role. Like there's a quota, there's a standard for like all these roles. Does that make sense, Matthias?
So I didn't understand about maybe the Google search part, but you're saying there's a specific like a PM role. And then I guess if you're saying if this is like a PM role, there's specific type of questions PM role always search on Google and stuff like that. And
yeah, let me see here. The thing you guys have to understand is that you guys don't need to tailor your resume to every job description necessarily if you do this part correctly, because usually they all look the same. For, let's just say, associate product manager, or I know some people in here are trying to be data scientists, like they all like require similar things. And so you would essentially just find 5 to 10 questions that fit your criteria. So your job title, your level, so are you a new associate or new grad? And then you would type this search query into google.com, and then you would click on the job. You would basically copy and paste the job descriptions that you find them. And the beautiful thing about this is that you're finding real job descriptions from the ATS. ATS is Workday, Lever, Greenhouse, things like that. And that is how you would find what recruiters care about when you are trying to break into product.
So yeah, I mean, we can search this on LinkedIn too, but ultimately, I guess it would be just putting into AI and then specify by industry, not just APM, but also specify by industry, saying what are the top roles of a PM in a social media company.
Yeah, it's just doing research, honestly, and then tailoring your resume from there. And you're basically thinking like a hiring manager. You're kind of like reverse recruiting in a way, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. And for the recruiters, they might not know what like a CSAT is. So do you recommend saying customer satisfaction score in parentheses CSAT, or because I've been wondering, because sometimes you want to optimize for.
That's a good question. So most recruiters, guys, like aren't technical like you guys are. Like they don't understand like very technical terms. Like Rithika, for example, is very technical. Like she had like all these crazy AI terms that I didn't even hear of. And so recruiters would not probably get that in depth, like on job descriptions, probably. So you probably should, for these some of these terms, you should probably always, rule of thumb is type out the acronym and then put it in parentheses, just in case it doesn't get picked up in the ATS. And then number two, if you are really, really technical, like I think Gunik and Rithika, sorry if I missed anybody, the people that come to mind, like they know complicated words that I think recruiters won't know. So I feel like unless you see that a lot in job descriptions, like it might be better to leave that out. I helped somebody in 2 cohorts before with this. His name is Aaron. And then with my help, he actually got to the final round of Meta, and he's just kind of waiting to hear back, because he made sure that his resume was in language that recruiters would understand. That's the whole thing. Just make sure it's in a language somebody can understand.
Okay. So we do both. We type the whole description and then the whole word, customer satisfaction score.
Yeah. You would just type out the acronym and then you can put it in parentheses so that way they can understand.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, cool. And then your first question was, how many accomplishments do you do? I love this question. All right, so figuring out this also requires research, just like looking up job descriptions and essentially reverse recruiting. Like think about it from the hiring manager and recruiter perspective. Don't guess, be like, yeah, okay, the hiring manager, recruiter, they care about this. By looking up job descriptions, by maybe like talking to a recruiter, you can network with recruiters and say, hey, like I genuinely want to know from your expertise, how do you find the perfect candidate for my domain? Like, what are you looking for? Like, that's a totally okay and valid question. And it's like a lot of people aren't doing that. So basically, based on your research, you can basically pick 3 buckets. So based on my research with product management, the 3 buckets of the best accomplishments you want to do, if you are trying to do associate or entry level or new grad, number 1 is launching or shipping something. Launching or shipping a tangible product. The second bucket is influencing without authority. And then the third bucket is using data to drive some sort of decision or outcome. Those are the 3 most buckets that I've seen in a bajillion like job descriptions that I've read for product. It will be obviously different for other roles, but I'm not like special or anything. That just was like me reading like a ton of JDs and then like synthesizing it. And you guys are a lot more technical than me. Like you guys can just use AI to your advantage with this. So you guys can like figure that out. So if I can figure it out, like you guys can figure it out. So that's the tip for that. All right. So let me say, okay, come up with 3 buckets based on research or most important outcomes. All right, guys, I'll write better notes a little bit later, but you guys get the gist. Finally. And it's been a while since we've talked, so remind me it's product management, right?
Yep.
Beautiful. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm still studying currently. I'm gonna graduate in spring.
Ooh, you're starting early. Good job.
Yeah. So product management is what I'm targeting.
Okay, cool. And do you know where to find like APM programs and things like that?
Yeah. There are a lot of APM programs for a lot of big tech companies, but I don't
Mhm.
know if any of the smaller ones do APM programs.
They don't announce them. You have to cold email your way in.
Okay.
I don't know if you were there, but I cold emailed my way into the 6-figure product manager role at Seekout. So they definitely exist. It's just more, they don't advertise it.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely need to look into that.
Yeah, Tarunia says
thanks.
APM
Thanks,
is
Ben.
good.
Yes, I've heard about that one too. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, like the APM communities that I've joined were like really gatekeepy. Like they would like not tell you when things were open, or they would like tell you wrong information. And like I had a student tell me like, oh, someone told me that Grace Hopper like isn't hiring anymore, like they aren't doing jobs anymore. I'm like, that is not true. So I would just be really careful about communities you join, because there's some that are a little more like cliquey and exclusive. So yeah, I would just be careful, is all. And I would try to just kind of stay in your lane and make sure you have your foundations down, and kind of sounds selfish, but kind of put yourself first a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so Maytree, good job on the headline. You have your location, your phone, your email, your LinkedIn. Great. You have a portfolio. That's awesome.
Yeah, I probably need to work a bit on updating that as well, but it does have all the projects and stuff that I've done that I did not think was good enough for the resume.
Beautiful. Okay. Maybe like if there's room, like try to like have the URL just in case like it doesn't open in
Okay.
some ATSs. But other than that, looks great. I would not put a summary, because you are still early career, so you're gonna you show not tell in your early career. So
Okay.
I would remove that, and instead maybe put that as part of your LinkedIn bio.
Okay, got it.
Okay, for education, I don't think recruiters care like your date range. They care more when are you graduating. They just care about that, because that's
Okay.
when they could hire you. So you can say expected graduation date May 2026, and then for PES University, you could say graduation date May 2023.
Got it.
Yep. And then this is super small, but you can say you can just put the word relevant in front of a coursework, so that way you can show them, hey, I've done a ton of classes, but I'm only showing you the relevant one.
Got it.
Then you can, to see more competitive, is you can also do awards and campus involvement that you're in. So if there's like a woman in product club that you're the president of, you can list that there. If there's like you're part of ACM, which is a big computer literacy organization, you can put that in there too. So just doing those small micro tweaks make you look just more competitive psychologically.
Okay. So it's okay even if it's not like club involvement and stuff. It's okay to add that even if it's not like super technical, or is it just
If like, what was the club that you're thinking of?
Because I was the vice president of the sustainability club, and I don't know if that makes sense for me to add on the resume. But
I think it's good enough because you were in a leadership position. So
okay.
APM programs, they love to see leadership and entrepreneurship experience. So that's why you're going to want to put that in there.
Okay.
Yeah. Great work. So you could just have what you would basically do is you would put another bucket. So under coursework, you would say campus involvement, and then you would put vice president, and then in parentheses the name of the club, or it doesn't really matter the order. And then you could put a dash, and then you could say like 200 plus member club to show like recruiters and hiring teams that, wow, this is a legit club.
Okay.
Awesome. Okay, and then for skills, so this is where you got to be careful. So you, instead of saying product management skills, like those are better in context. So like road mapping, prioritization, KPI definition, like those are better in context in your experience.
Okay.
And so instead, reframe your skills to only show like hard skills, because that's what it kind of is for. Recruiters just care like hard skills. So you can say tools, methodologies, programming languages, and then you can just move achievements under your education, because that if it's associated with your education, you can do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
So I can see in technical skills, you have programming languages, you have a field. I would remove cloud computing and instead put AWS because if
Got
that's
it. Because it's more concrete. Okay.
exactly like skills section is for tangible skills, not like
Mhm.
skills and stuff like that, or things like that.
Okay. Yeah, because that makes sense because the rest you can get from context or reading the experience. Okay.
Exactly. Yep.
That makes sense.
If you do that, it'll signal to recruiters that, okay, she knows what she's doing. Like she has a really good experience and she's not like trying to just pass the ATS. Like she's legit.
Got it.
So
And is it okay if I leave the skills up here or should I move it more down because it is just words and it's not really context?
yeah, you have the right way of thinking. It's better to immediately jump to experience because recruiters, they kind of like view your resume in like an F-shaped perspective.
Mhm.
And so once they're done saying, okay, she's going to graduate soon. Cool. Wow. Okay. A lot of experience.
Okay. Okay, so I
Okay.
can maybe move that down. Got it.
Yeah, probably to the bottom. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, for experience, let's see. Oh, right, you have a lot of experience.
Yeah, most of them were internships.
That's
I
okay.
only have one full-time experience.
Yeah, that's okay. So, okay, so I want to be really honest with you as your coach. Like these bullets are good, like, but they're not really good yet. So
Okay.
I think we need to. Can you submit your resume to the forums and I'll help you like rewrite them?
Okay, yeah.
Yep. Let me
Can
show
do that.
you the really good one you have is launch the workbench platform, cutting through client-driven feature prioritization. That's a really good sentence. The only thing is I would say is client-driven feature prioritization, I think could be reworded to something more relevant to product management. So we might need to brainstorm that. But the premise of it is really good. But the one that needs a lot of work is the first one, define the roadmap and manage delivery in Asana. Like that's way too vague and generic. So there's no really accomplishment or impact. So
Okay.
that one needs a lot of work. So, and since you're part of this cohort, like I want to give you an A+ resume. So right now I think this is, so submit it to the forums and I'll help point out the sentences that need work and I'll give you ideas on how to fix it.
Perfect. Yeah, I can do that. Yes.
Beautiful. So let's spend more time on that on the forums. And then for projects, that's amazing you have projects. So, okay. What was that?
No, I just wanted to scroll down. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So for projects, for ABM programs, they want to see like real products you kind of like launched.
Okay.
So try to, what I would do is what you can do is you can do these, you can reframe these projects to look like they were products that you launched. So instead of saying a product case study, you say, figure out what was the PS6, what was the thing that you were trying to launch and giving it a name and then doing a description. So to give you an example, I could say Spotify product case study. Boring, anyone can do that. But the thing I proposed was a way to enhance audio within Spotify. So if I were to do this, I would call it audio enhancer. And then description would be a new way of enhancing audio for Spotify to make it sound like you were at a concert or something. And then I would like describe launching it and all that kind of thing.
Got it. Okay.
Yep. And then published research, like that's really cool. Yeah, I mean, it would position you as somebody who knows about machine learning and AI. So that's a win-win. So yeah, I would keep that in there, but maybe the bullets aren't that good. So I would try to just make sure you use the accomplishment-driven formula for that as well. And always frame it that you were a PM. So unless you can't figure out a way to frame it like a PM, then I would maybe like remove it and replace it with like another thing you've done that was more product managery.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I can definitely share this on the forum and we can
Yeah, we can work on this together and I'll leave a lot of comments on, hey, this is good, this is not good, and I can give you suggestions on how to fix it.
Perfect. Okay.
All right, great job otherwise.
Thank you.
Doing my resume again, and I for me, it's kind of long. That's what it's pretty long. And I guess I need help in being able
Yeah.
to, I focused on putting everything down, and then
Smart.
I was going to cut back from there. That's
Yeah, yeah,
usually
yeah,
how I do things. Yeah.
No, I think that's
Um,
perfect. And that's helpful for me as well. So I could let you know, like, I don't think you should cut this, or I think you should cut this.
Exactly. That's what I was hoping to get.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll go one by one, and you can let me know which part you'd like to see, Abby. So I can kind of explain, and then I'd love to get your feedback, kind of
Good.
the changes that I was making. But
Okay.
so this was my previous one. I said AI engineer and data science researcher, but the thing is, I come from a UX background, right? And I'm trying to
That's
get
good.
more into AI, like you said, but
That's
I
good.
wouldn't call myself an AI engineer, but I am going for more, more technical roles, and I like to go there. So you suggested AI product management, so that's why I reframed it like this. So that's what I did.
Okay, I have it. So you would say you are an AI, don't say a researcher. You want to say you're a product manager, right? Because that's the role you're seeking. So you would say you're an AI product manager with a UX research background, with a UX researcher background of X plus years. So you can show them like, hey, I've been doing UX research for so long. Beautiful. And then you would say the industries as well. So
Okay.
yeah.
For social impact, yeah, that's what we agreed on.
Okay, so that's technically not an industry. So like have you done, no, you can keep that. So the way I'm thinking is you can say in like B2B SaaS with a specialization in social impact.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Or health tech. If you want to be in tech, you'd be health tech, climate tech, like all those tech things. Yeah.
Okay.
With a specialization in.
I have experience in telecom, so I think I should probably put that. I mean, even though maybe
Yeah.
I'm trying to go for social impact, but the thing is, I have experience in telecom. That's just what ended up happening. So I have experience with Verizon, and then recently Broadcom too. So I'd probably say, I guess I could go for the with specialization in telecom.
Okay, so here's my opinion. So if you're not planning to apply for telecom roles, then I don't think you need it. But if you're trying to get into a company that is very social impact focused, then absolutely we emphasize that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Yeah. So that's up to you to decide. For social impact companies, I would say I would actually say a strategy for you is try to find a well-connected non-social impact willing to well connected as in like they have connections to industries like sponsors like Google, and like so rewriting the code is a good example. Like
Okay.
for big tech companies, and
I just joined that group. Yeah.
oh, awesome. Rewriting the code is so good. Well, when I back then in college, I was really involved with it. I was like a big member of the organization, and I got a lot of interviews with them, and I made a lot of friends. So that's an example of a lead, and you would tell them like, hey, I'm willing to be an ambassador for like an hour a month. I don't want you like selling your soul for this. And then number two is you would say in exchange for connections.
Oh, okay.
Like, hey, like I'm willing to do this, but I want like visibility and connections at top tech companies, like introductions. Isn't that smart?
I've never heard of that. Okay.
That's what I've done. I mean, that's like a strategy that I've used.
Getting
where
all
I'm
these
like, hey,
insider
I'm willing to give you my expertise, but you have to give me introductions to people. So, yeah.
I see.
You have a lot of insider knowledge, Ritika, on how social impact stuff should be done. So that's why you could like sell yourself really easily.
Okay.
I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go back to the resume. Okay. So with a lot of these, Abby, yeah, so I listed the skills like this, segmented. So with AI and machine learning here, and then the Gen AI and agentic AI. So here, these are the skills I'm developing.
That's awesome.
So I listed that there because I'm currently developing it, and by the time I interview for the role, I'll probably have these skills.
Good,
So
good.
that's why I put them on there. And then these, I do have these skills. And then I do have these skills as well. And then same here, I have the rest of these skills. So
That's amazing. No, I am not worried at all when it comes to you like getting a role. I think for you, it's more so rebranding you and then a strategy and then being consistent with it. Like, I truly think that once we fix all of this and you're consistent, then you will get something really high paying.
Thank you, Abby. Thank you.
I'm not saying that to like, people please. Like, I'm truly like looking at this and I'm like, yeah, 100%. Like,
okay, that's really reassuring.
okay, I'm glad it is, because I was like, I'm sure going through your head, you're like, I don't know if I'm good enough, but I think you are.
Okay. And then this is what I'm currently doing. So with this, this is pretty much, I'm doing this. So with the LangChain Crew AI MCP, so right now I just started this project and I might be using some other frameworks, but I am basically just to tell you in simple words what I'm doing.
Okay.
I'm basically building AI automation for simplifying the research within. So especially they need help with automating like lead generation and then the enrichment, basically like the go-to-market part of it. So I'm just making through agentic AI, I'm building those agents to do that.
Wow, that's cool. Okay. We just need to reframe that though. We need to figure out a way to like insert, if you're comfortable with this, like, okay,
Let
so
me share with you what exactly I'm doing. And then
okay, so I have a really like spicy opinion. So
Okay.
you told me that this was volunteering. So they have no power over you or control. So I think just freaking call yourself a product manager.
Really?
Yeah, like they're not paying you. Like you can call yourself whatever the hell
They're
you
open
want.
to anything, by the way, Abby. So I just started this project. So if I want to tailor it and I propose any project, they're open to that too. So I can create it to whatever experience I want to get.
Call yourself a product manager. If they were paying you, then okay, but they're not paying you. So like,
so one thing I called myself an AI data science researcher earlier because they, that's what they originally told me the role was for. But then the thing is, when I put that on the resume, I put data, AI data science research. I put that there. They weren't too happy with that. They told me to put technical intern, but I think it should be fine because that is the work that I'm doing. I'm literally building an agent. So
literally, they're not paying you. So like, call yourself whatever you want. Like
What are they gonna do? Yeah.
Yeah, what are they gonna do? Fire you? Okay.
You're free labor. Like what? You don't get that.
Yeah. Thank you, Matthias. Yeah, exactly.
Sounds good.
No, I was doing that too. Like I did a lot of like unpaid things to become a product manager, like you, Ritika. And I called myself a product manager, even though that wasn't what the role was initially for. And no one batted an eye because they have no power over me. Like
I see.
At Sika, were you paid or unpaid, Abby?
Huh? What was that?
At Sika, were you paid or unpaid?
Oh, I was paid. Don't worry. Yeah.
That one is a big one. Yeah, that one's cool.
Yeah. They're a Series C, like $1 billion startup. So yeah.
Very serious.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what I'm doing though. Pretty much. Basically, the product. The CEO, I'm working with him on this project, and basically he just hired a bunch of interns to work for him for free to do everything to build the company.
Lead gen. Oh my gosh, I've seen this play out before.
He
Yeah.
put this all through Perplexity to generate this project for me based on my skills.
Wait,
Wow.
well, how's this gonna play out, Abby? You said you've seen this as in like they're gonna do lead gen, Apollo API, and then what's gonna happen?
Okay, so usually
I found a better way to do this though, this project. Yeah.
All right, Ritika. So first of all, I really, really just want to say that I really respect your hustle a lot. Like, I love it. Like, that's amazing. But remember that they don't have any power over you. You can
Okay.
tell whatever story you want to tell. Call yourself an AI product manager. Deliver something that does provide value for the company, and then dip. Find something paid. Like, if this is October 2025, okay, work there max for 3 months.
Till December, that's when the period ends. Yeah.
Okay, cool, perfect. So this is December, and then actually deliver something for them so you can write
Definitely.
about it. But call yourself a product manager.
Okay.
Abby, I just want to know, how does this play out? Because I feel like you have a lot of
Yeah.
work done.
So let me think. How do I word this?
Just be honest. It's okay. It's it.
So I was trying to learn about sales, and I found this job, and she recruited a bunch of people to do cold outreach for her, but she was hyping it up like, oh, a real sales job. And there was no pay, no benefits, a lot of exploitation. And I just, what was funny was I had a friend be like, Abby, you didn't like draft a written notice for 7 days. And I'm like, a written notice that you're going to leave? I'm like, they're not paying me anything. Why should I owe them a written notice? So I just quit. I just left the Slack, blocked her, and now I'm here. So the same principle applies here, Ritika.
Did you put that in your experience though, at least?
No, I didn't, because there was no experience to gain. So at least with Ritika, like, you're building something cool. With me, like, there was nothing to gain from it. Literally zero. At least with Ritika, like, at least like you're building something and you can call yourself a product manager. With me, I couldn't even call myself.
You do cold email. You said how cold email has helped you like land. And is this before or after you started doing cold email and learning?
Oh yeah, so this was I did like network my way into this role, because it's really hard to break into like an account manager role when you don't have experience. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna take this role. This was a little recent. This was like this year when I was trying to lead product management and do something else. And then I fell into entrepreneurship. So yeah, that's a little story time.
Even better.
Yeah, even better. All right, Ritika. So yeah, don't stick with it till December. Deliver something. Call yourself a product manager, and don't feel bad after that.
Sounds good. One thing, Abby, this came up, I just kept thinking about this, during the week, but I'm hearing, so let's say I go into AI product management, and then after that, someone told me, like, what if you want to go more technical? In that case, like, let's say I want to go deeper into AI engineering after that. Can I, will that work against me? Like, if I, go into AI product management and then let's say after some time I want to go deeper technically.
I think my opinion is that if you are trying to honestly go for something, like, you should always go for it. My second thought on this is my assumption, and also from observation, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that AI engineers were roles where you kind of needed like a PhD for, or like a master's. And so what I'm a little worried about is you'd have to like go back to school to become an AI engineer, have a chance at it. That's just what I've observed.
That's also what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think AI product manager is more ambiguous. Like, if you have hustle, you can cold email and sell yourself, and you've done a lot of things, like, you can absolutely like get a paid AI product manager role.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
It really just comes down to like persuading the hiring manager that it's not risky to hire you because you've done all these things, which is like what I'm trying to help you with.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, in that case, I think I'm good with this point. And then just overall, just once I get the exact what I want to say, then I can make it shorter, right? So
Yeah, and also one more thing about the first experience, like we need to reframe all of this to make sure it screams that you are a product manager. So just wanted to call that out.
okay. I'll work on that too then.
Yep, I have in the journal, there are like a lot of bullet examples of how you would tailor it for a product manager role. So you can take a look at that for inspiration. But if you're like stuck on anything, like you know where to find me.
Sounds good.
Which day was that on? For
Let me see. That is
product manager.
day 7. Yeah, day 7.
Day 7.
A copy of your own. Yeah.
I do have a copy of my own, but is this about product management or just because I've seen the general resume?
Let me see here. Oh goodness, use this template. Oh, wait a second.
By the way, Abby, I like when you share your documents, you make it so that everybody can edit. I think you need to make it so that everybody can view and not edit. And I feel like
I know, you're right. But the problem is that nobody can make a copy then. Because I learned that if it's view or only access, nobody can make a copy. So that's like a problem that I haven't yet figured out.
well, I think you know what you can do. I think you can create a Google Share Drive, and then you can make it so that everybody
Oh, that's smart. Okay, thank you so much. I'm gonna do that from now on. I'm gonna have Harrison help me with that.
Yeah, and you can just make so people can download, or like a folder where people can download, and or like a docx, because Google Docs and Microsoft Word are like sometimes two different things. Like PowerPoint and Google presentations different. So I don't think you can even maybe edit them even if you wanted to. And I think that's very, very bad. I mean, like going from cycles to cycles, like it's gonna be edited every time.
I know, yeah. You guys are the, I think, 4th cohort, and I haven't had an instance of people stealing things that I've known of. Oh, I don't think so. So, but yeah, no, thank you so much. I'm definitely gonna address
I know you've been worried about. You know what's so funny? I know you said stealing, right? And this is like just a very quick caveat. Like I know because it's a document that you worked on very much, right? And I think if you wanted to stop people from stealing, I don't think you can do that because regardless, people are going to be copying. So if people wanted to do that, I don't think there's any real mechanism to stop them. But I remember like somebody saying the same thing, which was Alex Hormozy for sure because you do sales and you're into entrepreneurship, right? Of course, right? I'm correct. Do you watch him or no?
Oh yeah, of course. Also,
Of
Makai,
course, yeah.
real quick, I added the resume 101 guide to the thing, to the worksheet that's connected to the journal.
Which page where is it?
It's in the day 7.
Okay, so let me just double check. Day 7. Day 6,
Yeah.
day 7. So here, yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, I need to double check, but also because I feel like the
Yeah, we
files
need
are because you know what it is because the files here you have it as a link. There's
Yeah.
no way for somebody to go down page number 23 and then find this hyperlink specifically and know that this is that. I feel like if there's a folder and everything is like correctly titled and everything, it's like
Yeah, we need to
go
do that.
there. And I feel like the DYD too, like just by how many people ask like where is this, it shows that like
Yeah, no, totally. I really appreciate that feedback. It's something I'm aware of, but I haven't had time to do it. So
we're all learning together. It's okay. Okay.
but yeah, Makai, you have the resume 101 guide, and it's linked, it's connected, and I'm gonna talk to Harrison if he can help me make a Google Drive home for all the Work Accelerator people.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. Ritika, I don't know if you had any questions.
Yeah, okay. Sorry
no
about that.
specific questions, just going through the resume. Makai, thank you.
Honestly, like, if you can try your best, Ritika, to fit like all of this experience to like one page, that would be great. So Can you scroll up? Actually, I think we missed something. Did we miss something? Oh, lead product strategists, AI woman leaders. No, I think that's really cool. Yeah, that's really cool. So we should have a section called work experience and then a section called leadership. And your leadership should be the social impact stuff. So
Okay.
maybe like AI woman leaders is under leadership. But then your stealth thing should be like, work experience. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good.
And
I'll
then
do that.
UX researcher, data analyst, UX. Yeah, so Matt's May, this is February. That's really good. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna open my door so my cat can get out. Yeah. Yeah. What? All right, I'm back, UX researcher.
Thank you, Abby. You're wonderful.
Thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. You're wonderful too. Okay, UX researcher. Before I make a decision on if we should keep it or not, can we like scroll to the other experiences first?
Sure, sure.
Okay, there's UX researcher again. That's 2024. Okay, at Verizon, awesome. Can we scroll down some more? Featured AI. Okay, this is where we get into the AI project stuff. Okay, I think the Verizon experience is very good.
Okay.
So we should definitely keep that.
And for the 100+ beta users, I don't have that yet. I need to, test it out. So with that, I mean, you suggested platforms like, the groups that you suggested. I think it was in rewriting the code or some other group, just to be able to test it with users.
Yeah. What you do is you should just be like, hey guys, I'm doing this really cool project, do like a 1-minute pitch about it, and then say if you're interested in getting involved or collaborating, like people love it to collaborate or to get
Okay.
involved. And then you're just like, just DM me or send me an email or sign up on this form and just drop that Google form or whatever, like in every single group that has ambitious people in it, ambitious, hungry students, and you will get a lot of signups. That is how I scaled Magnify Wellness, my mental health thing, to really.
Okay. Yeah, I thought we had a lot of similarities in our
we do.
experience. Yeah, I'll definitely do that.
Where do you say post it? Which group chats?
So there's a lot of like, ambitious student group chats, on Discord and on Slack that you can get involved in. Maybe I can have Harrison help me make a list of the links to all the group chats to promote your thing.
Yeah, I want that too for.
Yeah, I will. It's gonna be $5 though. Sorry about that. No, just kidding.
I mean, it's okay.
Yeah, no, I mean I wouldn't mind like a matcha, but it's all right.
We should. By the way, Abby, I would still like to get your thoughts on Find HR. Not today because I want to like time, but we should definitely talk about
Is
Find
this
HR.
conversation? Yeah.
Yes.
Sounds good. Yep.
All
right.
Another thing, Abby. So I'm not a student anymore. So with that, should the resume still be one page? I saw you included an example of a senior software engineer, and they also had a one page, but I've heard mixed things about that. So I wanted to get your opinion.
Yeah. So I would say, how long ago did you graduate?
It's been, it was May 2023, the same year as you, actually.
Same year as me.
Abby, yeah.
Oh no, I graduated last year.
Oh, you did? Okay,
March
I thought you said 2023.
I
Okay.
graduated in 2023 too, by the way.
Oh, okay. Then same as Matthias.
You and Matthias are similar. You guys both do a lot of projects and you're both trying to be PMs. You guys should be friends.
Well, we could be interview buddies probably.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, we should do that.
Interview buddies, like that's beautiful. Okay. Yeah, so in my opinion, Rithika, like unless you have like 8 years of experience, like of work paid experience, like it doesn't need to be, over like one page. I can help you keep it one page. Okay, here's a strategy. We'll help you make it one page, and then everything else you've done, which is so awesome and valid, goes on your portfolio.
Okay, that sounds great.
Yeah, I've had a portfolio for years because I've done a million bajillion things like you. And it's always good. Like founders are like, wow, you've done so many cool things. So there you
Yeah,
go.
I have one, but it needs revamping to include all of my experience. So, I mean, it's mostly UX focused right now, but I have a separate GitHub for the AI experience. So it just I need, probably a website or something to put everything in one place. Right now, it's a link tree where I have both of them in one place, but it needs to be more polished.
100%. No, so what I was thinking, guys, is when you cold email startup founders, they don't want to read a resume. They're not recruiters. You send them a portfolio and a LinkedIn. The portfolio will sell you. So beautiful.
So we should send links of our portfolio in our LinkedIn when we send emails.
Okay, so put the portfolio in the start section on LinkedIn, and then when you're cold emailing startup founders offering to help them in their business, instead of saying, "Hey, here's my resume for reference," say, "Here's my portfolio." You put the portfolio because they care about projects you've done. They don't care about a resume.
Very true. So if I just send them my portfolio and on my portfolio website, there's my LinkedIn, they can just see that.
You've done all this like founder stuff, project stuff, and like startup. Yeah. Startup founders love hiring like other entrepreneurs.
Okay. Can you guys, until Ritika, you finish, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back. That's
What was that?
Can you give me 2 minutes? I'll be back until Ritika, you finish.
So
okay?
are you saying that you want like us to wait for you and come
No,
back?
you guys continue because
Okay. I just wanted to make sure so we didn't start.
No.
Bye. Have fun. Just kidding. All right, Ritika. So, no, like, so the AI invoice extraction system and real-time virtual background stuff, like, I think those are not as impressive as your product, the cycle breaker one, I think.
Okay, that one was the recent one that I actually vibe coded this.
You vibe coded it even better. That's what companies want to see is AI literacy.
Okay. I used multiple platforms actually. I was going to do an article on this as like my first article on Substack, just to because for AI women leaders, they want us to be, expand our thought leadership and just basically they want to do that. So I was gonna have or write an article about and also goes with your point about posting more, right, Abby? So I was gonna write an article about, comparing the different tools. Like I use the same exact prompt on all of them. So Replit, Lovable, and all of that. And I was gonna compare the outputs and write an article on that.
Oh my gosh. I can see your future. You're gonna be very successful. I'm being serious.
Thank you, Abby.
Yeah, I'm really happy you decided to come with me.
I'm so glad I found you as well.
Yeah,
and you're awesome. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, so here's what I'm thinking. My vision for your resume is we have a work experience that has your recent one, your Verizon one, your UX research stuff, and then your leadership is just the AI woman leaders and the cycle breaker. I think everything else can just be on a portfolio. Like the cycle breaker, and the AI woman leaders stuff is like the most impactful.
Okay, sounds good. And all of these projects can just go on the portfolio. Okay.
Probably, yeah.
And I just put the education, certs, and all of that. Yeah, definitely need to cut down. Yeah.
This needs a portfolio, I think. Like, this doesn't need a resume. It needs a portfolio. Resume is just like the highlight reel. The portfolio is like the YouTube channel. Yeah,
sounds good. Yeah, so this is what I was saying, like AI for social impact. So this is what I was going to talk about, like as the differentiator.
That's a huge differentiator. No, like I think you could definitely get into a company that is trying to do similar stuff, like helping in-need people.
I love that. That would be a dream.
Have you heard of Liberty for North Korea?
No, I haven't. Let me look that up right now.
Okay, so they're a nonprofit, and if I had $1 million, I would give it to them.
Really?
Give it to Liberty for North Korea.
This sounds great, like human rights. Yeah.
Like it's, oh my gosh, yeah. So yeah, what I was trying to say was maybe try to find like a human right, like make a list of like human rights, nonprofit, social impact advocacy companies that have a history of hiring for highly paid roles.
Okay, that's what I'm finding. A lot of nonprofits don't
Yeah.
exactly pay the best. Yeah.
No, so that's why you gotta do some dig deeper. Like, just make sure that, okay, are they hiring for high paying roles at all? And if so, then it's worth trying to get into their ecosystem.
Okay.
All right, let's just go from it. Let's just do it top to bottom. So I really love the branding of your LinkedIn banner. That just helps a lot with when new people are looking at your profile, they'll see and perceive you as somebody who is more professional, polished, and serious about your career endeavors. So great work on that. The only thing I would change on your banner, this is not table stakes, like you have to do it to get a job, but for credibility, like if you got any awards or won any hackathons or got a paper published or were featured in somewhere in the news or had a speaking event, it doesn't hurt to add like screenshots all over there. Again, it's not necessary. Number 2 is adding one of your DYDs to the banner. So when somebody looks at your profile from top to bottom, they'll immediately see that you're already trying to provide value to the person. Good job. Your profile picture looks great. Let's see your headline: AI and analytics, Python, SQL, ML pipelines. Okay, so small thing, but I would actually more so include hard skills that are a little more specific. So I don't know what ML pipelines like is referring to. Like maybe instead, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, if you look at like 5 to 10 job descriptions for entry level or new grad data scientists or data scientist interns, like study those and figure out what are like the skills that they're looking for on there. I know I've seen Python and SQL, but maybe there's something else that is a little more specific that you can add in place of ML pipelines. Same with AI analytics. That's a little generic. I'm not too sure like what exactly is that in context. So I think, you know, AI analytics is better in context, in my opinion.
Yeah, I just the industry I wanted to work in was AI and analytics, so I mentioned that. But I guess there's not really a specific industry I want to work in. It's just very generic, like AI and analytics. What would you recommend if I don't really have a specific industry?
Right. When recruiters tell people, hey, we want someone with this industry, they're referring to things like let me think of like B2B SaaS or things like that, like the B2B SaaS industry in the tech industry. Or there's also industries like beyond tech that you can do. I think in the journal there's a list of industries you can look at that recruiters are kind of like searching for. So maybe take a look at a list of industries and just go down it and decide like which one you are interested in, because AI analytics is technically not an industry, you know. I think those are more like things that you use to become a better data scientist. So maybe you can move the language there and specify in your about and say, hey, I'm a data scientist at this level. And I leverage AI analytics to build data pipelines or something like that. That would, I think, make a little more sense for recruiters.
Okay. Would it be okay if I put something like sustainability tech or something like that?
Oh, what was that? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Would it be okay if I put an industry such as like sustainability tech or climate, something like that? Because I only have experience in sustainability and climate workflows. Would that be okay?
Sustainability. I think so. So I mean, there's a type of technology that is common, and it's called climate tech. Would sustainability fall under the umbrella of climate tech, you think? Yeah. Climate tech would be beautiful. And you have the green and stuff, so it's like on brand. Yeah. Okay, cool, awesome. Let's go. Great job. Okay, let's go to about. Oh, and just want to make sure you have the open to work visible only for recruiters. Okay, good. Okay, so first things first, really good job. So I would just immediately lead with your differentiator that's in sustainability or climate tech, right? So an example, so if you, I don't remember exactly, but if you had one, like you would just put it as the hook essentially for about. So instead of saying, I enjoy building models, you want to be really strategic. Like enjoy building models is something you would more so say for like a coffee chat with the hiring manager, but this is an ad for like you getting reached out to by recruiters. So that's why you want like a hook that says, you know, in the past, like I worked in the climate tech startup and blah, blah, blah. Okay. My path in data science started in curiosity, love problems and wanting to. Okay. So to be a little direct with you, I love like the storytelling you're trying to do, but I would try to be a little more like specific because, you know, this sentence, whenever you like write a sentence, always think, can Abby say that too? Can, you know, Matthias say that too? Like everybody can kind of say that. So maybe like reword it or rephrase it to something specific and unique to only you. So something like my path into data started back at my country, blah, 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 where I noticed blah, blah, blah. Like that's a story that no one can really copy because it's you. So that's why you want to be a little more specific. So if you were to go down that route of, oh, I'm going to be a little bit more personal, then it should actually be personal and unique. My path, what do you say? I like how you say I care. I think that's really good. You know, not a lot of job seekers do that. I use job seekers. Maybe instead of saying across your work, maybe like sell yourself and say like, oh, across my X plus internship experience. It's like, oh, like act like, oh, I've done a lot of internships or I've done a lot of like research experience instead of just saying my work. So, okay, career accomplishments. Maybe preface like before you get into career accomplishments and say, this is only a snapshot of my career accomplishments. Make them think that you have a lot more career accomplishments. Yep. I'm exploring my next new grad opportunity. Good job. I do a good job.
Can I ask a very quick question that would be relevant?
Of course.
I feel like here, like I see the bullet points and everything's like in percentages. And I feel like I do a lot of percentages too, because like, you know, you're doing something and you don't really know what to quantify. Like you don't know how much money like you save, like, you know, it's you cannot quantify it as in like numbers wise, right? Qualitatively. And I feel like we just do like a lot of percentages. And I have a lot of those that too. And I feel like that's kind of like very like AI term-ish or whatever. So whenever recruiter sees like percentages, they'd be like, oh, they're just like saying that to say that, right? Because there's no way we can like, you know, 30, 20, 40, 25, like even I have a lot of percentages. And I feel like sometimes, do you feel like that kind of hurts us and just put a few numbers? Because I feel like it's kind of like you see it everywhere too. And I feel like it kind of lost the value of saying by 30%.
Wow. Where did you get this idea from? Like, did a recruiter tell you that, or did somebody else, or is this something that you kind of have a feeling about?
Like even me, like when I struggle to quantify, I'll just be like,
slap a percentage.
Slap a percentage and be like, and then you don't want to say, because they say like reduce waste, right? And then you don't know so you just say reduce waste by 30%. Like, and then I just
see what you're saying.
And I don't know if that's like something you see too much or if it's normal.
That's a really smart question. So I have a lot of friends that are recruiters, and I also like work in recruiting, and I also like keep up to date with hiring trends. And I haven't seen anything like that, but I'm not saying that it's wrong. I think if I were to give you my opinion on this, I think that if you just were doing a percentage for the sake of a percentage, and you don't feel like it's entirely the whole picture, and I feel like that's a slippery slope, I guess, where, okay, maybe I can reword it in a different way. I think it just comes down to how I'm feeling, how you're feeling about it. And number two, do you feel like it's accurate? Or because like if you were to read the sentence and if like a third party were to see it and they think, okay, like this percentage like looks like it makes sense, then I don't think you have to worry about it. But if it's a percentage for the sake of one, and maybe a third person reading it would sense that you're just doing it for the sake of doing it, maybe it's better to leave it out. But yeah, I haven't seen recruiters like bat an eye, or give you a weird look if you did that. Yeah.
Okay. It's just I was wondering, but okay, perfect. So if it's not too crowded, okay, makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. And I would honestly say this is like a little bit of a hot take, but it's okay if you guys disagree with me. But if you guys, it actually hurts you from not being audacious. Like not being audacious. It hurts you. So like being like, oh, I'm so afraid, like it looks like it's bad. Like then the person who's more audacious says, I don't give a crap. I need this job. I'm gonna figure out a percentage. I'm gonna put it in.
I completely agree. Where I feel like for example, if I can just say like, for example, like something that like for me, the reason I feel AI is like here, for example, it says like processed 1,000 plus API records and improved readiness by 40%. Like when you say you improved readiness, like what is that 40% exactly? Is it like the time to start? Like I feel like
okay.
it's not very like there's no like tangibility, like I don't know.
Right. Okay, so yeah, there's a couple things here. So if you are technical and are like a data scientist, then you might like question somebody on that. But
Yeah.
I'm not like a data scientist, so I didn't even notice that, to be honest. I was like, I don't even know what BI readiness is. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm looking at it from a lens of a recruiter who was just given like an ad written by a hiring manager. They would not know what BI readiness is. They just see, okay, 100,000, wow, 40%, that's awesome. And they would move on. But if it was somebody like a lot more technical and you're more technical, then they might be like, So what I would say for that is maybe anytime, okay, this is like a new rule for everybody. Like anytime you write like a career accomplishment, think about, okay, like if somebody in my field were to read it, would I be prepared to like back up that claim? Like, oh yeah, like confidently, like, oh yeah, I did do this. I did have like a big impact, and this is like the best way I could have estimated it in my short time there. Do you have any clarifying questions? And then move on.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, when you say that the recruiters don't understand, it's better to keep it simpler. And I agree with that.
Yeah. Recruiters don't understand. Like recruiters are not usually technical. Yeah. I've never met a software engineer that like pivoted to recruitment personally.
True.
Yeah. But yeah, Mokathika, if you feel like good about these, and that's really what matters the most. I love working in teams. Oh, I really like the way you phrase that. You're phrasing things really well, very like authentically, which is really good. Maybe instead of feel free to reach out, say please reach out, because you're just like, yeah, like I'm awesome. You got to reach out to me. Like be a little more confident. Yeah. And then I would remove the I'd love to connect. I think that's a little too like AI body in my opinion, but that's like totally like up to you. But that's just what my initial thoughts reading it. And then maybe like restate your email so that it reminds them, okay, you would go to this email to talk to me. And be checking your spam too, guys. Like I have actually missed opportunities because I didn't check my spam. So yeah, be careful about that. Okay, great job. Featured. That's amazing. You have a portfolio in there. I would actually say that in this job market, at first I was like, ew, portfolios, they don't make sense. But now that I am thinking about it some more, I think having a portfolio might replace resumes someday, because there's just so much like more things you can do in the job search. Like the market is evolving all the time. And I think that portfolios are amazing. So I feel like if you have a portfolio and you can demonstrate it well, you should put a portfolio in the featured section. It doesn't hurt your case. So good job. Yeah. Yeah, great job on like trying to post. I think that's amazing. Experience. Let's do this. Okay. Architected. Okay. I just wanted to check. So make sure you use the accomplishment-driven formula in your LinkedIn experience too. Like, for example, the first bullet, I'm not like understanding like I think the sentence is really good, but what was sort of like the impact and then the how, right? If you need help with coming up with ideas, I'm happy to help too. But overall, it's really good. I'm more making this go from like good to really, really good. I like how you have that kind of key accomplishment summary at the beginning. Really good job. Improving metadata consistency and accessibility. Yeah. I noticed on your resume when you went to office hours, you had a ton of keywords. So where you would put those keywords is in the how you did it. So when you say automated Python ETL pipelines, blah, 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 impacting blah, 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 by using, and then you would use those keywords that were in your skills section. That's where you would put them. Because that would signal to recruiters, oh, like she's using like all these tools that truly are like making an impact. But yeah, no other feedback there. Database intern, data science. Yeah, you have a lot of experience. I'm not super worried about you getting a role. So good job. Yeah, so the same feedback that I mentioned earlier like applies for everything that you're doing. Just make sure you are really, really secure in the accomplishment-driven formula. But yeah, good job. Oh, education, you got to put details in there. You got to put your GPA out of 4.0, relevant coursework, awards, affiliations, anything like that. For projects, good job on listing those. The way I would make it better is come up with a name for it and then a description. I've found that really enhances like your credibility because it looks like it was a legit project, not just like a classroom assignment.
So by name, do you mean should I change Discord or?
Oh, extractor. Like a name would be like Duolingo, right? And then the description,
okay.
description is like educational app. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
If you think that's silly though for data science, then don't do it. But I know for product management and software engineering, that's really, really important. So what was that, Mikais?
What was important? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
So if you're a software engineer or product manager, you should label or name your projects because it makes it look like a product.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Recommendations. Yay, good job. I think one is fine. Like, don't stress about getting a ton. Like, if you can get a ton, that's awesome, but don't like stress about it. Certificate of merit. Receive gold medal first earned. I would like hype yourself up a little more, Mogathiga. Like you can say like, oh, out of chosen out of like 1,000 students, like kind of gas yourself up a little more, like with a little bit more details. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. That's it. Great work on your LinkedIn. Make those changes and you're going to be on fire. You're going to get a lot of recruiters coming to you. Rithika, so it's the fact that you are getting speaking opportunities positions you as the authority in any like industry you're trying to get into. So what I would do is I would find a picture of you with a microphone. I would use a design tool to cut yourself to basically make a sticker of yourself. And I would put that on like a gradient background. And then I would put then I would basically put AI product manager. And then like I would put your DYD statement under that. Then I would put your email. There you go. I would put your DYD statement there.
Sounds good.
And I also think it's worth putting like the areas of passion you're in just for that color. Okay. So maybe say, I know that you're really into health technology too, and its applications to AI. So maybe you could say like passionate about healthcare or something of that nature. But I would caution you, recruiters think it's cheesy when you say passionate about. So I would try to back that up with like real work you're doing.
Okay.
Like you're doing, I'm sorry, I forgot the name, but you're doing this really cool app. So maybe you would
The
say
Sanctuary app, yeah.
Sanctuary, yeah. So you would say you're doing that, and then you would say you're passionate, or the other way around.
Right. I saw your the Loom, Abby, and you said brand myself as being, implementing AI for social causes, you said. So I
Right.
do that. Yeah.
Yeah, so say something like that in the
Okay.
banner. I would say it would be better to say that in the banner, in my opinion, than your headline.
Okay. Sure.
Okay, your profile picture looks great. It looks very professional. Maybe, actually, no, I think it's good. I think you can do the headline there.
Feel free to say anything.
So I was like, maybe you could do like a headshot of you like being on stage and talking if it's a clear photo, just to show that authority a little bit more. But on the other hand, I also think it's really professional that you're looking straight at the camera. So if you can find like a super clear picture of you like talking to the camera with a microphone or talking to somebody else, that would be really cool. But if not, that's okay.
Okay.
All right. And then your headline needs a lot of work, girl. Like, I want to be honest. Like, I'm not too sure what you're going for here. So what I would say is you need to decide on the target role you're trying to aim, because when recruiters are looking you up in the LinkedIn recruiter platform, the first thing they're going to see is your headshot and then your headline. So you're going to want to say AI product manager. That's in really good demand right now. Like, if you are experienced with AI, it's easier to get a product manager job, in my experience.
Got you. Okay. Sure,
Yeah.
Abby, sure.
Yeah, I have another student that's not in this cohort, but he is doing sort of the same thing as you, and he's in the final round of Google. So it's totally possible if you just reframe your experience. So
Sure, I'd love to connect to him also.
Yeah.
if you could connect.
His name is Lawrence. He is kind of going through a hard time, but maybe you could be his friend, so that would be nice.
Okay, yeah, definitely.
But yeah, I rebranded him, and he's getting a lot of interviews. I feel like the challenge for him is just the motivation, because like I said, the job search is a mental game, right?
Yeah.
All right, so
Would you recommend putting founder? Because sometimes like me, I build. What would that would help or?
So I actually thought about it some more, and I feel like a lot of people are calling themselves founder without like a lot of like credibility. So what I would say is don't put it in the headline, rather back it up with proof of work, like in the experience.
Okay.
Yeah. The headline is more so for getting recruiters to even consider you, right? So we're thinking you would put AI product manager, then you would put, I would say, your top 3 skills that would differentiate you and make you competent as a product manager. So the first skill I would do is an AI skill. That's your adjacent skill that makes you look really competitive. Number 2, I would put like a design skill. So do you know Figma or Miro or something? And then
I do.
That's perfect. Yeah. So you're great. And then the third skill would be a data analysis skill, like SQL or Tableau. So
sounds perfect. That kind of bridges all 3. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. The intersection of all 3. And then the last thing, honestly, I would do a value statement, and this is where I would copy and paste your DYD. So we would basically just do a shortened version of this, like this. Yeah, we would just copy paste this and just make it shorter. That would be incredible if you can shorten it there. And I also think it is an advantage that you majored in a psychology field, because product management is all about psychology. I kind of regret not like minoring in it in college. Like, I had the choice and I was just said nah. So I really wish I did that. So I feel like you can actually keep this in here just because it's an advantage for product management.
Okay.
If it was something boring, like, sorry to anyone in here, like business, then maybe like maybe not. But yours is really cool. So yep.
Sounds good.
All right, so yeah, UID would be here and then in there. Okay, and then
definitely make those changes. Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, so this is getting there. It's just way too vague and fluffy.
Okay.
So here is what I would say for this one.
Okay.
Okay, so refer to the journal for the format, but let me tell you where you would put your DYDs in here. So my idea is that, and this applies for everybody, is you would, okay, this is gonna be a lot of work, sorry, but there's gonna be a lot, you can basically write DYDs for like all of these.
Yeah, willing to do the work, Abby. Yeah. For all of those roles.
Go!
Right? Okay.
Let's go. That's right. I want you all to get hired. So basically you would rewrite DYDs for all of these, and you would essentially frame it as, hey, like this is my, okay, so let me just go back here. So you would basically begin with your best DYD, which is this one. Like you can expand on it because you kind of already said it in the headline, but it's just re-emphasizing that, hey, like I'm really good. This is my stuff. And then you would say, previously did this or currently did this. Then you would lead with saying, see, here's a snapshot of a couple things that I've done in the past, and make it sound like the list of DYDs is like not everything, but it makes it sound like, whoa, you did a lot if that's just a little.
Okay.
You kind of see what I'm saying? So you would basically list like all DYDs here. Yeah. And then you would say, that's it. And then you would say at the end that you are looking, this is your call to action. You would say, given my background with this, I believe that I'm looking for, I believe I'm a great fit for, entry level or associate product management roles or whatever you're looking for. So contact me an email if you'd like to reach out.
Okay.
I see a lot of job seekers saying, connect with me to collaborate. And I really don't like that because it's very vague and it makes it seem like you're just trying to connect with other job seekers. You're here on business. Like you are trying to get hired. So you don't want to say collaborate. You want to say, hey, I'm looking for an entry-level role with this. Contact me an email to discuss how I can add business and technical value to the team. Like that's a lot more specific, and it will make job seekers like realize like, okay, she's not trying to like collaborate, like she's trying to get a job. So yeah.
Quick thing, Abby. So I've talked to different people and mentors, and a lot of people have mentioned not to mention on your LinkedIn that you're job searching. I think this may be a common question for a lot of people, right? So what's your perspective on that? Yeah.
Okay. So
should I put it in there? Yeah.
Okay. So the way I just phrased it does not make it seem like you're job seeking.
Okay.
You would say, I'm looking for my next opportunity, not I'm unemployed and I'm looking for another opportunity. You're saying I'm looking for my next opportunity, a better opportunity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds
So
good. Yeah.
The mentors you talk to, I'm not too sure their context, but it is true that if you look busy, if you look like you're working on a project, whether that's paid or unpaid, it's easier for you to get hired. So that's why you want to not have the open to work banner, not because it's a desperation thing. It's just a psychology thing. And psychology where if someone were to see it, they'd think, oh, she's unemployed. And that's just not something you should blast to the world, because if you want to get hired. And there's a feature where you can turn on the open to work. Only
I did see that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, in your journal. Yeah.
Yes. So it's a win-win. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. So that's where you would put your DYDs in about. And then I love your posts. Like, I think this is really cool. Like, I think you could share your learning takeaways here for this. However, Rithika, I would just caution you, like, make sure that when you're posting, you post like you're the authority. Like, don't post like you just learned it.
Okay. Right. Okay. I did see that, I've been looking at so many people who build in public or learn in public, and that's how I've been kind of observing that too. Yeah.
Yeah. Observe how they write.
Okay.
I do have some screenshots of badly written learning takeaways. So once I dig that up, I can show you guys and blur out the names, but yeah. Let me see here. Oh, and then for experience, girl, okay, you got to fill this out. You got to fill everything out here, because recruiters, like, once you basically you catch the fish with this, and then you reel in the fish with this. You reel it in where they invite you to an interview. So that's why you want to like basically once your resume is done with the new format that I helped you with, you just want to copy and paste your bullets from your resume to your LinkedIn. You don't have to rewrite them in a different way.
Sounds good. I do have the bullets. I just didn't put them in there because I just started it, but I'll add that in, Abby. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I would recommend the workflow for all of you guys is send me your resume first, and then I'll look it over. And then once it's good, then you copy and paste it. So it's not like this annoying back and forth.
Sounds good.
But yeah, you have a lot of experience. So I'm not worried about you.
How similar should the description be to our resume, to what we have in our resume for each bullet point?
Okay, so recruiters, like they sometimes see your LinkedIn first because you can get jobs through LinkedIn without having to apply. So you can just make them the same.
Perfect.
Something that I would recommend you do as a bonus to go from good to amazing is you do a key accomplishment summary where you essentially talk about like a problem you solved in the company that can't really easily be articulated with your bullets.
I think I did do that for some of them. If we look at the expand or see more for some of them.
This one, right?
Yeah, that one and the Verizon one as well, Abby.
Okay, Verizon. Notable improvements. Yeah. That's the same sort of idea. The thing I would just make sure of that you do is you put common keywords that the product manager, recruiters are searching for within this too, which you should do with the resume bullets.
Sounds good. So one thing, Abby, I think Nicole has a question and then I'll talk.
All right. Nikki, what's your question?
So for like the resume bullets, is that like the same thing that we're putting in into our LinkedIn, or are we like rephrasing it slightly? So it's not like a copy paste.
It's totally okay to copy paste because like I said, there are like thousands of recruiters scrolling LinkedIn who have never seen you before. And so that's why you want to like make it the same. So that way you're putting yourself in the best possible light. The one thing you can do on your LinkedIn that you can't do on your resume is you can go all out on explaining and selling yourself. Because on your resume, there's a space constraint. Recruiters are stressed trying to look through all the resumes. LinkedIn is for passive recruiting, where recruiters are just kind of looking to see what's available in the market. And so that's when you can kind of go all out and expand on your experience. Like do a key accomplishment summary. You can't do that on your resume. You can do a key accomplishment summary on your LinkedIn. You are totally allowed to expand on some of your bullets, like add more bullets if you couldn't do that on your resume. And so that is what I would recommend is do as much detail as possible for your LinkedIn so that you can appear in all these search results for recruiters.
Okay. And then just side note, like what if like when you were working with the company, you signed like confidentiality clauses? So like how much, like you can't share a lot of a lot of the things that I want to share, like, we're able to increase productivity by like this much like money. And like, I don't know if it's going to violate that. So like, is there a way to, I don't know, finesse that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So what I have done in the past is you would do placeholders if you're allowed to do that. So instead of giving the exact number or the exact team, you would anonymize it by saying by X%, like literally just X%. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Tarunya, what's your question?
I had a question, especially about what I've been doing is I have all these resumes tailored for different jobs. So a data engineer is a different thing and an analyst is a different thing. And I am worried, what if my LinkedIn is not optimized to that? So someone who is recruiting for data engineering roles goes through my LinkedIn and feels, oh, there is a mismatch in the points that they have written, because that is a little tailored towards the engineering, I guess, jobs that I did instead of the analyst jobs. And in my LinkedIn, it's like a unanimous of everything. So
Okay, I see what you're saying. So what I would do for that is there's a couple approaches. The approach that I personally feel is the most productive and burns you out the least is to kind of really just decide on what role you really want to recruit for the next 90 days. Really settle on something. You're not saying that's your long-term plan. You're just saying, like, what can I reasonably find in like 90 days or less based on my experience? And then market yourself as that in your LinkedIn. Because that way, when recruiters reach out to you, it's for a role you feel very confident you could get. And then you're still definitely allowed to apply it to other roles. It's just that on your LinkedIn, you're marketing for a very specific like role. And then if you're worried about a recruiter asking like, oh, on your LinkedIn, you're saying you want to be a data engineer, but then you're applying for a product manager role, like what is the discrepancy? You would essentially say that, yeah, you would essentially lean into it where you would say like, yeah, recruiter, like that is true. You would basically say that I have a lot of different skills, like I truly do. And my LinkedIn is just one piece of the puzzle. And based on my experience doing XYZ that you can see in my LinkedIn profile, I still think that I'm a great fit for product management. Do you have any clarifying questions? So you kind of just lean into it and you don't let them like throw you off, because recruiters are just trying to like do their job. And sometimes you know yourself better than they do.
Okay. I guess that has kind of been hard to just put myself in just one box of a role. I know we talked about in the previous classes about picking top 3 industries, but picking a top 3 roles has been more hard than the industries.
I see.
Yeah.
What is hard about it? Like, are you just like wanting to try a lot of different things, or is it that you're worried that the one role you pick won't be good enough? Like, what's kind of your thought process?
I feel like I'm good at something, but that's not something I want to do. So I'm good at software engineering doesn't mean I want to do software engineering. I feel like I want to do maybe APM or get into product analyst roles. But I also want a backseater where I know these are the roles which are highly recruited for and which I check every box for. So that is any kind of data roles. So I have like 3 in my mind, and it's just different domains, and I'm so confused.
Okay, so can I give some advice on that? Right. So I was in your boat, I was in your boat before where I was doing software engineering and I could do it, but my heart wasn't in it. And I honestly, truly believe that you need to be mentally all in too on what you want. So if your heart and mind is just not in software engineering, even though you can do it, then don't do it. Like, it just is not worth it. Even if you have less experience in product management, it's still worth going all in on it in the next like 90 days, because with this cohort, you'll learn like how to network your way in to something you don't have too much experience in without worry. And number 2 is you'll be more excited about working towards something because it's actually something you want to do. And so that was my recommendation, is I truly believe that anyone can do anything they put their mind to it, even if they don't have much experience.
Yeah, I get that. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You got this. Let's go.
Thank you.
All right, Rithika.
Yes, Abby. Actually, about one of the points that Nicole or someone touched on, you were talking about, it was Nicole. She was talking about, especially when you're you don't have the numbers or you're not able to say the numbers.
Mhm.
For me, what happened was, I messaged in our WAP chat, but so I had a lot of short-term roles that I, am brought in like on a contract basis. So I
Gotcha.
don't really get to see the impact that I have. So I don't really have the numbers. So in that case, you mentioned anonymizing, or how do I go about that? I think might be a question everyone or a lot of people might have.
Yeah, that's a really thoughtful question. So I've been in your shoes too, where I've done a lot of short-term random roles at random companies. And what I will say is, number one is only you truly know like what you've done, even if you don't really know the exact numbers. So kind of hold on to that integrity. Like, okay, I know that I did some sort of positive impact here. All right. So you just kind of hold on to that. And then the second part to that is, all right, so now that you are confident that you did do impact, you just aren't really sure what the numbers are. What I would say is there's two paths to that. The path one is you can basically word it as projected or estimated. Like, oh, I projected an increase in user satisfaction in only the 3-month contract at Verizon. Only 3 months. That's the first path, is if you feel comfortable with projecting or estimations. Number two, the second path is where you just are like, hey, I know I did this, even though I just don't really know like how much that went into. So what you could do for that is go to day 3 of the journal and then figure out like what are the important outcomes like product manager, recruiters are searching for, and then make a list, and then basically look through the list and say, all right, so did I do this? Yes or no? Did I do this? Yes or no? And then figure out like how much can you squeeze like out of that. So like if one of the outcomes was something around like, let's just say synthesizing a bunch of like user documents together that were like really scattered. That's like just one of them you found. You can think, oh yeah, I did do that. There were like 10 of them and I condensed it into one source of truth PRD. That's a good outcome. Yeah. Does that help, Rathika?
That definitely does help. I think basically what I have to, just look at multiple job descriptions, which I've been doing, but I just need to go back and look at the keywords and see if I can write any sort of, probably my path, I would probably do the estimated or projected, I think.
Yeah, yeah. If you feel like, I guess another litmus test you can do is if like a recruiter were to ask you about it, would you feel comfortable backing it up?
Okay.
Yeah, if that will like make you mentally feel better, that's what I would say is you get on, like if they ask you, you're like, yeah, I can totally back that up. I definitely did this. And then that's what matters the most, is if you can stand by it. Mm-hmm.
Right. That helps, Abby. Thank you. Yeah,
that's good. All right. Good question, guys. These are awesome questions. Where else do you put your DYDs on here? You could, nowhere else like really comes to mind, but in terms of like other things you can do to improve your visibility and ultimately get recruiter inbounds is also by getting a lot of
people to vouch for you, right?
Yeah, skills and recommendations, right? So you can get endorsements for your skills, and there's honestly just try to collect a lot of endorsements because that will just make you look more credible. And then also recommendations as well from people who you've worked with who can speak positively about you. Like you have one right here, which is really, really good.
I've asked others just recently. Yeah.
Yay, good. And then the golden one is posting on LinkedIn. You guys got it. Okay, so before I was like, oh, you don't need to post on LinkedIn to get a job. But now I'm realizing that it's more important than ever. The person who has the personal brand will get hired over the person who doesn't actually. Like if you guys had the same accomplishments, I know that the person with that really good personal brand would more likely be getting chosen. Like a really good example of somebody, her name is Janavi. Do you guys know her?
Yeah,
Oh.
I've seen her a lot.
Yeah, we had a coffee chat. She's cool. So as you can see, she doesn't have like a lot of experience, like, but because of her personal brand, she was able to get this role at Persona when she didn't really have like a ton of PM experience. That she's a really good case study on how you can kind of build a personal brand. And you also might be thinking in your head, well, I don't really want to be an influencer. Don't think of it as an influencer. Think of it more as I'm building. Okay, maybe think about it more like, oh, I'm building a TV show of my life, like a certain TV show of my life, where you have the series is about you and you are just releasing like interesting episodes like about different things you've done, versus thinking about in a way of, oh, I got to make this my business or anything like that. So if someone were to essentially like find your show on Netflix, what would they like want to learn about you in each episode? That is like a way you can kind of wrap your head around it without getting bogged down by, wow, I have to create a business. So she's a really good case study on how she kind of went about it, even though I can tell she doesn't have like a ton of PM experience. She just starts posting. So great case study on that. Do you guys have any questions on what exactly you need to post? Because I want to see all of you guys post. Like I want to see how that goes.
Yeah, like what type of, for sure, I think there's like several parts, like, I think is when we're writing good, how do you write and all that stuff, but also like what type of niche. And I feel like a lot of people here would be scared, like, okay, once you're once you start posting, and I guess I realize now as I'm saying it, that doesn't make sense, but like you're definitely going to be put in a box, right? Because if you're writing about AI PM, you're going to be like in that type of box and you're going to be perceived a certain way. But I think it's a lot of like subconscious beliefs that we have that we need to really re-examine.
When you say that you aren't sure what your niche is, like what I guess are you afraid of happening if you were to pick a niche?
Like I mean, now doesn't, because now I'm fully determined on like AI and PM, and I know that's my niche. But before, like I'm like, maybe I want to do actually like right now, like the part-time contract where I'm interning at, I'm doing like due diligence, and it's like capital advisory, so that's like finance, and like I was on that track before. And like I mean, I think first it comes from a lack of like commitment to a specific field or industry. But now that I have it, like it's okay. Like I can start posting, and I don't care, because one thing I realized is I can delete all my posts. I can change my header, and then I can be a brand new person, a new photo, a new background, and I still have the same followers with a different identity.
All right, so that's a really, really good question. Okay, so if you just are unsure like what niche like you are exactly or like trying to do, create your own niche. Create your own niche. So let me show you who is a really good example of that. Avni Barman. I knew her before she became kind of big, and she's kind of her own niche. Like she doesn't really talk about one sort of thing. Like she talks about like a lot of different things, like all these sort of things. And so she's really good to study if you are someone who like you, because you're kind of like her, where you kind of do a lot of different things. So kind of just study her posts and see how she kind of frames things, to kind of see that, okay, like I can create my own niche that people will listen to. So she's really, really good in that sense.
But she's like a bit like, I think, but she's like fully
Yeah,
entrepreneurial, as in like she's using this as her personal brand to
right,
probably funnel into her business. And
right,
I'm trying to do something into like employment. So
right.
I feel like that part might be a little bit different, but I can definitely like, because I'm like doing
So I think the posts would stay this, the post structure would be the same, but rather than funneling people into your newsletter or your business, you would funnel people into your portfolio or your GitHub or something that employers can find you. Because I know that even though she's doing her business, she gets a lot of job opportunities, right?
I guess this is so unrelated, but no, it's not so unrelated. But I think just for reference or testimony, because I know last time I asked you and you said you applied to the like Google APM and like what, like I'm sure you're somebody that posts on LinkedIn consistently because that's how most of us found you too. Like what were some job, because you were looking for inbound, not outbound currently.
Yeah.
Like that's what we're doing. So
Yeah.
what were some inbound opportunities? Because I know you mentioned Google APM and I actually want to learn a little bit more, but what does it look like when you say like or things you saw for you personally? Like
All right, so just to make sure I understand your question, you're wondering like what does the recruiter inbounds kind of look like when you get them?
yeah, like what you got. Yeah, for example.
got.
like yeah.
Oh, I got like so many. Like I think I got, I'm not saying to brag, but it's a factual thing where I think I got like inbounds for all the things. And if you stalk me, I don't care if you guys stalk me, is you guys like scroll like back to like 2021, you'll see that I've been posting about cold emailing way back when. I just figured it out. And I'm like, wow, it's a trendy thing now. But you can see that back in 2021, like I didn't really have a lot of internships, but I just started sharing like what I knew. And that enabled me to get a lot of recruiter inbounds because people were seeing that I was online, I was alive, I was doing things.
Yeah. And like, so
That's why
like,
posting is so worth it. It's so worth it.
can you say like, I think this season, like, for example, I just wanted to ask, like, when you, like, for example, for the Google APM, you said like somebody actually reached out to you, be like, hey, apply to this Google APM.
It did.
We'll take a look at you. Yeah. That's
Yeah. I got one for LinkedIn, Salesforce, Apple. Like that was just because I was posting. So that's why I'm trying really hard to push you guys to post, even if your first post fails, like or flops, like that's fine. At least it's there, right? My hot take is that if it's quality, even if it doesn't get a lot of views, it's still worth putting out because the right person at the right time will see it and then they'll want to reach out to you.
Yeah, I think it's a different world. Most of us don't know how it feels like to be reached out. I don't know. I think
yeah, and the more you post, the more you'll be on somebody's mind when recruiters are looking at you. So yeah, I would recommend that if there was any platform you were to build like a personal brand on, it would be LinkedIn if you're a job seeker. Like don't try Instagram. Yeah. Okay, let's start from top to bottom. Okay, so for your banner, I really like it. I like kind of that darker theme to it. I don't know about putting your phone number. Like that's just, maybe like bad people might like be calling you, but that's like up to you. But I would also put a differentiator too, and maybe put your, I honestly kind of feel like if you got like any awards at UC Berkeley, like I had a student who was like part of the MET program there and got like a lot of like the chancellor's scholarship. So if you had like any of that stuff, I feel like that is appropriate to put on your banner because that shows a lot of like credibility.
Oh, okay, got it. And then I only added the phone number because the example had it, so I'll just take that off then.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's like up to you. Like, I don't think it's going to make or break your job search. It's just if I were you, like, I would not like do that. But all right, for your profile picture, you look great. This is another opinion of mine. I want you to look like, you know, a boss, right? Like a really professional. So this profile looks great, maybe for something else because you look great in it, but maybe for like LinkedIn, maybe like try to do a professional headshot if possible.
Oh, sure.
Yep. These are micro things that you can do to just psychologically like make people think that, wow, you're like really experienced. We need you on our team. Right. Okay. And then your headline. Okay. That's a good, I think that's a good value statement. I'm wondering if I feel like it's better for you to focus on one metric versus two, like, because it maybe like people will think like, oh, you know, you're reaching. So I would actually choose one of the metrics and I would add a little bit more context to it. So what I would do in your shoes is I would say something like saved $14 million in renewal pipelines by influencing X plus senior stakeholders in HR tech, something like around like that. So you can see that I did it more so in context. So add a little more context, like what was the situation, but not too much. Like maybe like industry and maybe like how you did it a tiny bit, like not too long. And then only pick one metric.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, and adding your school in there is smart. Like I said, you know, UC Berkeley is a top school. So if you have like any additional color, like awards and stuff, then you should add that to your banner. I would not call yourself, I would not label yourself like motivated, not because you aren't, but because it's just unnecessary, right? Like recruiters like seeing more hard skills being presented throughout everything in your portfolio, which behind those hard skills creates motivation.
Okay.
With a background in education. Okay, so I would make sure you give your years of experience like as a product manager, and then your years of experience in education as well. So recruiters, when they're headhunting or passively recruiting, they'll have context on how many years of experience you have.
Okay, got it.
I just wanted to check, like, are all those roles that you are listing, like, they're different, right? They're not like the same.
Oh yeah, they're all different.
Okay, so they have different like responsibilities.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure like if I should list it because there's a lot going on in that paragraph. So
I wonder if you can group them, because the reason why I say that is because so that way recruiters can see that, you know, you are focused on being a product manager now. So maybe instead, like say, oh, I have a background in education. Okay, so I have a 2+ years of experience in education from, and I would actually maybe more so state the role and then maybe a description that can kind of embody them all.
Okay.
Yeah, so that way they can see like, okay, so you did this thing, but now you're like focused on becoming a product manager.
Okay.
Okay, and then I would immediately, actually, I think the best thing to do here is immediately tie the transferable skills that you've done in these past roles to product management. So
Okay.
yeah. Do you feel like you have a good grasp on maybe how to frame that?
Well, I think the easy parts are typically kind of like working with like different groups and like the communication, kind of like the more soft skills part. But I think in terms of past that, I'm not really sure how else to like group it.
Right. So I would say the way I would think about it is product management always comes down to like, how did you serve the person, or how did you like serve the user or solve a customer problem? So you could say it's something like, my 5+ years of being in the education space as a teacher has really taught me has really helped me master the importance of solving customer problems and having empathy for them. Like saying something like that about how you are really obsessed or really obsessed with solving customer problems.
Okay.
And your customer is the students or things like that, of that nature.
Okay. Good.
So that, and then number 2 is I would say maybe something about how you were able to connect the dots among different people with different needs to create a solution, because that's also what product managers do. So saying something like that would be amazing.
Okay. Yeah, I'll add that.
That's the story you would tell, like these recruiters, these hiring managers, when they're reading your description.
Okay.
I would recommend removing I would recommend being as strategic as possible when you are writing these. So every line like counts. So I would remove the I'm eager to learn new things, because it's kind of clear that you are, since you are doing the proof is in the paper essentially, right? Currently refining my skill set. Yeah, I would remove the I'm currently refining my skill set stuff too. I would just jump right into here is a snapshot of my career accomplishments of my career accomplishments. And then, there you go. You're listing all of them here. Yeah, really good job. I scaled delivery through 2 specifying time to market and driving times. The other thing I would say you're missing, the thing you're missing besides like number of years of experience, are like the industries and the type of companies you've worked at as well, somewhere in there. So you could put it in the career accomplishments, or you could put it in the top, but giving recruiters and hiring managers context of, hey, like I have experience in XYZ industry or working with XYZ technologies, which would mean that when a recruiter like is trying to determine if they should hire you or not, they'll be like, well, Kathleen worked in, B2B, right? Then we should hire her for our B2B software.
Okay.
Yeah, when they're building like Boolean search queries, they're looking for industry, skills, years of experience, titles you've held, all of those things. They're actually like typing into the search bar to find people like you.
Oh yeah, makes sense.
I think we gotta maybe like at office hours or sooner, like sit down on the career accomplishments. Like these are good, but I don't settle for average. Like I want to give you the best. So maybe I think you need to send me like a document on like everything you've done like up to this point, and maybe I can help you pick and choose which ones to do.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that'd be helpful.
Yeah. I think that's my hunch right now, is you've done a lot of amazing things, but they're not being surfaced.
Oh yeah.
Okay, languages and technologies. So that's interesting. You're putting it here. I would say you don't need to list it out like that. Like I said, recruiters and hiring managers, they care more so about stuff in things in context, or the skills and experiences you've done. So yeah, I would say if you wanted to list those, you could say like, oh, in the past I was a software engineer for X plus years, and I used Golang and Java.
Okay, so pretty much I get rid of almost the whole thing.
Yeah. Unless, yeah. And instead, like, reframe it with an example of how you were a software engineer using it.
And can you repeat which? Sorry, Abby, I didn't hear you said. Can you repeat what the hiring managers and recruiters, what do they care about? Which part were we talking about?
Absolutely. So when recruiters and hiring managers are looking at your about, at your resume, anywhere where you're trying to sell yourself, is they don't want to see a list of skills. They want to see how did you use those skills to drive a business or technical outcome.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, and then I think keeping the I enjoy living a healthy lifestyle is incredible. Like that really speaks to your character. So I think that's awesome. Yeah, I think that's awesome.
Oh yeah, and then the experience part, that this is not accurate. Yeah, so I need to put in like the career break and whatnot, and update the end date for this.
Yeah, so like we said over text, you could make maybe a new experience and call it career break. And then in the description, you could say, took a break to take care of like a family, or do something like that. Or take care of my health. Like make it about health, and recruiters won't bat an eye.
Okay, yeah, I'll add that later.
Yeah, I want to reassure you that if you make it about health, recruiters can't bat an eye, like legally and also ethically. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. Asian Connections Hub. That's cool. So yeah, I would just make sure you fill out everything in your experience. Like don't leave anything blank. So key accomplishment summary. I think a key accomplishment summary for the Asian Connections Hub would be super cool. Like if you talked about, I met all of these people across different backgrounds, and I was able to forge relationships. Like, I think you can come up with a cool story for that, and then fill out, you know, the bullets with the accomplishment-driven formula.
Okay.
That's pretty cool. You need to find, like I was doing the job search workshop, you need to find a company that has hired people with technical backgrounds. Like what I'm saying, what I'm saying is, like, you need to find a company that hired a product manager that was once a software engineer, because then they'll have the same, that means that they could hire you too.
Ooh, okay, that's good to know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's why I said in the spreadsheet, where did this company hire someone like you before?
Okay.
Yeah, okay, I can tell it's clicking. That's awesome.
And then in terms of filling it out, I guess, like, how thorough should I be with like past experiences? Since, you know, I have like a lot of like experiences in like education, and when I was working at the PE firm, like, would it be important to fill those out too? Like, unless I was doing like ed tech?
Okay, so yeah, what I would say for this is always be strategic. Always be strategic. Like, does adding this in help my case with becoming a product manager? If it doesn't help your case, it's better just to leave it out. But if you can reframe it and it does help your case, then absolutely put it in there. So what I would say is, in all of your bullets, try to loop back on, like, hey, doing this thing made me a master in the skills required for product management.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So for example, like, if you were a teacher, you wouldn't say, oh, I created this lesson plan. You would say, I spearheaded a project, right, that led to increased user engagement by listening to, like, you know, customer or users' needs or student needs, which are technically the user. So that's how you kind of like reframe it.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you were to put the teacher experience there, then you'd want to like reframe it to, okay, like, this experience made me who I am today, which is wanting to be a PM.
Okay, and I guess I'm just curious. I guess it's one of those, like, if it's relevant, like, I guess how far back would I go? Like,
how far
does
back?
it matter? Like, how old it would be?
I don't think it matters. Like, if you have the bandwidth and you think that, like, you can reframe it to PM, then that's good, because then recruiters who are scrolling and passively looking for candidates, they'll see that, okay, like, she's been talking to users since a long time.
Okay.
And then for education, you can put relevant coursework, your GPA if you want. I don't think that super matters. Like, I would say putting relevant coursework or GPA is only helpful for people who kind of like are still in school or recently graduate. So if you don't want to do it, I don't think it really affects one way or another. And then volunteering, yeah, like I said, you need to be strategic with everything you do. So if you were to put volunteering on there, it's the rule of thumb is, if you were to do volunteering, you do a key accomplishment summary and accomplishment-driven formula for the bullets. But if you can't think of any, it's better just to remove it.
Okay.
Yep. So recruiters don't think like, oh, why did she like fill it out? You know.
Oh, I see.
The job market is pretty competitive.
Okay. And then in terms of like recommendations, like, would it be like crucial to like kind of get one more recent, because these are all like 2+ years old now at this point?
Yeah, I think having a recent one would not hurt.
Okay.
Welcome everybody to the first networking masterclass. This is like my favorite topic personally, and the same strategies that I'm going to be showing you in this class are what has enabled me to, you know, be friends with CEOs, to get 8 job offers and mentors at top tech companies, even without having much experience. And so this is a very invaluable niche skill that if you just develop and commit yourself to mastering it, you will never like have to worry about finding a role. And so that's why I'm really excited to walk you guys through it. All right, so let's talk about some common mistakes for networking. And then I'm going to be then what I'm going to do is, I already wrote notes to the class. I'm going to be showing you notes. Then I'm going to be writing a template for you guys. All right, letting Maitri in. Okay, so some common mistakes when it comes to networking, and I'm referring to reaching out to somebody you don't know. That's the context. Someone you don't know, but you want a job at their company. Okay. And so one of the biggest mistakes with networking is number one is, I would say, is you come off like you're trying to take something from them. And if it's a stranger and they don't have any like positive affiliation with you like before, that can really rub somebody the wrong way. And they're either going to like ghost you, or they're just not going to want to help you in the future. So if a way you can kind of come off as, oh, I just want something from you, is you ask them for like a coffee chat right away, or you ask them for like just 15 minutes of their time, as if that is like not that much time. For a busy person, 15 minutes is a lot of time. So that is like a way you can kind of come off as desperate or taking, is when you frame your message like that, even if your intention is not like that at all. The other mistake is no clear like next step. Like if you just are sending messages into the void and you just are like, I'd greatly appreciate hearing your insights, and that's all you leave it off with, then they're not gonna have a reason to respond to you. Like, have you guys like ever sent a message like that where you were really excited to talk with them, but you ended the message with just, oh, I'd greatly appreciate if we could have a conversation, and so I can learn from your insights. Has that like occurred to you guys? And then you're like confused, like why somebody isn't responding. Oh, Aditya says yeah, Kathleen says yeah, Mokathika. Yeah, and that's really not like your fault because you didn't really know. But that is a big reason why people don't respond to you, is because you don't really have like a clear next step that elicits a response from somebody. Then the third thing is thinking that networking is about what you are going to gain from it. If you just think of it from that lens, it's going to be harder for you to advance. The way you should think about networking is, how can I give to the other person so that we can create a mutually beneficial relationship? And honestly, there are a lot of things that you guys can give to strangers that you might not be even thinking of. So we're going to be talking about that today. Are you guys excited?
Yeah.
Cool. Let's go over gives. All right, let me run you guys some ideas on what you can give. So what you would give, though, to a startup versus a bigger company is different. I would say it's really valuable to give. For startups, I think it's really valuable to just give yourself. Like literally just sell yourself and say, I'm willing to help you achieve XYZ goal with my skills in product management or my skills in business development, like Nikki is trying to do, or try to figure out like, what is something unique that I can offer that would generate the company more money or save them more time, and offer that to them. That would be really valuable for startups. Anything that would allow the startup to grow. Like if you tell them, hey, I'm going to help like grow your startup from, 1 million users to 3 million users by using these XYZ skills, then they're going to want to talk to you. Like there's not really any reason why they wouldn't want to talk to you. And then for bigger companies, in terms of what you can offer them, is more so like the same thing. However, you would position it more so as like, I would do this like over a longer period of time. So really the difference is you would offer the same thing, like offer yourself, but it just is like a different like period of time that you would offer it. Like for startups, they want to move fast. So you would say, I'm willing to immediately come in and help with this. But then for bigger companies, you would just say like, oh, I'm willing to do this and meet this KPI like over Q3 to Q4 kind of thing. So if you always just offer to help, there's really not much people can reject you on. The reason why they would is they never saw your message, they saw it and forgot, or they genuinely just don't have headcount. And that's okay. You just got to keep going. You just got to keep like putting yourself out there. you can't just send like 10 messages and then be sad that no one responded to you, because 10 is not that much. You got to be sending like a lot. And the way I would execute on this, which I wrote in the notes, is be strategic with who you reach out to. Try to reach out to people who would be more likely to respond to you. So like on the tracker sheet that I gave you guys on last class, like only reach out to people who, you know, you've had like industry knowledge, you work with a competitor of them, or you know, you've done like similar work that they're trying to achieve, and they even hired someone at your level, at your field before. So that all those things would make it more likely for them to reach out if you gave them like that context. So maybe instead of, I would say, spraying and praying to a bunch of different companies, rather reach out to companies who you feel confident would want you and would want to respond to you. So yeah, do you guys have any questions about all of this?
I had a quick question, but it's like just as a refresher, because I know last time you said there's on the document. So you're saying you just said don't spray and pray. Be more tactical about who you target. So like a few companies, like industries, for example, right? So like if you're reaching out, and I know you said if you're reaching out to startups that pay, definitely do Series A, B, C, like you know, that have the money to pay you. I guess my ultimate question is, we know what to do, but like I think maybe a lot of people don't know like how much it takes, because you know a cold email is very much a numbers game. So like
it's a numbers game. So it's a skill game at first. If you aren't writing a good message, you aren't writing a good subject line, you aren't reaching out to the right person, then it's a skill game. But once you master the skill game, then it becomes a numbers game. So I'm screen sharing like a tracker that I made for you guys on a way to like think about who to reach out to. Try to like find companies where you've had previous work experience in the industry. You know, they're a competitor of a company that you've worked at before. And did you find somebody who works there that is at your level, and who's worked at the position? If yes, for all of these, then they're going to be more likely to want to hire you, have the number one, the ability to hire you, and the number two, the desire to hire you. So master this, and it will become a numbers game. Okay, so for skills game, this is what we're going over today. And then the numbers game, that's your responsibility, is to be consistent with it. But I want to make sure you have the skills to, you know, go crazy on it, like 10,000. No, just kidding. So yeah, this is one piece like this. And then Aditya asked in the chat, which medium would you recommend to use to reach out to people? LinkedIn or Workmeal, or both the same person? So what I would say is, if they are active on LinkedIn, like in the last like 2 weeks, they've engaged on LinkedIn, do LinkedIn. But there's nothing stopping you from doing email too. So if you don't know that if they're not really engaged on LinkedIn, then obviously do their email. But there's nothing stopping you if you have the bandwidth to do both. Thank you, Aditya. Okay, so now you guys understand like who to reach out to, and then like where to reach out to. Now let's say who of these lists. So let me screen share another thing that I made for you guys to make it really simple. So basically, if it's a startup, try to target Series A to Series Z, and you could reach out to founders or senior leadership in the field. So VP of engineering, if you want to be a software engineer, or VP of data, or even the founder. Like founders will respond if it's this early. I would not reach out to the recruiters, because the recruiters are more so thought leaders. They're not people who hire you. They're more so, let me teach you how to build an organization, like human resources people. So that's why you would do these. These people are technically the recruiters. Yeah. And then if it is non-startups, then, okay, so I used to think, oh, the CEO is not going to respond. But I'm seeing a trend where a lot of CEOs do respond if it's a really good cold email. So there's nothing holding you back from doing it, but you might just understand and have the expectation that they might not be able to see it. But don't let that dissuade you. Do what's possible, right? But I would say reaching out to recruiters for non-startups is really good. Like if you find like, someone like the senior talent acquisition manager who's a recruiter, that's technically, well, it's not a recruiter, but someone who works in the recruiting organization, then that would be great. So let me reword this to recruiting leadership. So not just like a sourcer who just like passively finds candidates to reach out to, but the senior talent acquisition manager, right? Or principal recruiter, people who lead the organization of recruiters, they would have the power to forward you to the right person. So the first thing you do, right, is you got to make this list. And then from that list, you are going to want to find like all these people, depending on what size. Okay. Now, how do you even go about reaching out? So this answers the DTS question. If you don't know them personally, follow the rule of thumb to not ask for their time. Always give or offer to help. Don't even bother like asking for a coffee chat. Especially not right now with like the holidays and stuff. If you know them personally, then that is fair game to ask them for help. Like maybe you have like an uncle that works at your dream company. There's nothing stopping you from, asking your uncle for help, things like that. And then let's talk about valuable offers to help for startups framework. So how do you position yourself for startups? So what's really exciting in this class is I'm going to be writing something that I would do if I was in the shoes of trying to get a startup internship, a startup job. And so here is the framework. You want to like follow the 3 Ps: passion, potential, and projects. You got to convey all 3 for a fair shot of them responding to you. If you can get this down, then you can do volume where, I have the skills. Now I just got to do a ton. Now for asks, it's a little different. The best framework I've seen for this that has gotten me a lot of opportunities is you just want to like treat them like a friend, like give them a life update, like, oh, I just got married, or oh, I moved to a new house, like, I don't know. And then you want to tell them your career goal. So state career goal, like, hey, I'm trying to break into the product management field. Then indicate why it's so important to you. Don't just be like, hey, I want this, help me. Then you want to share what's stopping you from getting to the goal. Like share what have you tried up to this point that's not, working for you. And then make a very easy ask for the other person. So an easy ask could be like you are very specific and concrete that you've tried really hard to break into product, but you don't really know any hiring managers, in the field of healthcare tech. So you got to ask him like, hey, I know that you were once in healthcare tech. Do you know anyone that I can just have a conversation with and I can take it from there? That would be easy for them to do. They can just start an email thread and help you out. And then kind of give them an easy out, like tell them, hey, totally fine if not. I know you are probably really busy, so no worries if not. And that will make them want to help you more if you disarm them and make it sound like this is not a high pressure thing. So these are the frameworks. So I'm going to implement these frameworks on the call so you guys can see my thought process. But before I get into that, I know Aditya was really curious about the follow-up templates, so you guys can copy and paste those if you guys are really curious about that. And then for execution, if you don't have any interviews lined up, you got to do everything possible to get one. So my opinion, my recommendation for all of you guys is once you master the frameworks, just send so many until you just get a conversation. But obviously, I don't want you guys to burn yourself out. So if you have like other things lined up in your life, then maybe tone it down. Like once you get a couple interviews, focus on passing those versus like trying to cold message a lot. I would honestly say that cold messaging the right person with a really skillful email is hot. You're more likely to get an interview versus applying. That's what I've seen in this job market. Okay, and then follow up. So follow up until you get a no or you're busy with interviews is what I would honestly say. Like if this is a company you really want, then that's what I would do. Or you can use the breakup template. which is down here. So this is the breakup template where you're just like, hey, I haven't heard back from you. But if I don't hear back, I'm going to do other things. Goodbye. So yeah, this one is used in sales as well. If you don't hear back from the prospect, which is kind of the same thing.
So is it like 3 total? Like on average when you reach out to somebody?
Yeah, I would say you can just do 3. But like I said, Machias, if you find a company you really love and align with like entertainment and you know that you would add so much value there, just keep following up until they tell you, hey, we're not interested. Like that's what I would say.
Okay.
But obviously don't do this for every single company. Like do it for only the companies that, you know, are in this list. Like, hey, if this is a thing, then why won't they hire you? Right.
Yeah.
There's a limiting belief where it's like, this person won't hire me because they don't know me. That's because they don't know you exist. Like that was the problem that I was solving at Seek Out, where we were helping candidates get seen and then helping recruiters find hard to find talent. So the thing is, it's not that they don't want you, it's just they don't really know you exist. So you got to make it known that you exist.
Yes. So what was the maximum? I just want to know for the company that you really liked, just in general, what was the maximum email you sent to like somebody saying, hey.
Good. That's a really good question. Let me think. I think, yeah, I think on like the 4th attempt, they got back to me. Yeah, on the 4th attempt. And it was worth it because I got an interview. So
yeah.
No shame. Like this is way better than applying all day long and doing nothing.
100%. The only time I got an interview was like I have a cold email template that I sent. I think I told you that. That's when I realized it worked. And and I completely agree that like it's just from a first principles, like cold email makes it so that you're directly with the decision maker, and it should work better.
100%. Yeah. These are decision makers. So you should know that these people have the power to get you hired. Oh, Rathika, what's your question?
Abby, could you share the job tracker and then this sheet here?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let me share it again. I think it might be better for Harrison to put it in the recordings. So it's all like in one place, or the Google Drive that Machias was talking about that I'm still working on. But yeah, let me just put this in the chat. I should probably add your guys' emails and restrict it, but for now, I trust you guys. I'll just put this in the chat. Yeah, because I don't have your guys' emails, but on file. But all right, okay. So I shared it in the chat, guys. So grab it, make a copy. Don't share it outside the cohort. And let's talk about. I want to make a new template for you guys for valuable offers to help for startups. Like the templates in the journal are a starting point. But since you guys are part of the live cohort, like I want to give you the secret sauce, this is gonna work. So because you guys are putting so much effort in. So yeah, let's go over that. Okay, so let's imagine that I want to apply for a mental health startup that is Series C. One of the companies I really wanted to work for was called formerly known as Real. It's now called Zero, and it got acquired by another health company, but they were trying to make therapy a normal thing as part of life. And I was really, let's just say I was trying again to get back into it. I think the farthest I got with them, because back at the time I was kind of like in between, like didn't know what I wanted, and I didn't want to waste their time. I got to interview the CEO, and it was really cool. So that's how far I got with my networking, but I can always reach out to her and say, hey, I want like to work at the thing. But anyways, so this is what I would do. So I would do subject line. And then I don't know the psychology behind this, but I saw and tested this out myself that if you put the word re, like as if you were replying to something they already said, it actually boosts like open rates. So always put re to make it worth your time. Then you do role candidate for company. So you're kind of just saying, I'm handing myself on a silver platter to you. So let me say I'm doing a product manager. So product manager candidate for company. Okay, and then the body. So let's follow the 3 Ps, and I'm also going to give my differentiator and show you guys how that kind of pieces together. And then let me just add the context, target company. It's a Series C health tech company. Yeah. So what I would say is let me see. I'm going to do the founder. Yeah. So I'm going to do hello, Ariella. Then this is where you want to lead with a mix of these two, passion and potential. Immediately. Don't be like, hi, I'm Abby. I'm a job seeker. I want to work for your company. You want to lead with these so that they care about reading the rest. So you're going to want to say something like, congratulations on Zira's Series C funding round. So this is leading with passion because obviously I'm passionate enough to care that they raised a Series C funding round. Okay, so I would say that, and then I would say one more line. You don't want to like keep glazing them. So I would say, I've been following your journey since Stanford, and loved your recent interview with your podcast with XYZ, especially your take on the mental health crisis in America. Thank you so much for your work. So you can kind of feel that, wow, I'm really passionate about this company. I showed that I'm doing research. Like, I would pick a niche podcast, so like a podcast that didn't get a lot of views, because then it would show her, wow, I did a lot of research. So this is a really good start. And then this is where I would get into lean in more to potential and projects, which is your differentiator statement. This is where this comes in. So I would basically say, I would introduce myself. So I'm Abigail, a new grad. So I would make sure that they understand that I don't have a lot of experience. So they might have to create a role for me or make me an intern. So I would say, I would call myself a new grad product manager at the time. A new grad product manager. I'm Abigail, a new product manager based. And then I would let them know my location, because sometimes like startups want you to be in person and they might mentally have to figure out relocation. So I'd say Seattle, blah. Then I would, okay, so this is my introduction and the context. And then after this, I would say, I would do my differentiator at this point. So I would say, given my background, scaling Magnify Wellness, a mental health nonprofit, to 100 plus chapter clubs globally, I believe I'm a great fit to help. I think I want to say a stronger verb than help, but we'll just say help for now, to help take Zira to the next level. So this is my potential, and then this is my project. So this is my differentiator, remember guys? So I would say, my background scaling Magnify Wellness. As founder, a mental health nonprofit, I believe I'm a great fit to help take Zira to the next level. I actually would not pigeonhole yourself to saying I want to join as a product manager. So this is important information for Kathleen and Rithika and Matthias and Tiranya to know, because you don't want them to think that, oh, if they don't have an open role for PM, goodbye. Like, you just are saying, this is what I've done as a PM, And that makes me want to help out with Zira. If you want to take this like next, like go from like really good to really, really, really good, what you can do is you can tell them like, hey, if I join the team in the next like 30 days, I'm going to grow Zira's user base over 2 times. Like that shows ambition and passion and potential. So if I were to join the Zira team, I'd aim to double the user base of Zira and do whatever it takes to do that. Startups love this. Startups love the do whatever it takes mentality, you know? So over the next maybe 90 days, because maybe startups, well, it depends on the startup. So I would say safe number is like 30 to 90 days. So let's just say 90. I'd aim to double user base here, do whatever it takes to do that. Then you want to end with the give an easy out and the call to action, which is a lot, you know, this would be bad. So bad would be if I said, I'd love to discuss how to contribute my skills and experience to the team. I look forward to hearing your insights. And then I would do my resume. So this is a really bad call to action that I know a lot of job seekers do. And it's because there's no reason for them to respond. Like this is already super good, but this is not good because there's no reason for them to respond. So great would be just an open-ended question. Like, would you be open to discussing about me potentially joining the team more? And would you be open to discussing about me potentially joining the team soon? Like make it sound urgent. I know you must be busy, so totally fine if not. Then you would just end with best Abigail and then a LinkedIn. That's why you want to have a really cool LinkedIn so they can see your context of who you are. So this is the entire message. What do you guys think? Tarunya, what's your question?
For the best one, you're not attaching your resume.
No, don't attach your resume because the reason why is they're gonna judge you before you show them your potential.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want that to happen for you guys. So only do that if they ask, because that's maybe their protocol. But if you are just like, here's my resume, then it's kind of coming off as judge me first, which I want. The ultimate goal with this is to get them to either connect you with the hiring manager or to get on a call with you directly. If it's like a Series A startup, the founder would probably just meet with you. Like that's what happened to a couple students of mine. They just had interviews with the founder and were like, okay, cool, you're cracked. Like you're cool. Like let's just hire you. But other times it's like they just are the person's like, okay, cool, let me just connect you with the hiring team at the team. So this would be the message. And guys, there is no magical template. Like the thing is that you just have to follow the principles. Show passion, show potential, give a relevant project. This is kind of your differentiator statement. Have a end with a CTA. Obviously introduce yourself. But as you can see, I'm not going super in depth about my background. I'm literally only giving the most relevant thing that they would care about, because this is a mental health startup. This shows founder entrepreneurial hustle. Like there's no reason for me to mention other things. So that's another detail you guys notice is, yeah, I'm not just listing out all of my resume experience. Like I'm just only listing the thing they care about. Okay, so this would be the message for all of your companies that you reach out to. I'm really excited to see how it'll go for you guys. Do you guys have any questions on the framework, the template? Or does it sound really good and you want to try it out?
I think it's really good. My only concern would be like maybe if I say like I want to double when you're ready, I'm gonna. Did we remove that part saying, yeah, over the next 90 days I need to double the user base? Like it's, I once upon a time where I tried to email a startup that I really liked, and I struggled with it because I'm like, okay, I want to show value, and then it was like very hard to be like getting some insights or some problems that they have that I can help them with. But that might be too much on my side. But on this side, I guess it's just like doubling the users. Maybe that's not the problem that they have. Like maybe like if maybe there's some other insights.
Yeah.
But that changes from email to email. That's just like how much research you do and how much you want to frame it.
Okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying like you're a little cautious about saying this because what if this is not a problem? Like they already have like plenty of users. Then I think, yeah, what I would say for this is number one is you just want to focus on getting the message out there versus doing a lot of free labor for them. So
Yeah.
I've seen other people get attention from startups by trying to write like a PRD or a competitive teardown or a business case analysis. And that is literally you doing free labor for the hope that they would get back to you. That's not worth your time. Rather, it's more worth your time to just pitch yourself in this message and then just keep pitching and pitching until they tell you no. That's like more productive and way less effort for you. So in terms of like saying, in terms of like, in terms of saying this, so yeah, it's a risk for sure. Like I think what I know about startups is if they are like Series A through Series C, they are trying to definitely get more users. If it's a consumer startup, like that's definitely what they want. So take note of that. So if it's, they found product market fit, but they're just trying to get more users. If it's a consumer startup, if it's like a B2B startup, they would care about lead generation. So they would care about getting more business leads for them. So you could kind of frame it like that. Or if you're technical, then they would care about, if it's Series A to Series C, they would care about probably building a bigger, better product or enhancing the product that they already have, if you're technical. And then,
I sent a very similar email template to the one you have, kind of like the same DNA, but it's like from a picture, the LinkedIn link, the Twitter link that I sent, but for other people who want to just more inspiration as a database for, how to structure it, but it's, I agree. Most of it is like kind of like what I assumed from like different cold emails that I observe online on how to structure that.
Yeah. So the way you can kind of think about this is this sentence can be replaced with anything that the company cares about at the moment from a business perspective. So Series A to Series C, it's growing their user base, it's improving the product, building a bigger, better product. But if you don't want to take that risk of, I don't really know what their business goal is, then what you can do is just say, be honest, like, I don't know what your current exact business goals are, but I'd love to learn more because I'm hungry to learn more. I want to help.
Yeah, that is. I think my only shame is, like, there's this one startup I really liked last summer, and I just sent one email with my resume and then never did anything back. And I'm like, I think it was too little effort and not good enough, And I feel like there's definitely a quantity game and improving the copywriting, because I was just so stuck on, like, I sent them an email, they didn't respond. I'm like, okay, I have to write them a good document about solving a problem that they have, and then I went deep down on solving the problem, and then I realized it's too difficult, and I never end up sending an email, and I only had one email sent, and that was the end. But I'm like, you're right, it's just something like this is very tactical.
Yep, this is good enough. You don't need to do a PRD or a problem solution thingy. Just send this and keep doing. For execution, you would keep doing this until you get some sort of conversation going. And then once you have too many, then you stop sending old emails out and you focus on killing those interviews.
Perfect.
Yeah. All right. So that is the template for this one. I feel like for this one. This one is very personal. So I trust that you guys can write this yourself. If you guys are like a little worried, then you can ask me, but this one is like pretty straightforward. But this one is definitely a little more like complicated. So that's why I wrote it out for you guys. Welcome to the next networking masterclass. Today is going to be a little bit more chiller and laid back, but also very, very like more interactive. And today's focus for networking is, now that you guys like understand like how do you write like the perfect cold emailing template that will elicit a response from very busy people. Now, what do you do when you get on a call with decision makers? And so I just wanted to like go over that today. And then after I share with you guys the most elite way to make the most out of these calls, I wanted to hear from you guys, like what are some challenges that you all have with networking so that I can address them. All right, so in terms of like when you get on a call with somebody, there's two paths. Path one are people who are your peers. So people who are not like maybe not hiring managers, maybe not startup founders, or maybe not even recruiters. Like they're just people that work at the company that you want to work for and are maybe like 2 levels ahead of you. For example, a peer to Ritika or to Runia or Kathleen, or actually everybody except Gunik is me, because you guys all want to be product managers. And I was once a product manager, so but I'm like not that farther ahead of you guys. Like, so I'm considered a peer. So that's path one. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, Makai says yes. And then number 2 are like startup founders who can also be hiring managers. So like there's an intersection. So the way you get on calls and carry yourself is different with these 2 people. So which one would you guys like to do first? Like which one do you guys feel is the most intimidating? Path 1 or path 2?
Path 2.
Path 2? Okay. Gunik, Tarunya, Kathleen, Ritika, do you guys have any thoughts on?
So path 2 was the startup founders, right, Abby? And then path 1 was just
peers.
Definitely path 2, yeah.
Okay, all right. So let's do path 2. So let me give you guys the sauce or the elite framework for this. So let's just say you use my cold email template and a startup founder says, sure, Ritika, like I'd love to learn more about your background. Can you grab us a time for 15 minutes? Usually they only have 15 minutes for you to impress them. So let me just call out the common mistakes you guys might be making. So first mistake is pre-call logistics. So let's just say they're like, oh, can you pick a time? You basically, a mistake here is you make it really hard to get on a call with them. Like basically what happens is I've seen people say, hey, book on my Calendly. And that does sound nice, but startup founders, they don't even want to like click on the Calendly, check their schedule. Like that's increasing friction. In sales, what you want to do is not send people a Calendly or a calendar. You actually want to tell them, hey, I am free on this date at this time. Does that work for you? And then you have them just say yes or no. That I've seen has a lot of higher conversion to a call. So yeah, don't just send them a Calendly. Don't just make it difficult to get on a call with them. All right. And then mistake number 2 is on the call, you come off very needy. So this is a way you can kind of maybe come off needy, and it's okay. Like I've been there too. Is let's just say you get on the call and I'm like to Nikias, I'm like, Nikias, thank you so much for your time. Like I'm so blessed to be here. Like thank you so much. Like you waste like 2 minutes just thanking them at the beginning. And
I've
like
done that before.
You've done that before. It's okay.
I've also done that before, yeah.
Yeah. To the startup founder, they're just like, oh, we'll get to the point. Like, what is it? Because you don't really know each other before. Thank them after they helped you, or after you help them. So yeah, so don't do that. And then the other like mistake you might make is you pitch yourself. They don't care about you. They care about what you can offer them. Because these startup founders, they are very busy. They have lots of money. They don't care. So like I've seen people say, just to quickly introduce myself, my name is Abigail and I'm a product manager. I'm like trying to find a job, and it's just like, no. You don't want to do that. Okay. That's mistake number 2, that you'll just completely screw up the call. Okay. Mistake number 3 is you end the call without clear next steps. So you just say, yeah, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciated your insights. Just let me know when you get back to me. No, you have to be very assertive. Okay. Like you can't just end the call with, thank you so much for your insights. I look forward to staying in touch. You have to be the one who is very assertive, and there's a clear plan. Yeah, those are like the biggest 3 mistakes I would say. And then does anyone have any questions about these mistakes?
So how would you end it for the last tip? How would you end it?
All right. So if you want a job, what you should say is, something called future framing. It's a really good technique that makes them think, oh, Matthias is already part of the team. So what you can say is, you could be gracious at this point where you're just like, Matthias, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciated you sharing the insights, especially point number 1 about how you're using AI to disrupt the HR tech industry. If you were to hire me to be part of the team, what would kind of like success look like over the next like 90 days together? And then there'll be like, oh, you're gonna do this and this, and then you're like, great, that sounds good. I was just curious, like based on what I had told you, do you have kind of full clarity on my background, or where would you like to go from here? And kind of put the ball in their court, because then they could say, oh, let me get back to the team. And you're like, okay, cool. Like, how long will that take? And so you can see how assertive I'm being. I'm not just like, oh yeah, okay, get back to me. So
yeah, that sounds really good. Yeah, I think I've heard about, I wish I used this sooner, but I think an interviewer said, or I think I saw just a tweet that says like, oh, everybody's saying, what would success look like, and like future framing, because you're forcing them to think like what it would look like if you're in the team. And I think that's something I should definitely, like, I learned a little too late, but I'll implement that. But just in general, I know you told us that, like, for at CCAT, what you did was you emailed them, and then then you talk. So how did, maybe, I guess, your real life experience, how did that go?
Real life experience. Oh, are you saying like how did I tie like my past experience into this, or could you repeat the question?
Or like at Seekout, like how did that one go? Like when you had that interview, like you emailed them, and then what was their response? How did you lock them in, and how did you guide the conversation, if you remember?
Yeah. So what happened was they connected me to the what could also happen is they connect you to like the HR team if they're like big enough and they have too much demand. And then after that, I got on the phone with the recruiter, and she was like, okay, yeah, that works. And then I did like the full, like I did a hiring manager intro after that. And then I did like 5 product manager interviews. Oh, it was so tiring. It was really hard. And I was also doing like an operating systems class, like on top of that. So it was really rough, but I was like, I'm determined. I'm going to do whatever it takes. So, yeah. Okay. So I want to actually reframe something that you guys like might be thinking about. Is you might be thinking that the point of the call with startup founders is to really like wow them or impress them by showing like everything that you've done. And that is actually a common mistake and the wrong mindset to have when coming to these calls. The fact that the startup founder is willing to take 15 minutes out of their busy day means that they already find you amazing based on the cold email. You've already won them over. Now, the goal of this call is to essentially prove that you are a good fit by the way you ask questions. The way you ask questions. It's not what you know or about who you know. Actually, it's the questions that you're asking them that will showcase your expertise. So rather than saying, oh, I know all about, let's see here. I know all about user journey mapping, and I've led cross-functional teams. Rather, you ask them, like, hey, your startup is only like 100 people. I was just curious, like, how exactly does the product organization really work in order to like ship products fast in this competitive market. That will show them that you are experienced and educated and you are an expert, is by the type of questions that you ask them. So I just wanted to just put that out there. And then in terms of like the structure of the call, you remember, you don't want to pitch yourself. You just want to build rapport at the beginning and be a little more human. Like just be like, hi Gunik, this is Abigail. Can you see and hear me all right? Awesome. Like, how are you doing today? It's nice to finally meet you. Like, build that rapport, be charismatic, and just be friendly, be yourself. Don't just sit there monotone and be like, sit there, you know? And then after that, you just want to quickly introduce yourself, like, and why you're reaching out. Like, yeah, so my name is Abigail. I'm based in Seattle, and I'm a new grad product manager. The reason why I wanted this call with you is to learn more about what you're really doing at Clipboard Health and to maybe see if it makes sense to help. Does that sound good? And then they're just like, yeah, cool. And then depending on how like assertive the startup founder is, they might like start asking you questions. But the way I would drive the conversation is figure out what are their pain points. Because remember, I know Matthias, you were like, oh, I don't know how to figure out their pain points. When you get on a call with them, you figure out their pain points, where you are directly like figuring out what are they doing, what are their goals, what's stopping them getting their goals. And then you kind of like pitch yourself at the end where you're like, oh, based on what you told me, I've done this before at a similar company. Like you guys are Clipboard Health. You know, I actually founded a mental health nonprofit, same like kind of industry. And so I'm confident that I can maybe help you too. So like, what would next steps be? So that's how you would kind of do it.
Yeah.
And then see what they say. Yeah. And I think that's it for 15 minutes. And then you know you did well in the call if the startup founder looks excited, they want to work with you. I actually want to tell you guys a little story. Is I randomly DM'd like a Y Combinator startup founder named Oliver Zhao, and he super smart guy. And I was like, hey, I just want you to be a fireside chat speaker for the network. And then he like said, oh, I don't want to be a fireside chat speaker, but maybe we could work together. And then I hopped on a call with him and I used the same framework and I sold him, like he paid me money to help him grow his Y Combinator community. And now it's like this ginormous community. So it was really, really cool. Like it was completely cold. Like he didn't even know me. I didn't even know him before. And now we're friends. Like he supports my career and I support his. And I hope he's doing well. I'm gonna talk with him in a while. But
what's the startup about?
I think he pivoted, but he was doing a tool that would help ambitious high schoolers find opportunities to get into startups or to get into top colleges. I don't know if it's still a thing, but I think he's pivoting because I don't know why, but yeah, he's pretty cool. So yeah, that's an example of a real life success story of just putting yourself out there, being confident and asking really good questions. So yeah, I'm pretty proud of myself for that. It was not too long ago that I did that. It was, I think, June. So
when you were like cold emailing, and I know we're gonna network, and I know like you mentioned some stuff, but I know you said it's like quality versus quantity, but like when you're emailing like this, like per week, like how many hours and just how many emails like this, right? You were trying to bring it just overall. How much should be, because yesterday, like I think I sat down and I think I have an issue where like yesterday, for example, I applied, for the one I said for entertainment, associate product manager at Warner's. And then I'm like, okay, I found all the people, I think I narrowed down to like 5 people in that company. And I'm like, I don't want to send it all together. So I'm like, but it took me like almost 1 hour. I write so slow when I write. Like I'm a slow writer. Like it takes so much time and energy. And also I'm going to phrase it back. And I think because you sent us a sheet and I wanted to ask you, but like just in general, like how much time do you spend on like the cold emails or like networking, cold emails, LinkedIn, if you can divide it? And then how many emails does that result into? Like how many individual people does that reach out to?
So I actually focused more on like LinkedIn DMing. And so for like the startup founders, because the startup founders that I was trying to reach out to, I was trying to find people who were active which actually speeds up the process because you don't need to find their emails. And I would say I reached out to like 10 to be fireside chat speakers, and I think like 4 responded to me saying yes. Yay. And I think it only took me like 20 minutes. So let me just show you something, Matthias. So I don't think you should have spent an hour on it. So what I was thinking was you basically would use this template for the jobs you apply for, and you would just change this one. You would just change this, like based on the industry it is. Because remember, you did the differentiator worksheet?
Yeah.
Or your blanket differentiator if you don't really have an industry. So you could use your email tool, like your email differentiator here, and then that's all you would change. And then you would just change this and this. Yeah, and this.
Abby, can I also just ask you really quickly on because I know you just shared a Google Drive, but like you didn't put all the files here, right? Because I feel like I was just looking at the email template as I was sending it yesterday, and this is is this file not on that folder? Because the one that's about like sending emails or networking, it's way smaller.
I'm not too sure what you're referring to.
This too.
Oh, okay.
Like this file is, for example, on the Google Drive, or the one we had about networking.
Let me see. Oh, yeah. So those were like notes from the class. Yep.
Oh,
And then, yeah, I apologize for the confusion. So those are just notes from the class that was not in the journal. And then the worksheet is the thing I was like sharing. So does that make sense?
Yeah, can you just share it now? Because I'm gonna be sending mass emails, and then I'm like trying to organize everything for myself. But,
beautiful. Okay, I apologize for the confusion, guys. Yeah.
No
So
worries.
the thing that Makai sent in the chat were just the notes from the class, and then there is a cold email worksheet that Kathleen pointed out that was deleted. I did not do that. I don't know why it was. So, but I luckily created my own copy. So yeah, that's the worksheet, is the second link. Thank you guys for bearing with me. Okay. I don't have a virtual assistant, y'all. Like, it's just me. So oh gosh. Tarunya, were you talking? I'm not too sure.
Oh no, I wasn't talking anything. I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries. All right. How about this? Like, so that's like the entire framework for talking to startup founders. It sounds really simple, doesn't it? I think the hardest part, is just working up the courage to do it. Like, what do you guys feel nervous or challenged by when it comes to getting on calls with startup founders? Tarunya, raise your hand.
Yeah, so with the first pointer that you talked about getting the time right and not making it difficult for the other person. So first I tried always giving them the chance of being like, oh, I'm free at this time, you can schedule it. But most of the time they were very, I guess, occupied to even look at the calendars and tell me what time they were free at. So after that, I started telling them, I'm available at this time. Would you be able to make it? And at that time, what happened was they would either say, no, this doesn't work. And then I again go and find another time. And they again saying no. And that kind of gets really difficult. And there are a lot of conversations that I've had where us trying to reach at a time to talk, like making that conversation from LinkedIn to a phone call was like getting difficult because they were not easy to communicate, because I feel like I made it easier by being very flexible. I was like, call me anytime, it is fine, but they forget it.
Yeah. All right, Tarunya. So how many like what was I gonna say? How many emails did you send? And then how many of them said that, where they were being difficult with scheduling with you?
Yeah, so I have like every day I make it a goal to at least like send 5 emails. And
that's good.
Yeah, apart from that, I kind of DM them on LinkedIn as well. So most of the time, instead of I guess a long email, I have had more response rate for these shorter DMs that I send. Before, I used to send them like LinkedIn emails, and they also were not very respondent to emails because I used to like send them a lot, huge text because it was emails. So I wanted to use all of it.
Yeah.
But I'm
yeah,
getting more answers for the LinkedIn request. So I just send in a LinkedIn request with a quick note on what I wanted to talk about, and then they accept the request, but they do not reply back. And then I follow up saying, "Thank you for accepting my request," and then I give a direct like an action point so that they can reply back to me, and then they do. But when I'm trying to set up the call, that's when it doesn't work out.
Yeah, I know that can feel really discouraging, Tarunya, but if you are using like my template and you're actually following up, I don't think it's your fault at that point. You know what I'm saying? Where like what I'm saying is that you need to just keep on doing it and ignore the friction that happens until you get one yes to a call. Because the thing about it is, let's just say you send 100, and on the 101th, they say yes, and it turns into a 6-figure job. That means that like it was worth it, because you can kind of do the math. Like if it was a $100,000 a year job divided by 100, like it was worth it at that point.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Motivation is there, but I feel like when we are not arriving at a conclusion for time, what do you think I could do? Like,
what do you think you do?
Time, the time that I suggest. So after that, how do you think I should go about?
Yeah. So, okay, so let me, before I give my response and recommendation, you have to also have the mindset of how do I say this? Of somebody who really, really wants to meet you will make time, even if it's a startup founder. So that is why your first like cold email has to be really good, because that if it was really good, they would make time for you. Like Oliver, like I was a complete stranger. He responded to me because my initial message was so good. So if somebody is being difficult, if somebody's being difficult, and this has been happening for the past 100 emails, there's something wrong with your message. But if it was only like the first like 10 people, like I don't really know, like it could just be bad luck, or people, you know, are busy because it's the holidays. But if it's 100 people and they all are being difficult, then it might be your message. But yeah, where I'm going with this is, if you need to just be really confident in your initial message, to the point where it's like, oh, if somebody is like being difficult, like that's not my fault, that's their fault. They just don't want to meet. That's just their fault, because I know this message is really good. I know that I can help them. All right. So that's like the mindset you should have. It's super confident in what you have to offer and your cold email. Because I'm really good at it. So when I send 10, I'm just like, you know what? Not everybody's for me. I know this message is really good. And so the 4 people that got back to me, like it always works out. So that's the first thing I want to like tell all of you guys is And then number 2 is, in terms of like the scheduling friction, maybe like something I've done in the past is you could just say, hey, like call it out, call out the elephant in the room, and just be like, yeah, Kathleen, so I know that you're like really busy, so I'm going to make it easy for you. I'm going to give you 3 times I'm available. If these times don't work, then let's reconnect in the new year. Like you just be like, let's reconnect in the new year. And then you give them 3 times. And if they say no to, if to all 3 of those times, they just aren't that interested, but they're too afraid of hurting your feelings. So,
you know, there's a great expression that says no message is a message. So if they're not interested, they're not interested. So it's just kind of like there's no word combination to unlock that
What's the
mindset.
combination?
And honestly, it's not. It's just like, you know, they're already like, when they see you, right? They already have an impression, and then based on that, they're gonna make their decision. So once they say nothing, it's just like, that's it. You gotta, and you know what's another great mentality? It's just like life, like I guess work or life overhead. You know, you're gonna get a bunch of no's, a bunch of ignored, and that's just the overhead cost of doing this type of business of outreaching, trying to connect with people. It's just a natural cost of it. So, you know, so it's just like, yeah, it's just the cost, and then just put it in the trash bin and forget it.
Thank you, Matthias. That was great. Tarunya, was that helpful?
Yes, it was. I think I should kind of build up on that confidence and just let things be. Yeah.
Let things be. Exactly. Like, I think a lot of job seekers, they don't have confidence, where they're just like, yeah, like it's like, oh, they just don't like me, or I'm just not good enough. And that's not true. Like, if
Not take it personally.
yeah, don't take it personally at all. I struggle with that too in my own life. So I'm with you guys. It's okay. Yeah.
I think on last on the, I think on the journal, like at the bottom, you said like 10 reminders, and I think, you know, if it's self-encouragement.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah, I have that. So maybe we should just do that, you know, just remind, because I think it's very easy to get lost when you're just applying every day and everything seems monotone and you don't see progress. And that's when you feel demotivated. But honestly, if I can say one thing about motivation that I learned is, you know, you feel most motivated when you feel like you're closest to your goal, not no problem or whatever. So if you feel like you're very close to getting that job, sending that email is going to feel easy. Sending this or that is going to be easy, but you just need to be mentally, you need to find frameworks or strategies to be like, oh, this is actually really close, and I just wake up with that energy.
Thank you, Matthias. Yeah, you guys are an amazing cohort. Ritika.
Abby, I have an idea. I mean, lately I've been seeing a lot of job search posts, but a lot of people suggest like analyzing what actually works, right? What if you do a whole study, or not exactly a study, this is just the UX researcher in me, but what if you just among your cohorts, if you do like actually analyze the job trackers that we all send to you and see what works,
is working
with, like, which strategy.
That's a really good idea. Actually, Harrison brought that up to me as well. How can we do that? Like,
I found a post. I'll send it to you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Kitana, you guys remember Kitana?
Yeah.
Okay, so she sent me her report the other day, like how many interviews she got, and her and I only worked together in the month of October, so very short, and she got a lot of interviews. So whatever she did is working, and she also doesn't have like as much experience as some of you guys have. So yeah, we might need to figure this out. Huh? What was that?
Who was Kitana?
Oh yeah, so Kitana was from the October cohort, and she had a lot of really good success. Like, she got a lot of interviews, and she was shared to me her numbers. So yeah, we should figure that out.
What's her link then? Let me see.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah.
That kind of reminds me, I found you because I saw Kirtana's post.
Oh my gosh. Really?
Yeah.
Are you guys friends? Or
No, I just started following her because she was doing a lot in the field I was looking at. So I was just, and then you happened to mention her once or twice in comments, and she happened to mention you, and I was like, oh, and then I started looking you up after that.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, Kitana is really awesome.
Yeah.
Abby, for the as part of the cold outreach for the lead with value, that one is specific to the startup that you're reaching out to, right? Whichever problem that they're dealing with, or
Thank you for asking. That's a good question. So I would actually say that the lead with value part of like the cold outreach should be with anybody you reach out to. It just increases the likelihood of them like wanting to listen to you. And when I say lead with value, It could literally just be anything that the other person would find helpful. So what if, let's just say, the startup founder posted that they were having an issue with hiring? You could say, hi, startup founder. So I'm not a hiring expert, but I found this startup that specializes in helping SMBs and early stage startups hire. It's called Moonshot Agency. By the way, I'm Rathika. See, like, they would love that because they literally posted like, I'm struggling with hiring. And then you're like, oh, I know the place. So
I see.
that's the way you do it. It's a little time consuming, but it's like, I would say that unless you're swimming with interviews, like, just keep sending a lot of them.
Okay.
I know that's like not what you guys want to hear, but it really pays off. Like, it really,
Okay.
really, really pays off. So
I think we just gotta like systemize. I think Abby, if we maybe like we just send a few and then be like, oh, just change it, this, and then like how much. I think until we get like until like the line is straight, and then we can go. But I feel like we apply as in like we apply what you teach us into our job applications, but then you have doubts. But then you're like, oh, this is a great job application and great email. You just do this for everything else.
yeah, I'm here for you guys. I'm here for you guys. Like, if you want feedback on your cold email templates, you want feedback on your process, like, just message me on the
I'll
forum.
message you. Actually, I did one yesterday. Like, it's like almost use your whatever APM for candidate role and I did that, like the one you sent. But I can send it later. We can review it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I didn't see the forum post, Micaiah, so maybe you should resubmit it.
Okay. Okay. Oh, even the emails I can do it on the forms. Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah. Like, if you guys want me to look at, your networking templates and stuff, like, that's what the forums are for, is so that
Correct.
you can get feedback.
Yeah.
Maybe do that before you guys start mass emailing, so I can point out like mistakes. But-
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Honestly, like this was like now it's break and I've been very slow, but like now I'm gonna like I know I said I was gonna submit everything because I had my exams and everything. And now this week I'm off, so I'm doubling down.
Yeah, and you guys saw my announcement, right?
Yeah. So you won't be here next week? No,
Yeah,
in 2.
Yeah, so Work Accelerator is now like a lifetime opportunity. So you guys are in for life. So we're not just like ending things in December. Like, we're gonna keep on meeting like twice a week, I would say, until you guys hate me. You're sick and tired of me. Just kidding. So So I just want to let you know. And then the second thing is that I have not like taken a vacation all year. Like, I have been grinding. And so I'm going to be taking a long break from like November 26th to like December 8th. So I won't be available to answer any job search questions. But if you guys like have like a win, like, oh, Abby, I got a job. Like, I want to hear it. Like, don't wait. Like, I want to hear it. Call me.
Yeah.
Call me. Like, I want to know. Anyways. All right. Yeah. All right. So just want to make sure I understood.
Yeah, for sure. Everything's good. But next week we have our meetings and then we have one feedback call to next week. So by then it should be good.
Yeah. So maybe like try to get all your questions in before then.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So we have about like 30 minutes left together. Was the startup founder strategy really helpful?
Yeah. I think a startup founder is really cool. Did you end up telling us about people on our level? Because I know you said higher than us and equal than us.
Yes, let's do that. So we're done with path 2. I hope that it all made sense. If it didn't make sense, you can speak up. But I'm just going to assume it made sense since no one is speaking up. So now we're going to do path 1, which are people who are our peers. So people who are more at your level. So like I said, for example, like that's Matthias and I'm technically a peer to you, Matthias. So like, I'm not like that far ahead of you. So I'm technically a peer, for example. So how do you approach those calls? So you're going to want to approach those calls treating them like a friend. Like don't go on the coffee chat, like asking them questions about their pain points and their challenges. Go down on the call and treat them like a friend. Like, oh, what do you like about your job? how long have you been there? Like, how is it going? I'm trying to get to where you are. Like, tell me more about how I can get to where you are. And then the elite strategy you need to follow for path one, so that you aren't getting on a bunch of coffee chats or like introductory chats and wasting your time, is using the golden sponsor strategy. And it's actually written out for you in the journal. But basically, a golden sponsor, so there's 3 types of people who can help you in your career: a mentor, an ally, and a sponsor. So those, I did not know those 3 until like this year. So a sponsor is somebody that has the ability to get you it, has the ability to help you move forward in your career. A mentor is just somebody who gives you advice about what worked for them. And then an ally is somebody who is like, I would say probably someone who's like, let's just say you consider yourself a woman in STEM, and an ally might be someone who's like a male mentor who wants to like just be supporting you. So they can't really directly give you advice maybe, but they're like someone who cares and supports you. So things like that. So yeah, sponsor. So the way you basically turn them into a sponsor is you can kind of be like, hey, listen, like, Gunik, like I really loved this conversation, especially the part about, you know, leading without authority. You call something out in their in the conversation. And then after that, you want to say, I want to get to where you are in your career. Like, what are some people, tools, or resources that you recommend that I connect with so that I can get to where you are in your career, Gunik? And then Gunik will be like, oh, like, so basically Gunik, that opens the door for Gunik to help you. Like, he could be like, oh, you know, we have an open role at the company. Like, do you want me to give you a referral? Or, oh, like, on my team, like we're have low head count. Like we need some help. Like, Gunik could do all of these great things for you guys. So that is how you would turn it into a gold sponsor. And now the beauty of this strategy is, what if they say, no, I don't have any open roles, but you should listen to this podcast. Then you could say, wow, thank you so much. And then what you're going to want to do is, let's just say Gunik doesn't have an open role in his company now, but 2 months later he does. You're going to go email back Gunik and be like, Gunik, like, I don't know if you remember me, but we had a call like 2 months ago. Thank you so much. By the way, like, I listened to the podcast you told me to listen to. I listened to it. I love it. By the way, like, I saw that there's an open role and you made me more excited to apply. Like, I'm just wondering, could you give me a referral just so I can, you know, get to where you are in your career? And usually, like, they would say yes, because you already like built that friendship with them. So now it's like, now they're kind of returning the favor. And you guys might be thinking like, wow, this is maybe manipulative. And I don't think it's manipulative at all. Like, you're literally genuine. It's coming from a place of being genuine. Like, I genuinely like want to work at Gunik's company, and I genuinely care about, you know, who this person is. But I that's why I want to work there. So you're being genuine. It's not like you're secretly doing anything. So yeah, that is the complete strategy for path one. It's pretty simple. I'm realizing, like, both path 1 and 2, like what I just said, it seems very simple. So I was just curious, like, what your guys' thoughts are on both paths, and maybe where you still feel stuck.
Abby, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I actually tried out that strategy. I mean, before I met you, reaching out to someone who's higher than us. And it was a guy at Amazon that someone had introduced me to. But basically, you know, he just gave me advice on courses that I can take. So basically, I just need to do the next step. I'm doing the course right now, and then after that, I just need to do the next step. You know, once a role opens up. And
what course was it?
It was a MCP course on deep learning.
Yeah, I think Crew AI is also a popular one. I heard Apple did that one.
I've heard of that too. Yeah.
What MCP course? Is it a specific one or general?
It's just getting started with MCP, so it's just
Oh.
kind of basic. Yeah.
Abby, I have a serious question. I know because she mentioned Amazon, but like my intuition is when Amazon is laying off like 30,000 people, I have to be honest, are they actually looking to recruit people, or is that like a false thing? Because that's like, I look at it, I'm like, damn, it's like they don't want to recruit people, like obviously because they just laid off 30,000 people. So what do you think about that statement?
I don't know. I think it really comes down to your personal goals and alignment to the culture. So if Amazon for you is a company that you really want to work for, then I would say go for it. But if you are feeling a little iffy and a little worried, then maybe direct your energy towards something else. My opinion, and this is my like personal opinion, is we have never lived in a better time to work at a AI startup because AI is progressing so fast. Yeah, you get it, Matthias. And so in my opinion, I would either do two things. Number one is try to work at a big company, but work within an AI like organization at Amazon. So you are at the safety. Well, Amazon isn't necessarily safe, but like you're working at the AI division within Amazon. Number two, you work at a startup that's growing and scaling really fast in AI, and you join that. And then the third path, which is a little unconventional and maybe scary, is what if you're someone with a lot of ideas, a lot of hunger, and maybe you feel a little resentful about the fact that, oh, I have to, like, I feel like I don't want to go by the status quo, then you can just start your own like thing. I think that
I agree. You know, I agree, but I feel like because mine is a consumer app, right? Because if you think about it, mine is a consumer app and it's like B2C.
Yeah.
B2C takes usually a lot longer, but if it's B2B, usually you only need to land one big paying client, and then you probably know how to build an automation workflow or whatever it is. So it depends on what you're doing, and I do agree, but it's just something. But I love how you say like, is that work culture related to what? That's like, that is so true. But at the same time, I feel like a lot of us, when we hear that statement, we feel like we don't have the privilege of thinking, does this work culture really fit with me? It's like, well, I don't know, Ritika, and like, how do you feel about like I don't feel like personally when you like Abby, when you say like, does that fit with me? It probably doesn't fit with me if I'm being honest. But it's also like, am I in a place of can I choose? Not really. And but I would say though, I agree. It's just that, like sometimes, you know, even me, I dabble, right? I have like my startup. I'm like, I really want to start up, but then also like have to apply. And yeah, maybe, I don't know. Is commitment a problem? It probably is, but also like I don't know. What do you? I mean, Ivy, actually, you know my position. Like I want to do a startup, but it's gonna take a while, or I'm gonna have to invest money in it. But at the same time, I'm looking for like a job or whatever. So maybe if like you were me, and I know you said before, like I'm a person that overthinks and stuff. Like, what would you change if you were in my position, or what would you do if you were in my position?
Yeah. I think it really comes down to how badly do you want it? If you really, really badly want your startup to succeed, you have to go all in. You can't be half in, half out. So this is going to sound like a little controversial, but you will not be a successful entrepreneur if you would are not willing to die for it. Like all the really successful entrepreneurs, they would rather die than go back to a 9-to-5. I would rather die than go back to a 9-to-5, guys. Like literally, I would. Like I don't want to. And so that is the only way you would be successful. Like I have friends who were literally had no money, no savings, homeless, and they just were like, you know what? I have nothing to lose. I'm going to go all in on this startup. And now they're really successful. Like my friend Mia, like she moved to Dubai all by herself, like had no money, no support, and grew her marketing agency really, really big over there. But she didn't, so that she literally went all in. So that's what I'm saying, is like it kind of comes down to how badly you want something. If you are someone who just wants to play it safe, and that's totally fine, like wants to play it safe, then you might as well just work at a company and do for that for a couple years first, and then work up the courage to leave that. So it really just comes down to your mental state of, am I willing to go all in on this? And so if I were in your shoes, I would like have a serious conversation with yourself, like how serious am I?
Abby, I know I had that conversation multiple times with myself actually, and with that part you're saying, I fully understand, right? And then I think also there's a phase where like you think this is the time, and you're not this, but like every time though, your commitment gets so much more serious, but proportionally, your situation gets more severe. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if that makes sense. You're like, wow, like okay, you know, I guess you put in yourself where this has to succeed and nothing else, right? In a way. Where like you quit the start, I mean, I'm sure like you quit your startup and then you're like, okay, I'm gonna go full in. Like, was the transition easy for you, or was it like forcing you to like work overtime? Is I guess my question. When you
Yeah. So oh my gosh, I haven't told this story to anybody. Do you guys want to hear the story? Like, I don't want this call to be about me. Like, this call is about you.
It's about us. It's about us. It's about the network.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's
So
more
basically,
personalization. Yeah, we get to hear.
okay, cool. So basically, I quit my job like back in April to work at a different company, and the company, they kind of scammed me actually. Like it wasn't what I thought, and I was very panicky because I quit my very safe 6-figure product manager job for this company that ended up being sort of a scam. And so I kind of panicked, and I really wanted to get into sales. And so what I did was I joined this program. I paid $6,000 for it, and they promised training and like a guaranteed job. I know.
6 figures?
Yeah, I paid $6,000. Yeah. And
wait. 6.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you said 6. I think you said 100,000, not 6,000. I was just like, what are you doing?
yeah, so I paid $6,000 for this program, and it ended up not working out either. So I had like literally nothing. I had like nothing, no job, no plan, and I was really freaked out. So I think at that point, like doing the program, and I tried asking for my money back. They didn't give me my money back and whatever. But I realized was like, you know, I've helped job seekers for free for the past 5 years. Like I should try to figure this out. And so in May, like, I had Anjali reached out to me, and she ended up becoming my first like student who paid me a good amount of money, and I helped her get 3 job offers. Like you guys know about Anjali, and now she like helps me sometimes with the network because we ended up like getting along really well. And then I never looked back. So that is the only, I feel like all of that bad stuff happening to me is the only reason why I have what I have now. Because I had nothing else. You know, that's how I don't know how you guys feel about Elon Musk, but that is how like he started like PayPal. He was getting rejected from every job he applied for. He even like went to reception counters and gave them his resume. And he had an interview like, how did you get so successful? And he was like, well, I couldn't even get a normal job. I didn't have anything else. So that's why I'm really successful.
You have to burn the boats, basically.
Yeah. And so basically that was me, where I had nothing else. And so I was like, I'm just going to go all in on that. And that is why I think I was successful. Like I tried doing the network like earlier this year with a full-time job, and it was failing because I was trying to balance the full-time job and this. And so my opinion is if you want to be a really successful entrepreneur, you have to go all in on it. You can't be half in, half out. So yeah, that is my backstory about this year. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I need a vacation, because
you need it. Yeah, I feel like it's been a roller coaster. And you said you graduated last year, right?
Yeah, 2024.
Right.
Yeah.
2024, and you graduated, and you're like, wow. And then not having a job in this economy can be a little stressful too, because I'm sure you hear about all the bad stuff, and then you get scammed out of your other money, and you're like, yo, this is like a hot trick of like, you know, problems and failures, and you're like, yo, what's happening? Like, it feels like you can spare really quick and then you rebounded. And I feel like that grind, it must be legendary. Like, yo, this is, you lock yourself in a room, you're like, we're gonna make this like a tight ship. You're like, yo, we're gonna like go there and then guys. So I really love that. Can I ask a very personal question? I know I mentioned find HR
No,
before.
just kidding. Just kidding. No,
Okay,
I don't care. You guys can ask me all the personal questions all day long. Like,
yeah,
I'm a pretty open
no,
book.
but this one is about me. No, it's
Oh,
actually
okay.
me. Okay, like a personal feedback. You know my idea with Find HR, right? And you
Yeah,
know
yeah.
that like you understand the value of cold email. Like, it's definitely in this job market, you can't just be applying. You have to reach out to the right decision makers and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And ultimately, my question is also like, it's the right product, but it's just like the pricing and the value, right? The price over value or whatever, or the value, I guess, of it. And right now, it's because like it costs me so much to scrape data, like the way it works. But it's like right now I'm thinking about like doing it around like 10 job searches a month, and that's gonna cost like $39. So that's like around like $4 per search. And then I give you like the recruiters and then the hiring manager and everything. And I scrape online and I give you their LinkedIn and email. And I know you can do that manually by searching recruiter or Apollo, like people like you. But what do you think about my idea? Like, honestly, do you think it's overpriced, wrong product market fit, especially as somebody like you who knows all the tools and stuff like that? And also,
Yeah. Yeah, so I think it's a good idea. I think a lot of people are attempting it right now. Oh, you connected with Prasad? That's wonderful, Ritika. Prasad is so
Yeah,
awesome.
set up a meet.
Yeah, let me know how it goes.
Definitely. After you talk, I have some people that Matthias could connect to after you talk.
Oh, okay. I'll go quick. So yeah, Matthias, like, I think your idea is good. Like, a lot of people are trying to attempt it. I would say that what I've noticed is that the best like job seeker tools, they solve the pain point of inefficiency. So like Source Jobs, founded by Dada, like he is all about solving the efficiency problem where you're overwhelmed by like trying to apply these jobs, balance school, balance part-time jobs, where you just swipe right to apply. So Matthias, if you could build something where it was just you click one button and it sends a bunch of emails to startups with the differentiator statement, with the industry, to maximize the chances of hearing back. It's just one click. I think that would do really well. And then maybe for marketing purposes, you could say it's an AI agent that reaches out to startups on your behalf. Like, that would be really successful.
Okay, so like just simplify, right? Like, it needs to be a lot more simple. Email templates are not enough. So basically, like an AI agent with the templates that can plug and play with like the differentiator statements that they already have.
Yeah, you
then,
have to make it one click button, and it does all the work for you. Job seekers would love that.
But what about the pricing though? It's not unlimited, because I think my issue is not with that. I guess my issue is that like getting the email of like 4 people in the company, like 5 people in the company, like 3 recruiters, 2 hiring managers, would be around like $4. Do you think that's worth it for 5 emails paying $4?
I actually don't think that'll work, because it's a new tool and people are going to be skeptical about it working. So I actually would create. Oh, I have a genius idea. Create an inner circle. Call it the inner circle, and say the email Find HR inner circle, and then you recruit 10 very hungry job seekers to kind of be the beta testers, be the guinea pigs, and you essentially get all of those 10 job seekers jobs or at least interviews with your tool. And they say in return of unlimited usage, you have to tell your friends about it. Like, oh, Find HR, like it got me interviews, and then they upsell for you. That's what I would do.
Okay, then upsell. But so if I can deliver on that promise of finding the exact decision makers,
The 10 job seekers.
Yeah, it'll be worth it.
Yeah, so because then all those 10 job seekers will tell all of their friends, like, this tool like helped me get an interview with just one button, and then their friends are gonna tell their friends. Like, that is how like really successful companies started. Is you would basically have one small atomic unit, and then you would like keep spreading it. Like, that's how I did Magnify Wellness. Is I like recruited like mental health forever ambassadors, and then they like spread the word, and yeah,
Mm,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, guys, try that out. But you can also promote this in my server if you'd like.
I am, yeah, Ritika, I'm gonna like, I was gonna reach out to you on LinkedIn. Be like, hey, if you have any job applications list or whatever, or like integrate you, and then whatever jobs you apply to.
Sure. I can do that. And I'll also DM you, Mikhail. I know a couple founders who are around our age that you can discuss, kind of the struggles you're facing, because they're on a similar boat and they mentioned these exact problems to me. So
Go to market is very big, I guess. Yes, distribution for B2C, because that's the biggest difference. B2B, you kind of go email, but B2C, it's kind of like you either have to do ads, or you have to do organic marketing, or you have to do word of mouth, and it's very time and money consuming, But yeah, it's the challenge. This is what we signed up for, so I love it regardless, but we'll give up.
Focus on getting success stories now, Matthias, because I feel like job seekers, like I've noticed that sometimes they're very skeptical, so just try to get people success and then go from there.
Yeah, and then that'll be a great differentiator. So
exactly, like my tool actually works. There's a lot of tools that job seekers are being sold to and they don't work, and it breaks my heart. I'm just like, oh. But yeah,
I hate that,
yeah. Ritika, you were raising your hand about something.
Yeah, Abby. So I put in the group chat of rewriting the code about the cycle breaker, and then they reacted to it, but I didn't really get any feedback from that. But
I see.
Maybe I need to put it on a Reddit or some other way to reach that population to test it out. And then also Prasad? Yeah, Prasad. I'm meeting with him also about that.
Yeah. Well, that's great that you're meeting with Prasad. So yeah, in terms of like getting user testers, remember we shouldn't take things personally. So I would not obsess over it or feel upset by it. I would just focus on moving forward. So like sending it to more places, like you said, Reddit's a great place. The other thing I'm wondering is, because the nature of what you're building is so personal and hard, that maybe people who have actually gone through that, they don't want to raise their hand and say, I want to test because I've been through it. Like, this is a really personal topic.
That's actually a good point. Yeah.
So I think that's why I think Reddit would be a great place, because Reddit is all anonymous, so they won't know. With rewriting the code, like, you have the face to the name. So that's why I think another like factor that's influencing it. And mental health, I got a lot of testers for that, I think, because mental health stuff is like a very trendy topic among Gen Z, but the topic that you're doing is
ask you,
a lot more niche.
True. I was gonna ask how you got yours, because it's also mental health, right? And maybe
it's very generic.
Generic, yeah. Okay.
We had a domestic abuse awareness month, I think we did one post for, and nobody really commented. They just liked it because, like I said, that's very like personal.
Yeah.
So I think those are the two like factors.
Okay, got you. And then I'm meeting with Prasad, right? I'm thinking what value can I bring him, or just how should I approach the interaction?
Prasad is really nice. Like, I wouldn't think of it like that way at all. Like, I would just just befriend him.
Okay.
If you want, like, just treat him like a friend. And I think that's all. Yeah.
Sounds good. Yeah.
He actually told me that he's close to getting a full-time offer. So that's really good.
Wow, that's awesome. Okay.
Yeah. We worked together back in September.
Okay. Amazing.
All right, guys, I do have to run, but I really hope that this networking class was super helpful. I feel like I gave you guys very simple strategies that are very powerful if you use them right. And so how about this, guys? Like, start working on networking, and I would love to hear a report about how things are going before I go on my break. And if you guys have any success while I'm on my break, don't feel like you have to wait. Like, I want to know, like, if you guys got wins on my break. I want to know. So yeah, all right. Bye everybody. It was great seeing you. I'll see you guys on Monday.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Abby.
Thank you.
Bye, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome everybody to Ace the Interview Bootcamp Day 1. Today we're going to be talking about how you can turn your confidence into cash, or like, you know, 6-figure job opportunities. So did you guys know that I know for a fact that recruiters and hiring managers, they love seeing job seekers going to skill development events, particularly in career development space. So skill development events in terms of like trying to invest in your resume writing skills, or your leak code skills, and interviewing skills most definitely count. Like, there are some recruiting teams that sponsor like interview boot camps like this one. And so I actually recommend, as a LinkedIn post, you guys like take photos of the slides and post them on LinkedIn, so that way recruiters, when they see your profile, can see that it would be so easy to hire you because you're really good at interviewing, which will make life easier for them and for you. So did you guys know that? Like, did you know that was a thing before?
I didn't know that. I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
this is like
even I
a new
didn't.
thing for me. Yeah.
Me neither.
Yeah. Okay, I can't really see who's talking, but it sounds like people did not know. So I do recommend you do this. And if you are currently employed, then if you guys are worried about your employer seeing this, then it's totally fine not to post. But for those who are fine with either way, then I highly recommend you post about this. And you can also tag Harrison and I as well and give some feedback on what you thought about it. So with that out of the way, let's start. So you might be thinking that, like, if everyone has access to like the same frameworks, case studies, because of the rise of AI, which allows you to essentially kind of cheat on interviews. Like, AI will tell you the frameworks you need, the study guides you need for leak code and product case studies. Like, everyone has access to that data set. Then, like, what can separate you from somebody else who knows the exact same framework, exact same process? And the secret is whoever left the most memorable impression. And so the way you differentiate yourself in any interview comes down to all of these. And you might be wondering, okay, like, what does level of rapport mean? So that means, like, at the beginning of an interview, what I was telling Surav earlier today is make a comment that distinguishes you from somebody else at the very beginning. So, like, for example, you know, instead of saying good to, if they ask you, how are you? And you just say, good, how are you? Give them something that they can kind of chew on that's different. Like, you could say something like one time I had an interview at LinkedIn with the company LinkedIn, and the hiring manager was like, how are you? And I was like, oh, I'm doing good. I just finished cooking sunny side up eggs. I know that sounds kind of silly, but it helps the interviewer remember you and will advocate for you, and easier to advocate for you. Like, oh yeah, Christina is the one who was cooking the sunny side up eggs. That's really cool. So that is something you can do. And if you want to be really sneaky, then let's just say you're applying for a software engineering role. Then you could kind of, if they ask like, how are you at the very beginning, then you could say, oh, I'm doing good. I actually just finished going to a hackathon and we actually won second place. Then that's like a subtle way to like flex at the very beginning and leave a really positive first impression. And then lastly, AI experience. So what I mean by this is companies are desperately looking for people who understand AI, even at a high level. So if you can make casual conversation with the interviewer and mention that you're currently, ramping up on common like AI trends, or you happen to know a little bit about N8N or Gemini, then you already are top of the pile of candidates. And so all this really comes down to is it's actually not about what you share with the interviewer that actually matters in 2026. And now more than ever with AI can do the interview for you. You can literally use AI to do the interview. So now it comes down to judgment, intuition, emotional intelligence, charisma, and you guys have probably guessed it, confidence. So that comes down to how you say it. So have you guys heard of the halo effect?
Yeah.
Shaunak has heard of it. Let's go. Shaunak, do you want to share what you know about the halo effect to everybody?
I think people, I feel like I'm confused with something else, but I feel like either what people will make judgments about you based on what they observe about you.
Exactly. That's exactly right. And so if you come off more confident, they're going to associate other positive traits with you. It's kind of an interesting phenomenon. And I know it's a little unfair, but the sad thing is I have a sister who I helped her get a job like 3 months before she graduated. And she's not into networking. She's very introverted. She's like, you know, she's an engineer. So, and I told her like she was very competent at her job, but she was very like insecure and had a hard time like socializing with people. And so I had to help her like fake it till she make it and come off really confident. And so that is what I think got her over the line and got her like get a role, is because she came off really confident, even though like in her head she was constantly overthinking, not like being confident, like feeling confident. So that made other recruiters think, oh wow, like not only can she build rocket ships, like she can also like, she's also seems like she's really good at her job. So I made this little graph and I had Perplexity help me, is that the more confident you are, the higher the perceived competence is from the recruiter standpoint. Does this make sense, guys? It's real. You guys can be the most skilled engineer, skilled marketer, skilled salesperson in the world, but if you don't come off confident and self-assured, it doesn't matter in interviews. Does that make sense, guys? Give me a reaction. Hey, Christina. All right, so here's a common myth. I'm sorry, this is going to hurt for a couple of you guys, but that's why I'm your coach, is I have to tell you what you need to hear, maybe not what you want to hear, which is you think that, oh, if I'm just really good at coding, then I can pass the interview. That is not true in 2026, because everyone has access to the same data, access to the same free websites to learn how to do leak code. Like if you just logged in, you can learn leak code. And so that being good at leak code and being good at all of those hard skills is not good enough in 2026, most definitely, because, you know, the AI cheating tools. And so the reality is that you actually just need to be perceived as good at your job on the interview through having like this unshakable confidence in order to get hired. And I know that all of you guys are good at your jobs. Like that's not really a question, but now, but the other person doesn't know because they're not your friends. So the way you come off is like very, very self-confident. And that is what we're going to be going over today, is I'm going to be giving you practical, tactical steps you can take to instantly be more confident, even if you feel like you aren't, even if you feel like you don't have much experience, or even if you feel like you're just not good enough. All right. So if you can learn the skill of coming off as confident, you will win. So the way you instantly become more confident is, number one, is you must put yourself in slightly uncomfortable positions. And that means like, maybe think of something that kind of slightly scares you. Maybe it's for you posting on LinkedIn, or maybe it's for you going to that networking event. And yes, it's a little uncomfortable, but the way you gain confidence isn't waiting till you feel confident and then going. You gain confidence by taking action and doing it. So that's how you gain confidence, even outside like the interview. And let me just tell you a short story. So I don't know if many people know this about me, but I used to be like a very, I think I used to be a very like, I don't know if this is the right word for it, but very unconfident. And I didn't really trust myself. And I would kind of be sold by other people's agendas. So for example, like I had someone in my class, I would always like raise my hand and like ask questions in my operating systems class. And then someone was like, I heard like someone gossip about me, and they were like, oh, Abby's such a try hard. She always like is so talkative and asks all these questions. And, you know, that really like, that kind of hurt, because I was genuinely just trying to learn in the class. And I realized that now that I'm who I am today, and I'm finally where I want to be, I've realized that I was being sold by her agenda of me. And it was because I was being sold by her agenda of me, it was causing me to feel a different type of way about myself. So how this kind of relates to this class is you need to just first believe in yourself. And even if somebody judges you on LinkedIn or at a networking event or disagrees with you, it shouldn't change like how you think of yourself. And that is just so, so important to learn. And it might take you months, years to learn this. I mean, it took me a long time. And I think the way I just got over it was, you know, I put myself in healthy environments. Like, this is a very healthy environment. Like, everyone in here is very kind. And I wouldn't let anyone in here that would hurt you, I hope. And then number 2 is you just have to like start putting yourself in uncomfortable positions. Like, it was super uncomfortable for me to quit my job. You know, it was super uncomfortable for me to go all the way to Massachusetts to speak at a speaking event. Like, all of those things were scary and hard, but I did them anyways because I knew what I wanted in life. And I think that is what made me the confident person I am today. So that is a little side story I wanted to tell you, and I hope that it inspired you. Maybe you went through similar things in school, but so what I would say is, in terms of the job search, like, definitely mock interview with someone who you don't really know as well, because I've had experiences where I would mock interview with a friend and then I would feel like I didn't do well at the actual interview because you're actually comfortable around them. So that's why I'm placing you guys in these groups, is because I'm not too I don't think like everyone knows each other on a super personal level, but so that's why it'll be really good for you because you don't know these people. And so that's why you guys have the groups. So overall, gain confidence and you'll win at anything in life, especially right now. All right, guys. So here is the confidence to cash process. So number 1 is pre-interview. Number 2 is during interview. And then number 3 is post-interview. And these are the 3 things you should think about before you like move on to one step over another. All right, so how to gain confidence for before the interview. So number 1 is you want to be prepared for all these different scenarios that could happen in the interview. And I'm going to show you guys like some common ones that you should be prepared for. And I'm actually almost done with this, but I'm going to send you guys a free PDF of all of the common curveball situations that you might encounter in interviews, and then a template on what to say, because honestly, you just need a template and then you just tailor it to your situation. And then number 2 is you need to eliminate toxic limiting beliefs that you have. Like, there's a lot that I've noticed my job seeker students have that it does not help them in the interview whatsoever. And then number 3 is, you've probably heard this advice before, but you need to research the company strategically. Like, don't just randomly look up facts about the company and stuff like that. I'll show you guys like how to do it. But if you figure out these 3 things, then you're going to be much more prepared, and more prepared equals more confident naturally. So here are some 3 common scenarios and their answers that I made. So number 1 is, I know a lot of you guys in here are on visa situation, have visas. So the first thing is sponsorship. So the way you can say it is kind of like this. And the reason why this is a really good answer is because it's very assertive, straight to the point. And you also tell them what they want to hear, which is they're worried about, you know, paying a fee like right now. And you can just say like, oh, there is no fee. And then they'll loop in their legal team to check, but it will be fine. And then you could say until this date, like if that's your situation, and then you put the ball back in their court by saying like, hey, does this align with the Bank of America team, or does this align with the Google team? And then the recruiter will loop in the legal team from Google and help you figure that out. But a mistake I see here a lot is I notice a lot of immigrants, they just come off very like nervous and shaky about this. And then it makes you kind of makes your situation look even worse. So that's why just coming off very like, oh yeah, this is my situation. It's not that big a deal. This is a line. And if it doesn't align, then you move on to a company where it does align. And I would honestly say this probably during the recruiter screening call, so at least you don't make it to the end of the entire interview and they find out that it doesn't work with them. So maybe like even before you start the process, have kind of a level neutral head and just email the recruiting team that. And then if they still proceed with the interview, then it's a qualified interview. And then number 2, here is the salary expectations. So this one is really good because you are backing up professional data that you've done, right? Like, yes, I've done this. Here's the proof points. Here's the data of things I've done. That's really relevant to the company. That's why you make DYDs, guys. And because like, if this was a HR tech startup, I wouldn't use like my Cures Cardinals DYD. Like I would use this one. And then you can also say that, yes, you did research on the market rate expectations. And then you just like ask them, like, this is a line. Put the ball back in their court. You'll see a pattern. You just put the ball back in their court. And then I think Sushil brought this up, but what if they ask you, like, do you have experience with X skill, but then you actually don't have it? Then again, it comes down to confidence, which is instead of being like, yeah, I don't, but I'm very eager to learn and I'm a fast learner. Like, they don't care that you say you're a fast learner. They want to see experience and examples. So that's why you want to just be honest and say, yeah, Shaunik, so I don't have direct experience with using Tableau. However, I do have experience using Mixpanel, which is actually very similar. And I actually used it to save $14 million in renewal pipeline at my recent company. Can I share a little bit more about that with you? So that is how you would do it. Yeah. Ooh, right on the spot, guys. That was so crazy. Okay, so that is what I would say for that. All right, guys. So here are some very toxic limiting beliefs that we're going to switch gears a little bit deep stuff. These are really toxic limiting beliefs a lot of job seekers have, like kind of runs through their head. And you guys just need to stop it right now. So here's some 3 like reframes or things to like, or ways to think about it differently. So I guess like the biggest one that I see a lot of like my more introverted job seekers is number 3, is they overthink and they feel like they have to be perfect in order to pass the interview. That's actually not true, because perfect in your mind means that if you stutter just a little bit, or if you have a slight slip up or forget something, that means it's over, and then therefore you kind of give up halfway through the interview. So you have to understand that like no interview is perfect. There is nothing in life that is always 100% perfect. So think about it like this. Like, let's just say on LinkedIn, you're scrolling and you see like you see someone that has a job you might think in your head like, oh, they have it all together. They have a perfect life. And like, that's not true. That's just what they're choosing to show. So back to this, like nothing is ever perfect. So rather think of it more, I just need to be the most prepared I can be and be authentic. One thing you can do is if you do like forget a story in the behavioral interviewing or you mess up on the framework, one way you can do it to circumvent that is just say, pause, and then say, so can I just take a couple moments to pause to really just think through my answer before I respond? And then the interviewer's like, yeah, totally, take all the time you need. And then like maybe we get some piece of paper, write down some thoughts, and then share your thoughts. And if let's just say you're still worried about the story you're going to share, like you're worried that it's not perfect or up to par of what they want, you could preface and say, so I don't really have a direct experience of leading cross-functional teams. However, the most similar experience I have is when I actually co-led a hackathon team as a UX designer. Is it all right if I share a little bit more specifics about that? And then they'll be like, yeah, totally. So at least you're giving like similar experiences which have the same transferable skills anyways, because there actually is usually no candidate that is perfect or has all the boxes ticked. All right, guys. So out of these 3, like which one like resonates with you the most, and and does this help like reframe the way you're thinking about it? Does anyone feel comfortable sharing?
So like for me, it would be number 2 and number 3, because I do get anxious at times, and like, I do stumble a few words, and then I think, oh my God, like, they're going to notice that it'll be the thing that is the most highlighted in my interview. And for belief number 2, like, because I come from a psychology background, I do not have a tech background. So I sometimes do feel underconfident in my skills, and I feel like I do not have enough relevant experience. So I feel like, that could be a disadvantage to me.
So if you feel like you don't have enough relevant experience, yet you're getting an interview, those things are not correlated, because they chose you for an interview for a reason. And so now you just have to prove that reason. So you do have enough experience if they offered you the interview.
Yeah.
Does anyone else feel comfortable like sharing which one they kind of feel, or maybe a different one that we can work through together?
Well, another thing that I was about to type in the chat, Miss Peterson, is that I forgot to shape my oral hair, and I feel that I'm a little bit too old for my class level for that role.
Oh, you feel like you're too old? Is that what you said?
Yeah. I mean, in fact, I'm 22 at the moment.
Do you feel like you're too old for the role? That's very interesting. I think that you're definitely not too old, and I don't think anyone is too old. I think that if someone thought that, maybe they're just not a good company to work for. Right, guys? Like, if they're judging you for that, that's kind of weird, for sure. Everyone's got to work, So, does anyone else want to share any beliefs they've been having, thoughts they've been having recently that they kind of want to untangle together?
Yeah, I'll share.
Sean,
Yeah, so I would say like sometimes I have a habit of like I make it a point to practice like interview questions on a daily basis, even though I don't have like interviews in the future. However, one of the things I notice is like when I'm in the interview, I have a habit of sometimes feeling like I have to like rehearse my answers in a specific script, and if I miss out certain words, I'll stumble. So.
Okay. So, in general, guys, stumbling a little bit and stuttering is not a signal that you're a bad candidate or that you'll fail the interview. I think the only way you can fail the interview in my book, which means like, oh, we're not going to consider Harrison at all. Like, he's done, he's cooked, is if like he says something like, NSFW or inappropriate, something like that, I think is the only way, absolute certainty, you're not moving forward. So I know the bar is pretty low, guys, but I don't think like stuttering a little bit even decreases your chances at all. So in fact, it actually makes you look more human, because guys, like, have you seen those AI avatars that can take interviews on your behalf and stuff like that? They sound too perfect, right? So the fact that like you are a little imperfect and stuttering or a little nervous, like that shows that you're not AI and that you're a human being, which is what they want. They don't want someone an AI or perfect. So that is a way you can think about it, is embrace your imperfection. Like, yes, I am not perfect. I will stutter a little bit, but I prepared, and we're going to go over other stuff in this call, but I prepared, so I'm good. Well, let's do Sushil and then Vibev. Sushil.
Hey, hi, Abby. So one of the recent interview I attended, it was in person, and the interviewer just saw my resume. He had it on his hand, and he was like, "Do you really have all these skills?" Like,
oh my god!
Because it felt like he was kind of under the presumption that this is so much of skills for 4 years of experience. So
Okay.
I defend myself, and then when he cross-questioned me on few of the skills that he was very well aware of, I was able to answer it back. But do you think there is a presumption that when we show a lot of skills, they might think that people might be just faking it? Or or it's too good to be true?
Too good to be true. I mean, sometimes, but what you could do is actually you could this comes down to confidence too, is what you could say is like be like, yes, I actually do have all those skills because I do have X plus years of back-end software engineering experience. Which specific experience or skills were you curious about? And throw it back at them.
Okay, yeah. I also did something similar. But
Good,
I
that's
didn't
good.
get to ask him what skills were you curious about. He only asked me from the ones that he knew very well. So
Yeah, yeah. I love that. Good job, Sushil. Let me know what happens.
oh yeah, I'm just waiting for an update from them.
Did they say you passed, or I forgot what you said?
So the recruiter told that the director who took my interview, he really liked me, and they're not sure of what's the budget that they have for like how many people they can hire. So she said that he has shortlisted you now for like there won't be any other round, but depending on how many like he's also interviewing other candidates.
You're
So
really close then.
yeah, hopefully.
Maybe I guess the only thing, well, I think I would actually be patient because it sounds like they're a little stressed out figuring out hiring constraints and budgets. So I actually would leave it alone
Yeah.
and then come back to it later.
Yes, that's also true.
Thank you
Um,
guys for being so engaging and interactive. I can't see the chat right now, so I think Harrison's manning the chat right now to give you guys some help.
Hi, Abigail. So I just wanted to share like my past two interview experiences. So firstly was the on-site interview, and I was interviewing with the chief level officer. So it was very stressful at the start itself. And when I entered the office, he just came out right away and he just started asking me questions before I even sat on the chair. So yeah, I would say that this is one of my big fear now, that I'm not prepared enough at the start of the interview, because when I went in, I had like I decided in my mind that I'll take notes and listen to him and write down whatever he's saying and then share my thoughts. But I never got the chance to take out my notebook because right away, yeah.
Wait, so he just came out at the beginning of the interview?
Yeah, so I was asked to wait in the lobby room, and the moment I was there on a sofa, he came from his office, and then he asked me to go to another room. And when we entered that room, he just like started asking, "So let's get off right away. Tell me a bit about yourself," and that way. So,
Wow. That's crazy.
yeah, I mean, I understand that he's a busy person and he wanted to do it quicker, and I do understand, but it's just I was caught a bit off guard, and
You were caught off guard.
yeah.
Honestly, you know what? The best advice a mentor gave me in those type of situations. You want to know vibe and everyone?
Sure.
Is lean into the awkwardness and the off guardness. Don't pretend it's not there. Like, for example, if someone catches you off guard, kind of make a joke out of it, play it off like, oh, haha, I didn't see you there. So do something like that and it really helps. Or something, or even nervousness. Like if you are extremely nervous, like this is your dream interview, then you could just be like, let's just say you're shaking and you're sweating and that happens. You could be like, yeah, I just wanted to apologize, Vibev. I'm actually feeling really nervous, so I'm just going to take a sip of water. Is that okay?
Okay, got it.
You're leaning into it. You're not like pretending you aren't nervous because your body literally is sweating. So that is a really good piece of advice that I learned. They even do this in like movies and acting and all that stuff. So try it out. I know this is also a little weird, guys, but something I want you guys to do after this call that is part of the action steps is maybe look up some YouTube videos on like charisma, social skills. Like maybe look up a TED Talk on the science behind charisma and try to like learn the skill of charisma so that you can use it on interviews. Like, that's a really good idea. So I would go after this call, like I would look up a TEDx YouTube video. If anyone finds a really good YouTube video on becoming very charismatic, like send it in the chat. Or Harrison, if he knows a really good video, he's on YouTube a lot, a video about charisma, then Harrison can send that too. But that would help you guys so much, because being super technical and being charismatic, that is like, guys, that is the craziest combo. Like, that is awesome. So I just want to say that, like, you guys should try it. You should look up a YouTube video on that besides this. And let me know if you find me. All right, guys. So for researching the company strategically, so this is the 3 things you need to be doing. Number 1 is figure out what the company values. Number 2 is figure out what are the outcomes that the hiring teams are looking for. And then number 3 is what kind of cultural vibe does the company give off? And I'll give you an example of these 3 just in a sec. But the reason why you want to do these 3 things is so that you can use it as ammo in the interview. So the top 1% of candidates that actually do like get hired and make it to the final round are people who kind of insert these 3 things throughout the entire end-to-end interview process. And this just makes it seem like, oh yeah, Vibev belongs at Johnson & Johnson. So for example, Salesforce really values sustainability. And one of my past students who got a product manager offer at the APM program, he subtly mentioned that if he were to join Salesforce, like he's part of the climate change club at his school, and if he were to join Salesforce, he would want to start his own sustainability club. And he figured out that's what Salesforce really valued. So, whoa. So that is like something that you guys can also do in your interviews. It's just kind of subtly mention it throughout your answers, like sprinkled like throughout your answers. Like Shaunak, I know you're really into like mental health and wellness. Like there are some companies that like, I think prioritize that like over other companies. I can't think of any like immediately off the top of my head, but you can just like subtly mention that you did Magnify Wellness and like other stuff. So figure out what the company values. And the way you can figure that out is talking to employees, reading the tone and language of the CEO, or, you could also use AI to like figure this out. Like figure out what is the company's heartbeat, their value and their mission. Like what is it? And kind of seem like you believe in it. You're kind of part of it. You're connected with it. And then number 2 is outcomes. This is extremely important, guys. This is why I see people like not getting past the interview stage is you don't just meet all the outcomes they're looking for. And the way you can do that is kind of cheating and like looking at a bunch of different job descriptions that the company has put out. So job descriptions, like, let's just say, they've hired for data scientists 1, like 3 separate times throughout the past year. Like read through it and do research and figure out like from that, like what are the outcomes? And the way you can find the outcomes is in like the qualifications section and read through it really carefully. And some job descriptions, I admit, are written really terribly, but for most product management job descriptions I've read, they're always looking for cross-functional collaboration. They're always looking for basic, design skills. So things like that, those are like outcomes, right? So you guys need to understand the outcomes and create like stories around them. And then third thing is cultural vibes. This is a really big thing that is not really said, is sometimes like people are rejected from the interview because they're not a good cultural fit. Let me give you an example. So Google their culture is entrepreneurship, entrepreneurs and builders, people like that. So if you are someone who co-founded a club in school, or if you like are starting like side projects and things like that, they're going to be slightly more likely to get hired because you are also like that too. Meta is a culture of, research and science and very analytical, logic, metric, numbered people. That's not really who I am, so I would not belong at Meta, but maybe one of you guys are like that. Like Harsha, she's a very numbers person, so Meta might be a better fit than definitely me. So that's an example. And the way you kind of find that is using your intuition and like kind of judging like the type of people that seem to be working there or talking to more employees at that company. So like, and then figuring it out from there. So that is like how I kind of figured it out, is just by talking to a lot of people and kind of seeing what vibe they're kind of giving off. So those are like the 3 things that you can research like prior to the interview that will make your chances of getting hired like skyrocket. Shaunak, your hand's raised?
Yeah, this sometimes like confuses me, but what would you say is the difference between like values and culture? Because I feel like the ways you can be a great cultural fit is to showcase how your values align, how the company's values align to your values.
Mm-hmm. So was your question like, how do you find them? Or your question was like, what do you say for them? It was a little hard to hear you.
Yeah, so how would you distinguish the difference between like company values and culture? Because I feel like the way you can show you're a great cultural fit is by showcasing how the company's values align to your values. So
yeah, they're very, very similar. I think the main difference is the values are like the things that that's part of their mission statement, and then culture is more of like what they are actively doing and what are their employees doing. So culture is more like what are their employees doing, and then the company's values are more like what the company says that they're doing. So it's very like subtle, but that's like how the slight difference between the two.
okay, so just to be clear, you're saying that culture has more to do with like what the employees are doing actively, right?
Yeah. Right, because I don't think this is true, but for Meta, they're not going to outright admit like, oh, we want analytical scientists, number people, but that's like the type of people that their employees attract.
Values are all about the overall, and values are about the overall mission of the company. Okay.
Yeah. And sometimes values are silly. Like some companies say they value one thing and then they don't, but so that's why you kind of have to like do your research and kind of play the game a little bit. But if you really like believe in the company's mission and you like the culture and you just like really like it, then I would honestly just go for it. But all right, guys, so this is how you would research the company strategically. Now let's talk about during the interview, and this is super important, and this is all about confidence, right? So when you get an interview, like right when, this doesn't need to change this, but right when you join the meeting, immediately do a power pose. And this will boost your confidence scientifically so much. So a power pose is, you could basically just lean back in your chair, sit up straight, and then kind of like look like this. And then I already feel more confident. Like it just makes you feel a lot better. So let's everyone try that. Like maybe some of you guys are slouching in your chair, eating dinner in bed. I don't know. So like sit up straight and like lift your chin up slightly and say, hi, my name is your name. All right. Harrison, do you want to try it?
Wait, what?
The power pose. Yeah.
Oh, like this?
Yeah. Yay. Good job, Harrison.
I'm not doing anything like fancy, man.
Yeah.
I'm keeping my back straight. I'm keeping my shoulders at like a good level. I have eye contact. Maybe I have a smile. I make sure my face is clear. I make sure that like I look good. Maybe I'm clean shaven. I just look put together,
Yeah.
Now, it would show in my body language. I would have my entire body face towards the interviewer to show them that I'm engaged and I'm interested in what they're saying.
All right. So try that out right now. You don't need to show me or turn on your cameras, but that is like something I would do to feel a lot more confident. All right. And now let's talk about how you should say things during the interview. So tonality is all about the way you are saying things. So the way you want to handle this is very strategically. So for your tone, you want to have a different tone for different parts of your behavioral interview answers so that you can be more successful at getting the idea across. So let's just say, in the star plus L format, there is the consequence step. You guys remember that? And during that consequence step, then what you need to do is like have a more concerned tone. Like, let's just say you can say like, oh, my best project was XYZ. And if we have a concern tone, like, you know, if we didn't figure this out, we were gonna let a big customer churn. You know, see, that tone sounded very concerned and worried. So that is really important when you are communicating ideas. So in short, if your idea that you're trying to get across is something that the interviewer needs to understand as a big deal or serious, you can sound more concerned and worried. The other thing is for the result part, you know, I would actually have a very matter-of-fact tone. I used to think that for the result part, you should sound very excited and positive, but that will make it sound like you're exaggerating. So if you just have like a very neutral tone for the result step, then the interviewer is going to be more impressed. Like, imagine just having a straight face tone and talking about how like you improve task completion rates by 70%. Like that's pretty cool. So that is an example of how you would properly use tone. Does that make sense, guys?
Yes, it does.
Thanks, Saurav. Thanks, Christina. All right, so I want to see you guys using that tone in the behavioral interviews you submit. All right, body language. So body language is really important to getting ideas across as well. So the way you can do this is if you have like a range of things to say, like, oh, I increased this from X to Y%, you can like use your hands and be like, physically say X% to Y%. And that will really signal that this is a big deal. Like, I went from 20% to 80%. So that's an idea. I think when you are building rapport with the interview at the beginning, you can like lean closer to the camera, maybe laugh, maybe smile a little bit. And then maybe when the interviewer is asking, like, do you have any questions for me? You can kind of lean back and be like, yeah, so, and then kind of wave your hands like, yeah, so I was just wondering, like, you know, how exactly does this company, you know, implement sustainability in its practices or whatever. So you can also swivel in your chair, which is something that you guys will notice I do a lot. And I do it on purpose, actually. It's because it makes you look more relaxed and authoritative. So everything I do is actually very intentional and calculated. I know, whoa. So that's something you can do in like your interviews, is you can swivel in your chair a little bit, because it actually makes you look like, yeah, it's no big deal. I got this. I'm here. And it could also make you look very authoritative as well. So yeah, that's what I would do for that. All right. These are really small things, but they're going to drastically improve your chances of getting past the interview. All right. Enunciation. So this is really important as well. And I still struggle with this to this day because my brain thinks really fast. And so I try to keep up with my words. So I don't know if you guys can relate to that, but the basically for this one is you want to basically pronounce certain words more distinctly and clearly than other ones. So for this one, when you're talking about the A part of STAR, like the action, you want to enunciate really well here, because that is the part that they care about like a lot, is how exactly did you go about building this project or whatever. So you have to say, you can't mumble, you have to say things very clearly. So a way you can do that is just by practicing the story over and over, and then getting feedback from your group on, did it make sense that I said this? Like, did you hear what I said? So that is what I would say for that. And this is not in the slideshow, but also the pacing of how fast or slow you speak. So I naturally kind of speak a little fast. So I'm working on like speaking slower, and during interviews, I make sure to speak really slow because I naturally speak fast. So that's something to be mindful of. Is if you're naturally a fast talker, then like be mindful on speaking slower, because your slow is somebody else's like fast. So that is what I would say for that. And I would intentionally slow down on parts that are serious. So, you know, combine the serious tone of the consequence step and speak slower, because it'll make it sound like it's a bigger deal, so that, you know, when you get to the R part of the STAR format, it'll make it sound psychologically like, oh my gosh, you know, Lakshya did a bigger deal than we thought, like, because you built up to it, you know, emotionally. So that is like the tip for that. Okay. All right, presentation is the way you look on camera matters a lot. So you need to have a background that either is blank or is like appropriate, right? So I would not like look like you're in bed during the interview. Like if you're sitting in bed during the interview, I would not do that. I know that sounds like common sense. You need to be in a place that has a blank background or an interesting background like this one that isn't like super distracting. And one thing you can do, and maybe I'll let Harrison share this. Harrison, do you want to share about the hack with the diplomas and stuff?
Yeah, I will. So I'm sure you guys have all noticed this at this point, but also Abby can turn on her camera so you guys know what I'm talking about. But have you guys noticed that when you guys are in a video chat with Abby, you guys see the diplomas, the whiteboard, the shelf with books in the background? That is intentional. And that was actually my idea, because when you guys see all that stuff in the background, that actually makes Abby a more authoritative figure. Even if you guys don't consciously realize it, you will actually respect someone more if they have certificates or some sort of work in the background. So, for example, if Abby had just had a blank like Zoom background that was a filter, that actually harms your credibility, because people think when they see a blurred out background or they see a picture in the background that you're hiding something. None of this is conscious, by the way. This is all unconscious stuff that your brain just picks up without even you realizing it. So what I said to Abby was, because back in when we did the network many months ago, we would both have, Abby and I, when we did meetings, we would have our backgrounds covered with either a blur or with a picture of like the beach or whatever. That's actually not a good idea. What I suggested was we have real backgrounds so that we show everyone that we're not hiding something. And the second thing is I deliberately put those two diplomas in the background and then put the desk right in front of the diplomas. Then you see the whiteboard, then you see the books. Because when you see that, your brain unconsciously tells you, okay, she's not hiding something. She's accomplished. She looks like she's done work in the background. And all those books, you unconsciously think, oh, Abby's smart because she's reading all of those books. Even if those things are may or may not objectively be true, your brain is telling you automatically, because first impressions matter a lot. And then you associate Abby with having those awards in the background. You associate her with having those books in the background, with having the whiteboard in the background. And that makes you seem a much more accomplished person. And if you're a coach like Abby or me, it actually increases your authority. The same thing happens if you're talking to a doctor. If you're meeting with your doctor over a Zoom meeting, would you rather talk to a doctor who has a Hawaii blurred out photo background or a doctor who has 17 certifications and books and in the background? You would choose that one, obviously, because you see the credibility right there in your face. So if you're going to do a Zoom meeting, I recommend do not have a blurred out background, because unconsciously that makes the person think that you're hiding something. Try to have a real, genuine background. And then bonus points is if you have like that kind of stuff, like those awards, those books in the background. I remember back in high school, actually, I used this tactic to get a scholarship where instead of filming myself, I just submitted a video for something. And instead of filming in my room or whatever, I went downstairs to my dad's office because he had a ton of books in the background. And I filmed myself in there. And it made me look better as a result. And I actually got the scholarship. And I believe that that tactic actually helped me. So even though this is all like very, very small stuff, the small stuff can actually take you a long way if implemented correctly. So that's why you guys respect Abby so much when you're in a meeting with her, because you're seeing that stuff in the background that unconsciously like gives Abby an authority as a position of authority in your meetings. And so I want you guys to do the same thing when you're talking to a recruiter, is by having that stuff in the background, you're unconsciously showing the recruiter that, hey, like I know what I'm doing. I'm accomplished.
Thank you, Harrison. I hope that inspired you guys. So maybe what you can do is like literally go to Michael's and get a frame for a certificate you've done with like a FANG logo on it. I think, you know, maybe I know that might be embarrassing, but it works. Like having those photos in the background just makes you look a lot more credible amongst a ton of other applicants. Even get books in the background too, even books you don't even read, like it's fine. So it'll just make you look more authoritative. So action step for right now is everyone should help each other in the group get better at all of these things, you know, tonality, body language, enunciation, presentation, help each other get better. Like I am very hands off on this step because I want this community to grow and get to know each other. And so Harrison and I really want you guys to help each other in your groups and whatever communication mode you guys decide. So help each other get better at these things, be honest, be kind, give each other feedback, okay? So what's even more important than all of this, guys? It's remembering to breathe and about your mental health. So I know that interviews are quite scary. They can feel like they're judging you and it's really difficult. So something that you can do right now is, you know, get a sticky note. I have a sticky note around here, write the word breathe and just paste it to your laptop screen. So when you start getting all panicky during the interview, you can just turn to that. And then before you answer the star format question, you can just be like, take a breath and then answer. You won't get punished for breathing. You'll get punished for probably rambling and stumbling through your words and they can't even understand you. Like I was telling Shanik and some other people, like if you stutter a little bit, as long as they can still understand you, you're good, you're set. So don't punish yourself for those little stutter or ums and ers moments. Okay, post-interview, what do you do in lieu of talking about mental health is you need to rest a lot. So this is something that Harrison and I are working on ourselves right now too, is learning to rest a lot more. So if I want you to prepare really hard, guys. As your coach, I need to see you working really hard and I need to see you guys getting way better interviews because so many people in this community, they get a lot of interviews, but they need to pass them, okay? So yes, prepare really, really, really hard and get a lot of feedback from the group and from us so that you can stay in the US and make 6 figures, but also rest super, super hard after the interview. Like, don't be like, all right, I have to now apply. I got a cold email. Like now is your time to relax. So do something with your family and your friends and relax. So if you prep for 5 hours, maybe follow the rule of 2 and rest for 10. I know it might be hard if you have another interview. That's a good problem to have. But after those 2 interviews, if it took you, 10 hours of prep for each interview, so that's 20, then you would rest for 40. That's a long time. But it depends on like your interview schedule. But I would say that in general, just follow the rule of 2. So just figure out what makes you feel good to rest. I'm curious, guys, like, I think you can't really be what you can't see. So I want you guys to all, this is a little weird, I know, but visualize yourself like passing the interview and getting an offer. Like I would try to wake up with that mentality. I know this is weird and it's not woo, just it's science. So basically wake up every day believing that you are going to get an offer, believing that you will get that past that interview. Just wake up and tell yourself that because it doesn't benefit you any other way to think another way. So my challenge for all of you guys today, tomorrow morning is wake up and be like, it's a beautiful day. I am going to pass all the interviews I get and I'm going to get a 6-figure offer that pays me a lot of money. All right. So that's what you say. And if you keep thinking that, and it'll eventually become your reality. It's true. Yeah. Thanks, Christina. Thanks, guys. Like, seriously, just wake up and just think that every single day about yourself and watch your life change in 30 days. Seriously. Stop thinking that you aren't good enough, that's not going to work out for you, because it will if you just believe it. It's already here. All right, guys. So some of the action steps you should probably take today is write down limiting beliefs that you have and then reframe them. And maybe a way you can reframe is, what would you say to a friend who's telling you, like, I'm going to bomb this interview? Like, I wouldn't tell Harrison, yeah, Harrison, you're going to bomb the interview. You wouldn't tell that to a friend. So you would tell Harrison, like, it's okay to be nervous, but you prepared, you did all the right things. you did mock interviews with all the group. You can do it, okay? And then also practice your power pose before your mock interview or during. Like when you do the mock interview, I want to see you guys standing up straight, chin kind of high. I want to see that during the mock interview, okay, guys? So that's something else you need to do. Alrighty. All right, welcome to AC Interview Bootcamp Day 2. Today's topic is how do you become a behavioral interviewing star? Now, remember, I want to let you know that it is in your benefit to post that you are doing some sort of interview boot camp at a mentorship opportunity like this, because recruiters will love to see that you're skill developing for interviewing, because it'll make it easier for them to move you through the pipeline faster, and it'll make the business more money. So that's why it is in your benefit to post I'm at an interview boot camp. So just letting you guys know, an FYI, this is a really good thing that you're part of. So let's just be real here, guys. Let's forget about actually the star+L format. And I don't want you guys to freak out and feel like you have to redo your worksheets. Rather, I want to show you guys a different way of writing your answers. And I don't know about you guys, but I have found that I'm one of those people that learns by doing mistakes. I am someone who, even if I read the textbook and do the exercises, I learn better when I make a mistake or I notice it's a mistake. So that's why I'm kind of applying the same logic here, where you guys already wrote your behavioral interview answers, and now you're going to see oh, this is the contrast. And so it'll really help you understand it for a longer period of time. So this version that I'm about to give you guys, top 1% of candidates use this to pass their behavioral interviews. It's what I did to pass all of my behavioral interviews at FANG and startups, even when I didn't even have a referral. And so I'm really excited to break this down for you guys. So this is the old star+L format. This is kind of how I was teaching it, but it doesn't really make sense anymore, because as you can see, the acronym doesn't really work. And also the original star format, it doesn't take into account the results, the value, the outcomes. So introducing Brave. So this is a new format for interviewing that will work a lot better in this really competitive job market. So we're going to dive into that. And so today's lesson is going to be very tactical. And if you guys have any questions about the format, feel free to ask me after this. So we're going to go over an example answer for applying it, and then what you guys should do now after that. So the situational question is a really scary one, which is tell me at a time you dealt with a difficult coworker or a situation at work. And for all of you people in here who feel like you don't have a lot of work experience to talk about, this could also be an instance where you talk about a difficult experience maybe during a school project, or maybe a difficult experience at a research lab, or a difficult experience at a hackathon. Work is very ambiguous. So as long as you just can talk about a tense situation, then you're good. All right. Before we get into it, remember to breathe. So before you answer, I would be brave, be brave. So it's breathe and then do brave. And so one thing you can say is it's kind of a scary question, is you can just be yeah, sure, happy to. Is it okay if I take a couple moments to collect my thoughts before I share my answer? And so that allows you space to breathe, calm your nervous system down, and give a really, really solid answer. All right. So for the first one, and I'm going to tell you guys all about the nuances of answering it. So this is going to be background. And so you'll see that this is a little different than what maybe the star one is. The reason why this is a really good answer is because you're already demonstrating that you have a real accomplishment at this work. Because there's other answers you could give where you could just say, oh yeah, so back when I was a software engineer at Google, I worked at the Google Cloud team. And that's considered your situation, but that doesn't talk about the amazing accomplishments you've done. So that's why I'm saying, oh yeah, we just won a grant and we're supporting our expansion from chapter clubs from 50 to 100. That already is inserting your authority at the very beginning, and the interviewer already has a more positive impression about you from the get-go. Then you want to do the risk. So risk is a substitute for task. And this is where you want to talk more about like the problem and the consequence for not like solving the problem, or like the risk of like you not coming in and fixing the problem. So I basically just talk about like this tense situation where the art team leader like changed something that the marketing team didn't know about, and it caused the launch delay, letting the California chapter clubs down and risking the entire expansion strategy. So that part is like the consequence. And then up there is like the problem where there was like a miscommunication and now the teams were kind of fighting with each other. This is a real thing that happened actually. And so now you want to talk about in detail, like an action and the action you did to fix it. And this is also where job seekers mess up, is they talk about like as if it was a team effort. No, in interviews, you have to brag to the moon, guys. Like you have to be like, think about yourself like the superhero, where, you know, in movies where it has like the superhero getting all the applause, there's no one else in the background, unless it was like the Fantastic Four or whatever. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I'm the hero, I did this. So always use I statements, not we statements, because the interviewer doesn't care about the we, they care about you. And this is a really good way of breaking down, like in a very, very, very top 1% elite way, is you kind of want to sound like you're giving your philosophy behind why you did it. So I'm not just saying like, you know, I'm not just saying a paragraph or a word vomit. I'm breaking it into listicles and I'm making up my own process, like my own process. Like, for example, if you are a software engineer, you could make up your own problem-solving framework for like solving the software engineering problem. Or if you're in marketing, you can make up your own philosophy or process for, you know, getting emails coordinated to the right place or something like that. So that I made up something called listen, remediation, and establishment. Like that is completely made up, but it makes me sound like a lot more like I know what I'm doing. Because nowadays companies are not hiring order takers, they're hiring innovators. So you want to come off like, oh, I'm an innovator, I'm a manager, you know? So as you can see right here, I also gave my philosophies. I'm saying like, I'm not just giving a Band-Aid solution where I make up the people, I'm giving like a new process. And so this answer is elite, guys. Like if you can give like a similar one for this one, it'll blow the interviewer away. Okay. All right. And then value, this is like the similar result, but instead you want to share the value that you provided for your role. So don't let your value be irrelevant to the role. That's another mistake, is if this is a product manager role, this would be a really good answer, because I'm talking about retention, and user metrics are really important for product management. For software engineering, it's cutting system latency. For data science, it's improving time to decision-making for executive stakeholders, you know, like all those sort of things, right? So you want to make sure you're showing the interviewer that you're providing value, okay? And then learning this is the fun part, which is rather than framing it like, oh, I just learned about Python or I just learned about Figma, like you want to act like you learned a new way of working. So this is what I was saying, where I would say like, oh, I learned that leadership isn't always loud. This is kind of like your mic drop moment, where if you're like ending a speech, you know, where you're like, yeah, so I learned that leadership isn't always loud. It can be soft, yet still get results. And this is the exact type of style I want to bring to the Google team today. Kind of sympathy and still getting it done. What questions do you have about this? And then, oh my gosh, that'll knock the interview socks off for real. So think about it like this. Like think about like what are the beliefs you have or the values you have and the learnings that you took away from all of your work experience, and really just share them like loud and proud. Like for example, for software engineering, you could say that, yeah, what I learned is that you need to put the user first when I'm building for something. Before I ship something, I always want to think about the end user. Whoa, that is like so good. Or, you know, for marketing, you talk about like, yeah, so when marketing, I learned that you should always like think about the psychology behind like why we're marketing the way we're marketing. Like, you know, things like that are just very valuable things that communicate to the interviewer that you are not just any other like candidate. You're a candidate with an opinion, with voice and perspective. All right, so next steps is I want you guys to apply this to your behavioral interviewing questions. Like we can even do it on this call. Like I can send you the slides and you can like take one behavioral interview answer you filled out and maybe rework it a little bit with what you learned. And it would be great if you guys could also submit your mock interviews today, just one per person with somebody. So that way we can review it and you guys can do one with me in front of all the groups so we can see how much you've learned. Yay. Okay, so does anyone have any questions about this format?
So yeah, it's a very refreshing format. I just wanted to talk about the last point where you were talking about learning. So in your case, you focused on like leadership, like and how leadership like the definition changed for you. So would you say that for the learning part, would it be better if we focus more on the soft skills rather than the hard skills?
Yes, I actually think learning, this is an opportunity where you can talk more about the soft skills, because the thing is that the most valuable coworkers, white collar workers, are the people that like have soft skills, not hard skills anymore. Anyone can learn hard skills now because of AI, but if you show them that, hey, like I have really high EQ, emotional intelligence, then they're going to want to hire you over somebody else who's just, you know, a coder who just can code but doesn't know how to like talk with other people. So that's what you're kind of communicating with this that makes you top 1%.
Got it. So just to add on to that, so this is how I'm thinking about it. So would the value be more on the like hard skills or the metrics, and learnings would be on the soft skills?
Exactly. Like value is kind of like the result. Like this is what I did that is relevant to the job, right, for you. And then learning is like what is like the soft skills that you kind of gain from it, and that kind of formed your perspective as a unique candidate, because that is what's going to make you stand out. Is like, you know, they're going to talk to 10 candidates who can do a product design question, but not all 10 candidates have the same learning philosophy.
Got it.
Great question, Sarav.
Thank you.
All right, Nikki says she loves the new format. Does anyone else have any thoughts, perspectives? I would love to hear it. Any questions?
Are we supposed to use this one for all the questions, or is it only for a few situations?
So I would use this format for all the behavioral interview questions that you get that are like situational, right? So like questions like, tell me about a time you would face XYZ problem and what did you do to fix it? Or like the tell me about a time questions are the ones you would use as format. Anybody else have any questions?
Hi, Abby. I had a question. So for instance, you mentioned that like for someone who is technical, like an engineer, you like show that you are more of you show your soft skill. Now, for instance, if you're actually like focusing on a more of a technical program manager or a product role or something of that sort, then what will be the learning? How do we like show what we've learned? Like, is it supposed to be like the other way around? Like, I'm just thinking.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So genuinely think about what you learned, but don't think of it from I learned how to do agile. You know, that's not what I mean, right? Like you want to come up with like a unique perspective or opinion that you learned through this process. For example, like, you know, if I were to ask you like, tell me about a time you had like a project from leadership, but it conflicted with another project you were already working on, like another work stream. Like, what would you do? And then your learning could be, what perspective did you gain from that unique situation? Like maybe your perspective on that now is like, you need to balance data with intuition. Like, yes, the data says we need to get done the project you were already working on, but your intuition is saying like we can actually combine these two projects together. So that's like a really good answer for learning for technical product managers.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yay. You're welcome. Okay, so I know it's kind of early, 5:22. So if you guys need to like log off and get some work done, totally fine. But I'm also here if you guys like have any questions or need some help on your job search too. So I'm just letting you know it's totally fine to like leave if you need to and just take the slides. So welcome to day 3 of Ace the Bootcamp. Really excited that you all are here. Today, we're going to be going over the secrets of technical and product interviewing. All right, so what if I told you guys that it's actually not about memorizing frameworks or questions to actually pass these types of interviews? And when I say technical and product interviews, I'm referring to any of the interviews where it's about like product management, data science, data analytics, any like hard skill type of interviews where you're supposed to demonstrate some sort of like hard skill. Because the reality is that there are a lot of different frameworks and case studies and things like that that you can learn and adapt to your style. But nowadays with AI, like AI can teach you it, AI can do the interview for you, with these hard skill interviews. And so we're seeing a shift in the labor market and the job search in general, where not only are we moving back to in-person interviews, we are also moving more towards a continuum of, all right, okay, I want to see like this person's like way of doing things that is like different than like the AI and different than other people. So what do you guys do now? Like knowing this, where it's now a lot more competitive, it's now in person sometimes. Like what do you guys do? And so maybe you're falling into this trap right now. Like maybe in these hard skill kind of interviews, like maybe right now you're afraid to share when you're stuck. Maybe you start to downplay your own professional experiences and thoughts. Like, oh yeah, like you might say something like during the interview, oh, like this is how I do it. Yeah, I did this before once, even though you did a really good job at it before. Maybe you're focusing so much on the solution, or maybe you're neglecting to understand the question. And so for these two, they're kind of similar. So sometimes I see people like when they're given like a problem, like, you know, I want you to reverse this linked list. And then they just jump right into solving the problem, when the interviewer meant that they want you to reverse the linked list in like a really particular way, like maybe only every other node. Yeah. So you never know. So those are like the type of things that you might be falling into. Does this relate to any of you guys here?
I think maybe like focusing on the solution.
Focusing too much on the solution. That's a very common one. I've also made that mistake before too.
I feel like, well, sometimes like when they ask questions, like I don't know, like they would ask like I just remember one specific question for the Sony one. They asked me a question like, "This is the job. How would you go about it?" And then like your mind kind of going blank.
That's a really interesting question. Like when you say job, are you referring to like the product management job or?
So it was like the AI, like the email. So basically, it was kind of like the AI. It was for the AI technical marketing role, and they wanted like to build a workflow and stuff like that. And then they just ask you like, so how would you build this? And I feel like it's just one question. And usually when you're building something, you kind of like build, have feedback and improve on it. But they just ask you like, how would you go about it? And such a broad question. Like even though I've done it before and I kind of knew, I was just like, I would just go around other people and ask them, and like I didn't know how to properly structure the different components. I think it's kind of like a technical question, so it's like a consulting type of question almost.
Yeah, consulting question. You're exactly right. I think that's a very common problem, and that's why I'm extremely excited to show you guys the framework for how do you like answer these hard skill kind of interviews. Like, and this applies to any of you guys who have to do like a hard skill kind of interview. So I guess the difference between like behavioral interviews and these type of interviews is that behavioral interviews, I would say, are more like a performance where you are trying to showcase a really good story where you were the hero. And these type of interviews are not a performance. They're a lot more messy, a lot more collaborative, a lot more authentic and real. These are the type of questions, like if you're someone who likes to be more conversational and likes to just be mask off kind of thing, then you would do better at these type of questions, like the hard skill kind of questions. But if you're someone who's just really good at being buttoned up and performing like me, then you'll do better at the behavioral interview questions. So that's an interesting way to think about it, guys. All right. So if you want to truly master like these type of interviews, you need to go through these 3 steps. Number 1 is you gotta find one structural framework that you like using. So there are a lot of different ones for all the different disciplines. Like for product management, you know, Exponent has their way of doing things. PM Diego has their way of doing things. I personally like Diana Yao, and it's in the ACE interview bootcamp guide. I think she's the best. She helped me pass the Google product interviews. So they just have different frameworks for answering the questions. And that is something that you guys all have the brilliance to go and pick one on your own, and it works for you, and do it. Same thing with LeetCode. Like there's a lot of different ways you can go about like answering the LeetCode interviews too. So yeah, that's what I would say for that. Number 2 is, this is what we're actually going to be going over today, is mastering the art of collaboration. Rather than mastering the art of communication in this interview, you actually want to master something called collaboration. And then number 3 is you want to make sure you practice communication and collaboration consistently with the framework that you are using with somebody. So that is why you have groups of people who have the same skills as you. So, you know, we have the data gurus group. Everyone in there is really good with data. We have the product group. Like, so at least you are with people who are in the same boat. That's why maybe as a group, you guys could, I don't know, this is up to you guys, but like you guys can pick one framework you love and you guys all work on the framework together. So just want to reemphasize, like, don't skip ahead. Like, make sure you find the framework you like using for the product, data science, interviews. Do some research on which framework you like and want to do. Then after that, like, learn the skill of collaborating on the interview, which is what I'm going to be teaching you guys today. All right. Do you guys have any questions on this 3 process? I'm a little nervous, so I'm going to like let somebody in because I actually feel really bad. Okay. Shweta. Okay. What's your question?
Okay, so Ms. Peterson, could you make the screen full again, please? Could you
Yep.
show the screen again?
I had to let somebody in, but that's it.
So for the structural framework, as you said, like for technical interviews, like it can be lead code style interview. It can be coding the full application right on spot, right?
Yeah,
Something
exactly.
like that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and like there's a lot of different ways of like answering those type of questions. Like some people have you know, go over time complexity first. Like, I don't know, like some people have you do just different things. It's kind of like comes down to like style and preference. So that's like, you guys need to figure out like which one you like the most. And then after that, learn how to collaborate with the interviewer.
Oh, I see. So we gotta find the types of we gotta find the jobs based on the types of interviews that we are most comfortable with, and then we just go with it, right?
Yeah. So if you go to the resources tab and Ace the Interview Bootcamp Guide, I found a really good structural framework for answering LeetCode questions. Like, I actually read through it and it's really, really good. It's called the Reacto framework. So it's really good as well.
Thanks, my dear mentor.
Yeah, of course. And like, if you guys find more frameworks that you feel like would benefit the group that you really love, like there are some people in here where I've talked with and I'm like, dang, you were really good at LeetCode. Like Sushil, for example. Maybe you guys can go to Sushil if you have questions on the more super nitty gritty on LeetCode, because he would definitely know more. All right, cool. So master the art of collaboration. So what does this mean? So what this means in my definition is literally just having a human-to-human work session with the interviewer. So this means like making sure you truly understand the question that the interviewer is asking. You don't people please and say, yeah, I know, like what it is. Like if you don't know, you don't know. It could also mean like you're not being afraid of cracking a couple jokes because you're like so comfortable. It also means like feeling safe to ask the interviewer for help if you don't understand like a step or you have to go back a couple steps in the process. And then this is very important, guys. It also means like inserting your marketable edge throughout your answer. So we worked on this a couple sessions ago, but this is basically where you have like an adjacent skill that is like not super necessary for your target role, but will make you better for the target role. For example, product management, like design is a nice to have skill, but if you know it, then that's really good. So for example, like if you're doing a product manager question, like we want you to design a robot, then your marketable edge could be, you know, you could say throughout the interview, like, oh yeah, like I actually use AutoCAD and I was like first place in my robotics team. And so I can kind of go about this. Like you're just stating facts about yourself throughout the entire interviewer, so that when they're like, they have a short list of candidates that they want to pick and those candidates they want to turn away, they'll look at the short list and they'll say things like, oh my gosh, yeah, Shweta, like she's really good. Like not only is she, you know, doing this, like she also has other skill. So yeah, it's like one of those things that can really make you stand out. All right, I'm gonna let more people in. Okay. Okay, going back to resharing my screen. All right, cool. All right, so what are the benefits of this, guys? Number one is you relax. Number two is you feel safe to make small errors. And number three is that you show up with a lot more self-confidence. So rather than thinking of these interviews like I have to perform, I have to get past all the test cases, I have to give the perfect product answer, I have to have the perfect product design or UX research portfolio and thoughts, it's not about that. These hard skill interviews, I know it sounds counterintuitive, are just about, the interviewer is just asking, would I even enjoy working with Abigail? Like, is Abigail someone that I can see myself working with? Because it's literally like facilitating what it would be like if you guys were actually co-workers and doing a project together. And so here is the framework for the art of collaboration that I made up. It's called ARC. So number one is align. So number one is you want to align with the interviewer on what is the agreed problem and what is the agreed process to the solution. And what is the agreed solution that you came up with? Like, are you guys like on the same page? So what does this look like? This means like when the interviewer asks, throw a question at me that you guys get. For the hard
Okay.
stuff.
Yeah, wait. I'm just gonna ask
Oh.
my question. Look, can I ask my question?
Yeah, Matthias, go for it.
Okay. So do I need to give you a little bit of context or not on the technical thing? Well, basically, okay, I'll just ask in a very short way. They just asked me like, so basically the whole team, they sent a bunch of assets like images and videos and stuff like that for marketing promotion between email, and they want to create like almost like a CRM or like a database instead of sending it over email. So you need to take all the files from the emails and build a whole system. So they just asked me, how would you go about building that platform, that system?
Ooh, okay, I know how to answer that. All right, guys. Okay, so this is a little bit on the spot, but for the align, what you could do is align on what is it that they're asking you to say. Asking. So you could say something like, all right, cool. So when I guess when you say the word job, like could you clarify that for me? Because I was a little confused when they said the word job. So they're going to clarify what that means and then get on the same page of the meaning of that. And then another question you can ask is, you could say, okay, cool. And are there any like constraints that I need to think about, like geographical, technical, product, design constraints that I need to think about before I walk you through my process? Oh, yep. So that is like, those are really good questions to ask because it shows that you're thinking like an engineer, or thinking like a product manager, or thinking like a designer, right? Because you're asking those kind of like nuanced, critical thinking kind of questions. And then so you're asking those questions. All right, so that's aligned. And then once you guys are both aligned on the agreed upon like problem or like question that the interviewer is asking, then after that, you essentially want to probably like take a couple moments to think. Like that's kind of a loaded question. Like these kind of questions are kind of loaded. Like they're a lot. So what you could do is you could say like, all right, cool. Well, I understand that there's no constraints. I can solve this however I would like. And that job means blah, blah, blah. Is it cool if I just take a couple moments to collect my thoughts and share my process with you? And then they're like, yeah, go ahead. And then just get like a piece of paper and maybe flash the paper to the screen to show that you're not like cheating. I know it's ridiculous. And then like just write down like what you're thinking, like the process. And then after that, what you want to do is you want to like actually like start revealing the process that you're going to take. So you're going to say, all right, cool. So here's how I'd approach this. Number one is I do X, number one, and kind of give it container names or labels. Like you could say, number one is I would identify. I would identify what are all the resources, where they are, and kind of, and then understand like where they need to go. Number two is execute. Number three is refine. So I'm just making this up on the spot, Machias, but you kind of get what I mean. Is that like you would share your process aloud and then ask the interviewer what they think about the process. And then if they're like, I love the process, go for it. And then you're like, okay, cool. So for identify, here's what I would do. And then you kind of reveal like how you would go about identifying. And then the interviewer might pause you or interrupt you because you might be going off track or they might be confused about something. That's why you reveal. You don't hold anything back. You don't like skip over things or hide things. You're just like if the interviewer stops you, it's just like, hey, Machias, like I didn't quite get you, like what you meant by you would find where the resources are. Could you explain that for me? You're like, oh yeah, totally. So, and then you go in detail and in depth of how you would go about consolidating those resources or whatever, and you would reveal that. And then the interviewer is like, oh, that makes sense. So as you can see, there is not really a right or wrong answer. It's just collaborating between the two people. All right, and then co-decide, like this is a very important step, guys. Like I messed up on this before. So co-deciding means, are you guys like in agreement with how the session went? Like, are you guys in agreement with, all right, we have a clear solution, and are we both like happy with it? Like, does it make sense for everybody? It doesn't have to be perfect, but does it just make sense for everybody? Because there's been times where like in the past, like I have like had unfinished like leak code problems. And so this step wasn't hit because if it was unfinished, then like we never co-decided what we are doing. So what I kind of wish I did instead is we co-decided, like, let's just say time ran out and I was, I wasn't able to finish the leak code question. Then maybe the co-decision here is we have 5 minutes left on the interviewer. Our mutual decision is I would just share aloud what I would like to do. Like take initiative and be like, hey, so listen, I know that we only have 5 minutes left. And I wasn't able to get to the optimal leak code solution. What I would love to do instead is I can just share aloud or write in pseudocode what I want to do. Does that work for you? And then they're like, yeah, totally. And then you just do that. So that is like how you would kind of wrap everything with a ribbon. And this framework will take you really, really far, like in these interviews, guys. So I know that was a lot, Machias, but was that helpful on giving you ideas of how to go about this next time?
Yeah, 100%. I really love on the reveal that, talking in like points. So saying, I'm going to do these 3 things and like structuring, I think that's really important. But I think a big fear that I had was, I guess, asking the questions of like, what are the constraints and stuff like that. So I guess my question would be like, when they tell me go, how would you build this, and then I have to ask about like different questions so I can understand the problem more. Like, how many questions is it fair for me to ask? What type of, like, how many questions? What type of questions and things like that? Because because I feel like I get scared to ask questions because I guess they'll think that you don't know, or you know what I mean. By asking questions, you seem like not knowledgeable enough. But I can see how I should ask questions. So, like, how many questions and things like that.
Yeah, I think that's a very smart question. So here's the test I guess you could give in your head before you ask the question is, before I ask this question, like, is this knowledge like necessary for me to have, or this data in order to share my thought process more effectively? Like, for example, the constraint question is really important to ask in like the product management interviews, because if they say design a robot, like what are the constraints? Like, is it a robot that's with all the technology that we have like today, or is it technology that I could just imagine, like, 1,000 years in the future? Like, how big can I get? Like, what's like the constraint or the scope? Because the interviewer might have their own definition of how you go about building the robot, but you might have a different one. So that's why it's really, really important to ask that for the product, like, questions, for those ambiguous questions. Or they might just say, wow, Makai, like, that's a great question for the robot one. Just how you can answer it as creative as you want. And then you're like, cool, I can just kind of go crazy. And then you can probably impress them with like your moonshot ideas for the robot.
That makes sense. So I think the constraint one is very important. I can see. Is there like, I guess ultimately, like, there's no like number of questions, because I guess it depends from the interviewer. I'm just assuming that. So let me know if that's correct. And also, just in general, what are like top 2 questions I feel like I must ask? I think constraints ones I should always ask, and I don't know if there's always other questions that I should try to kind of ask in one way or the other.
Ooh, yeah. I think there are questions that you probably should most likely ask in those type of situations. So I think the constraint question. And the other question I think is fair to ask is, do you already like have a process that you'd like me to go through? Like, do you already have like a process that you'd like me to go through to answer this question? And then like a framework. And if they say like, oh no, like this is kind of on you, and be like, oh, okay, cool. But I've had like some experiences where I feel like in their head they kind of have like a way that they like seeing people do things. So I think that's a valid question. And then the third valid question I think would be, what was it? What was it? I like literally lost it. Oh my goodness. Sorry. What was it? It was, oh, I remember. So it was, I think this is a great question to ask for like product design, engineering, is where you could just be like, is there any other like pieces of data that I need to know about and be aware of right now before I proceed with sharing how I'd go about this question? Because that is a really good question for like the root cause analysis questions for product management, where they're like, define success for Facebook ads. Like, there are some data that they probably have that they can share with you, because they might not know like ads where, like ads in the United States, ads in the world, like things like that, So I think those 3 questions are really good, guys.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Did someone else say something? Have any questions? I can't see who's raising the hand, so feel free to just shout it out.
Okay, it's me, Miss Peterson. It's me all along. So speaking of about 3 of these, stuff in the collaboration framework that you are showing us right now, my dear mentor. So for the align, like we got this on the same page as the interviewer. So is it basically that we ask clarifying questions on whatever we are unclear about, just to make sure we get what they want? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, so here's actually like live examples, and I actually wrote a PDF, and I'm gonna double check it because it was late at night when I did it. Is how would you apply this framework for the hard skill questions? So I think it would really help you visualize but for engineering, you align on the requirements and the constraints, you reveal the options for the design of the algorithm, and then you co-decide on the implementation path and then the solution and maybe the risks and trade-offs, maybe like co-decide on, like I agree that this was not the most optimal solution. How would I get it to a better time complexity? Something like that. So this is kind of like a visual of how you would like go about it. Same with like all my data science people here. Like you want to align on a metric, maybe like reveal modeling and data options and co-decide on the outcome and experiment. Like those are the kind of things like you want to be doing like in this interview. And my hope for all of you guys is that you'll realize that this is not so much performance, but it's actually it's more so like a conversation and a collaboration. Those are the best type of interviews, and it'll make you stand out so much. So, and the other things to remember. Oh, who has a question?
Hey, Abby, it's me. Is it possible to go back 1 or 2 slides? I have a question regarding those.
Totally. Is it this one or?
The other one, the next one, the previous one. Yeah. So when it comes to reveal and co-decide, I'm just trying to understand that. But like, is reveal like what? Showcasing that like the interview, like the hiring manager is able to like see themselves collaborating with you, and co-decide is about seeing like if you're able to accomplish that specific problem. Like, can you explain what does 2 and 3 mean?
Yeah, actually, you explained it very well, Shaunak. So whatever you just said is exactly what I meant.
Wow.
Do you feel like, okay, that makes sense now, Shaunak, or did you have any more questions about it?
I guess, and I think another thing is align is just basically just showcasing you solve a similar problem that they're looking for, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because sometimes when like there's ambiguous problems, like Shaunak, I want you to walk me through like how you would. Man, there's like a ton of different questions I could think of for product design, but maybe they're like, oh, I want you to walk me through like how you would make XYZ thing more accessible. Like, can you walk me through that? Then maybe align, like when you say accessible, what does that mean? Like accessible is like it's a loaded big word, right? So like align on the definition of accessibility, and then align on like ask like, hey, is it up to me to decide who we are making it more accessible for? Like, are we designing for people with disabilities? Are we like what kind of disabilities? Like, I just want to make sure we're aligned on this, because that's a very like broad question. So that's an example of how you can kind of align on the problem.
All right, makes sense. Thanks.
All right, guys, I think the PDF will really help. And what I really want you guys to do is in your groups, once you get the PDF, and I think I already posted the slides, is start applying this framework and holding each other accountable. Like, yeah, like he's doing a great job on align and reveal, but he needs to work on co-decide, or, Shweta's doing all 3 great, but maybe she needs to work on her confidence. Like, I don't know, things like that I think can really help you guys a lot. So other things to remember is for these hard skill questions, the interviewer more so actually just wants to see how you think versus how correct you are. So you guys need to kind of let go of this need to be perfect and start embracing that you'll never, ever be perfect. And that is perfectly fine, because that's not what the interviewer is expecting. And number 2 is try to come off as someone that would be enjoyable to work with. Like, if the interviewer pushes back on your process, like they don't agree with it, then this is a chance where you can show that you're mature and somewhat enjoyable to work with. Like if they're like, Abigail, that algorithm, I don't understand this algorithm. Like, could you explain this line for me? Or do you think there's a better way of writing this line of code? Then instead of getting defensive, like actually try to understand like where they're coming from. And based on where they're coming from, this is a little advanced. Like it's actually okay to disagree respectfully with your interviewer, and as long as you share a rationale why, because that is something very normal in the workforce, is there's going to be disagreements on ways of doing things. So that is something you could totally do if like you genuinely disagree. You don't have to listen to them. Like the interviewer is human too. What if they are tired and made a mistake? So it's just how you go about it, right? Like don't get defensive, maybe don't get panicky, you know, things like that. And then that just takes practice, like actually doing mock interviews with people. And then, yeah, share a wow factor. So what I would say for this is it's similar to the marketable edge where you want to do something that is different. So maybe what you could do is some ideas for all of you guys is be super convicted in your process. It could mean you're a really articulate speaker, or it could mean that you, with the design the robot question, like you actually did design robots before in real life and actually kind of flex that a little bit. So those are little things you could do that will have a big difference, so that when they're writing the score, they'll have a little note section on the score rubric that says, oh yeah, like Abigail is the girl that did robotics before. So it would really help you stand out. So thank you guys so much for listening to today's lesson. This was a little bit of a loaded lesson. So I encourage you guys to re-watch this recording, look at the slides, and I'm going to send you guys a PDF with examples of how you'd apply this for product design, product management, data. Oh man, engineering. It's a lot, right? So, all right. So I'm going to send that PDF out soon. I'll put it in the walk chat so you guys aren't wondering where it is. But what I'd like to do now is, would you guys like to do some live mock interviews?
Ready.
Okay. All right, let's do this. Okay, so what I'll do is I'm going to be the hiring manager. Yeah, for the role. Cool. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Hi, is this Machias?
Yes, this is Machias, but you can call me Mickey. Hi, Abigail. Am I saying it correctly?
Hi, Mickey. Yes, it's Abigail, but you're welcome to call me Abby because I know my name is spelled a little weird. Yeah. So it's really nice to meet you. I'm Abby, and I'm the director of product for Bubble. Bubble is an AI entertainment startup, and we just finished raising our Series C.
That's amazing. I actually saw it on the news. It was incredible. I saw that you guys got raised 100 million. That was really big.
Yeah,
how do you guys plan on? What was that capital raised for? Where do you guys think are going to be deploying most of that capital? If you don't mind me asking.
Well, right now we're kind of experiencing hockey stick growth. So right now we want to just grow to the moon, you know, and so that's why we're talking with a bunch of candidates who can be basically product growth, new grads. Like we're hiring new grads and interns. We're hiring summer interns, and then I think you're in the new grad pipeline. So we're also going to be hiring product growth new grads as well. So that's why I'm like really excited to talk with you. Like I heard really good things about you from the recruiter. So I'm really excited to dive in. Before we get started, like, do you have any questions about me, or are you ready for us to just dive right in?
I feel like I'll ask more questions as I get along because I want to respect your time and make this conversation very efficient. So let's get started, and then I'll ask as we go on.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, cool. So I have your resume pulled up, and you have a very interesting background, like founder, product manager, other things. Could you kind of walk me through, like, tell me a little bit more about yourself and your background, and kind of what brought you to Bubble?
Okay, so what brought me? So before I tell you what brought me to Bubble, let me just tell you where it all started. It started in November 2022, and that, as you can guess, is the release of ChatGPT and AI. I remember it very vividly. It's like this new technology where, this AI thing that created, like, you can talk to, and you're like, is this human? Is this technology? Is this sci-fi? Like, you didn't know what it was. And then I just remember it being my it was November, and then the next semester, almost like 2 months later, was going to be my last semester of college. And I knew that I had a minor in finance and I was majoring in industrial systems engineering, but I decided, listen, this is really a rare opportunity. So I dropped my minor in finance because I always had one leg in finance and technology, but I decided to just drop my minor and just fully focus on AI. And that's kind of when I started, February 2023, like almost like 2-3 months later, where I was like, I'm going to build an AI product. So obviously I made all the mistakes as a founder, the beginner founder that would make, where you're building a solution instead of solving a problem, where you're doing everything in reverse. But the whole concept of my first experience, called eMarkai, stands for email marketing AI, and that's basically because AI is able to semantically understand context. Like, you're not supposed to search for terms, like, it can understand the context of what you're doing. So I decided to I knew from previous attempts that I already knew some things would convert. I knew that if you can guarantee people that you can help them make money, that they will pay you money, right? It's like one of those few things where, like, if you can show ROI, it's one of the easiest way to make sales. So I'm like, okay, what's a very easy way to show ROI? Sales, right? Sales can be a very easy way to make ROI. So I decided that maybe if I can build them an AI email marketing platform with cold email, because at that time most of the AI was mostly through text. Now we have voice agents and stuff like video generation. I was like, if I can just use this ability to just write text and understand concepts into like marketing things that can do outbound and generate revenue for small and medium businesses, because I assume that they're the ones that usually don't have the capacity to employ people, to have a marketing team, and to maybe pay a very expensive agency. If I can build them a solution that can show clear ROI, that it can be my big sell. So that's eMark. I can go more in depth into that. I feel like I kind of spoke broadly, but I'm happy to answer more technical questions about it. The second one was when I was a data analyst intern at Maycom, which was a semiconductor company, and there basically the whole objective was they're basically trying to decide if they should buy a new machine, and semiconductor machines, as you can guess, are very expensive. And basically they were trying to accurately determine what was their capacity, because they were tracking each input of like, what's the throughput of the machine, how much can each machine output manually. So they needed a way to systemize those calculations of like how much is a system working and what's the utilization rate, and if they should decide to buy a new machine, or if they can make some efficiency gains within the machines we had. And that's why I said that I helped them save like $2.5 million, because I was able to show to the leadership that that they do have that capacity and that they don't need to buy a new machine. So these are my two experiences. And you asked me what brought me to Bubble. Honestly, like at the core of everything, like, it really takes time to really ask yourself like deep questions, like what do you really want? And from a young age, I was making YouTube videos, I was making music. And, if I told my parents like I want to become a musician or a YouTuber, it wasn't really gonna go along with them. So I realized that like, what better way to combine all my passions of technology and entertainment together? And that's what brought me to Bubble. So let me know if you have any questions.
Wow, that's really cool. So you started off by talking about like your experience with eMarkai. I'm just curious, like, why not just double down on that? And why not just double down on that rather than just being like a product manager? Like, what makes you want to be a product manager if you have like this other startup going on?
Completely. That's a great question. And that's a question that, I have, as a founder, I have other people who are also ambitious and entrepreneurial next to me. And sometimes they always kind of laugh, like saying when I tell them that I'm applying, they be like, why are you playing? Like, you just go pursue this. And, they work in other ventures that might be more successful, and they laugh at me. And I always try to communicate to them that, like, ultimately, I have a goal of becoming like a successful founder, right? So that's why I started, like naturally, like if you want to become a founder, just go become a founder. But I realized along the way that I have so much learning to do that it's not really about the goal itself, but it's about how fast can I go to my goals. And I believe that joining a successful startup like Bubble, who has achieved product market fit and is, as you described, like on a hockey stick, is really exactly what I need to really not only just understand more of what that growth is going to look like, but also like those the other skills of talking to other customers, like all the things that you need to scale as the product is growing, like unlocking new growth distribution channels. And I think all these are very important, that if I'm kind of being honest, like, I don't want to learn it on my time, and I'm excited to contribute to this mission. And I think it's excited. So it's about it's about my learnings.
It's about your learnings. Yeah. We really like working with people with a growth mindset like yourself. I guess, like, do you have like one big reason that would make you be like, you know what, I'm going to focus all my attention on Bubble, because our startup culture is pretty brutal. Like, we work like 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. in LA, Monday through Saturday. And so it's not for everybody, and that's okay. So I was just thinking, like, do you have a specific high priority reason why you would go all in on Bubble?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like when you described that, like, we work 9 to 9, like until Saturday, like, you made it seem like it's like a big thing. Like, honestly, for me, that's like, if you've been a founder, you know that, like, you really like face yourself, and there's really no like limitations. You do what you have to do no matter what. And a lot of these like walls and barriers that you had are going away. So like the time constraint and stuff like that, like it doesn't really mean anything to me. You asked me like why go all in on Bubble. I think that's a more important question. I just like I mentioned before, I think I'm really at a like AI. It's the rate it's scoring at, like, I really have a choice to make. That, like, do I gamble or do I go tag along somebody that's already successful? And I really believe that if our incentives are aligned, because obviously, like, I also want to contribute to the mission, but I also want a piece, like, not only a salary, like, I'm assuming that's a Series C, hopefully that later on that if the incentives are aligned, I believe that if I can jump on this train and ride this train, I really believe that it's gonna get me somewhere successful. So I have all the interest to jump on this train and make it work. Because as I described with eMarkai, we still have a product, but we're still pivoting our way into finding a PMF. And I think that might take a long time. And with the rate of change with AI that's happening, I really wanna work with Bubble for a couple of reasons. I think, like, number one, you guys are really like at the frontier of like new innovation. And I think that's like something that really sticks out to me, because I feel like as you guys are growing and you guys are unlocking new ways to unlock more values to the users, I think that's very much at the center of me. Second, I always wanted to work in the entertainment industry. So I think this is a very fast way, because I think eMarket kind of stumbled into it because of like, okay, what's like the easiest, fastest thing I can do? But I've always wanted to work on entertainment. So it's going to allow me to have my foot inside the door. Like I mentioned, like I really want to live and work in LA. So all these are just like from the outside and the inside. I think I really like the product. I think the product is good. I can see where the future is where it's gonna go, and like the improvements that are gonna be made. And I think it's really gonna be like, it's a good train that I want to hop on. So I want to make sure I secure a seat.
That's cool. Well, I think the next step in the hiring process is we're going to give you a take-home assignment. It'll be paid, and I want you to figure out how you would improve like a competitor product, just to kind of to see like what your product thinking style is. But cool. Thank you so much for sharing about your background, Mackay's. I think you have a very bright future ahead of you. Do you have any questions for me about the bubble team, our hiring process, or myself?
Yeah, I would just like to ask like a couple more questions. I know you said there's gonna be like a take-home assignment, and sure, I'm gonna go look more into it. But is there anything specific that you're looking at a recruiter? Like, let's say I was already onboarded. Is there anything that, you know, what would like my day ones would look like? What would be the problems you would really are high priority that you would like for me to solve, and like keeping everything open?
Yeah, that's a good question. So you're just asking like what would kind of be like what would kind of be onboarding? What would onboarding look like for you?
Well, after no post onboarding. I mean, onboarding is true, but what are like the high priority
Oh,
problems? I can
yeah,
think
yeah,
about them as I
Onboarding
see.
for product team.
Mm.
That's a really good question. So we're still fleshing that out, but I think the big thing is that because we're kind of flatlining right now, like we're having hockey stick growth, we want the interns to do competitive research on why we're staying stagnant at a certain like revenue, a certain number of users. And so that is something when we need like the interns and the new grads to help us out with is why is that? So I think like if once you get onboarded, I want to see like a lot of agency from the new grads and interns to really help us figure out and get the data necessary so that we can go back to hypergrowth.
Yeah, just another more clarifying questions. I feel like from all the different readings I do from like different articles, I feel like the stagnation sometimes comes from like a distribution problem. So are you looking more for me to focus on just unlocking new distribution channels like on the marketing side? Or are you looking for me to, from the existing user base, to add new product features so we can unlock new?
That is a really good question. I love how enthusiastic you are about this role. So the beautiful thing is that because as like I'm also the CPTO, Chief Product and Technology Officer. I've been so busy where I don't really know like what direction we should go in. And so that's why we need like these new grads and interns to help us figure out what do we do. So that's a really good question that if you were to join us, like that is a question you would be asking and figuring out and doing discovery work on. So love that you're already thinking 10 steps ahead.
Yeah, amazing. I'm excited to make this 0 to 1 transition like really successful and make it from 0 to 100. I'm gonna take this new assignment. Do you mind if I have a few questions I ask you later on today as I review the assignment, or is that too much?
Absolutely. So we'll connect you with our recruiter and then you can just ask her questions about the take-home assignment. All right?
Perfect. Thank you, Abigail.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Yay! Good job, Machias.